Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 2 of What If I Was Reincarnated in Naruto and Became the Adventurous Ninja with the Gamer System. Let the tale begin. Chapter 26, Taijutsu Spar with Sasuke. It was a Saturday afternoon. Daichi was currently in his backyard meditating and training his chakra control. Several leaves stuck like glue to both his hands, and he even had one spinning in the center of his forehead. His goal was to complete this exercise today and move on to the next one as soon as possible. The leaf concentration was the most basic of the chakra control exercises. On a blank white canvas where there was nothing, an ordinary person would not be able to concentrate on a single spot and his eyes would wander around the whole area. But if even a single dot is added, his eyes would suddenly be drawn to that point and it would help focus the mind. This was the theory when creating the leaf concentration technique. A simple yet effective training method. It improved the focus and concentration power of the mind and would even help with the person's chakra control. Daichi pushed this concept beyond the ordinary and was able to improve his control far beyond those his age. He sat there for hours and immersed himself in this exercise. His efforts paid off. Daichi awoke to the sound of new notification boxes popping up. Skill Leaf Concentration Techniques level has risen by 1. Leaf Concentration Technique, active or passive, level 100, max, effects, plus 200% increase in chakra control. Chakra points cost, 1 second 50% chakra points cost to chakra techniques. Congratulations! You have successfully trained a skill to its highest level. Plus 500 EXP plus 75 EXP, skill Meditate's level has risen by 1. Meditate active, level 54, 2%. Effects, plus 108% to base HP regeneration per minute. Plus 108% to base chakra points regeneration per minute. Plus 108% to base stamina points regeneration per minute. Finally, now that I'm done with that, I can start the tree walking technique. So every time I get a skill maxed out I get a 500 EXP, huh? Not bad. Daichi sat there feeling good with his progress. He thought about the last 6 months he spent in the academy. Although it wasn't boring, it wasn't as exciting as he thought it'd be. It's the last day of September. The first semester of the academy will end by midweek next month. Then a 2-week break and then the second semester of the year will begin in November. I'll try out the new dungeon during the break. Daichi received random rewards weekly from the system due to the quest path to the strongest. Sometimes it would be ordinary items like a pen, a notepad, or even an umbrella. But sometimes he would get weapons like knives, shuriken, daggers, and even a set of bow and arrows. But still these items were of normal quality. But 2 weeks ago he received a dungeon key to Training Ground 43. It completely took him by surprise. It was a yellow key, indicating that the enemies inside the dungeon would be 5 to 15 levels above Daichi. A difficult but not an impossible dungeon. Due to memorizing the map of the village, Daichi had an understanding of where the training ground would be. He visited Training Ground 43 and was surprised to find that it was abandoned. He used Observe and found out that it was due to the animals roaming the place and due to the destruction done by the several previous shinobi using the place. Training Ground 43 was located near Ground 44, or the Forest of Death. The animals that could not survive the predators in Training Ground 44 moved to 43 to make it their home. Since this training ground was used to test more destructive jutsus, it was wrecked beyond measure, and when the animals moved in, the ninjas training there decided to abandon it. But since the animals were not special or rare like the ones in Ground 0, Ground 43 was still open to public training, but people seldom came. It has been like this for over 20 years. Daichi decided to complete the dungeon after the end of his first semester. He was going to make a lot of preparations before entering the dungeon. It would be his first dungeon run and he wanted to be ready for anything. Alright class. Pencils down. Time to hand in your answer sheets. The score will be marked on your report cards. Daikoku-sensei said in a stern voice. He collected the papers and gathered the students outside for sparring. Now we will test your taijutsu skills. We've carefully selected your opponents based on your performance these last few months, so your sparring partner will be of roughly the same strength and skill. This way no one will have an unfair advantage. He started explaining the rules. If you step out of the ring or get knocked out, you lose. If I see that you can't continue the fight, I'll end the match and declare the winner. If your opponent forfeit, then you win. Absolutely no use of weapons and jutsus. This is purely hand-to-hand combat. And if I see anyone breaking the rules, they will fail. Once the explanation was finished, Daikoku-sensei started calling out a pair of names at a time. Each person called would enter the ring and make the seal of confrontation as protocol and would start fighting. And once the sparring was over, they would use the seal of reconciliation as a sign that they were still comrades. The class started the traditional shinobi sparring 3 months ago. Daichi won in all his spars. The only person in the class who came close to his taijutsu prowess was Sasuke. Time went by as Daichi watched the fights. He internally sighed watching the fights that would sometimes become almost childish. Except for those that came from clans, most others didn't have the drive or skill. As he was standing there, the next pair of opponents were called. Daichi Hakama vs Sasuke Uchiha. Daikoku-sensei called his name along with Sasuke's. It was the first time Daichi would fight Sasuke. Daikoku was looking forward to this match. He had been paying more attention to these two since the start of the year. One was from a famous clan and the little brother of a known genius, and the other was a prodigy whose talent couldn't be matched by others. The top two of his class, Daichi and Sasuke. No one has their raw talent in this batch. Daichi's improvement is astonishing. He picks up everything at a much faster pace than others, and he's consistently at the top. And this fueled a rivalry in Sasuke and made him train harder. And Daichi, not wanting to lose the first spot, pushes himself even harder. I'd never seen them even talking to each other, but both of them are pushing the other to become better. They are far ahead of the others. I wonder how this fight goes. Both Daichi and Sasuke walked to the center of the ring. Several girls cheered for Sasuke while some cheered for Daichi. Due to his talent and taking the top spot in almost every competition, several students came to admire him. Quest created: defeat your opponent. Defeat Sasuke Uchiha and ensure first place in the taijutsu exam. Rewards: plus 250 EXP rep increases with some classmates and Daikoku Funino. Rep decreases with Sasuke Uchiha. Failure: minus 150 EXP rep decreases with everyone. Accept, yes or no, success. Daichi accepted the quest and stepped into the ring. Observe. Level 12, Sasuke Uchiha, age, 6, HP, 1506, Chakra points, 1300. Sasuke Uchiha is the son of the Uchiha clan head Fugaku and his wife Makoto. He is the youngest of 2 children. He is a happy child eager to please and be worthy of his clan name. He adores his older brother Itachi. He wants to defeat Daichi and prove that he is the best and is worthy of his clan name and heritage. Sasuke Uchiha has a vast amount of hidden potential and talent. Daichi and Sasuke didn't say a word as they stepped into the ring. I'm sure I don't have to explain the rules again, do I? Now make the seal of confrontation. Daikoku-sensei exclaimed. Hearing their sensei's words, both of them raised their right hand into a half-tiger seal. Neither one said a word. Fight! Sasuke wasted no time and rushed towards Daichi, who stood his ground and raised his guard. Within no time the Uchiha reached his target and started attacking. But every punch and kick he threw were blocked by Daichi. Both of them fought like that for a minute. Sasuke attacking and Daichi defending. Daichi was looking at and trying to understand Sasuke's fighting style. It seems Sasuke is more of a speed-type fighter. And what's more is his fighting style. He's attacking with seemingly powerful punches but subtly going for grabs and submission locks and trying to knock me off my feet. Sneaky guy. Daichi internally smirked as he understood Sasuke's intentions. Both of them fought at relatively the same speed, but to Daikoku-sensei it was clear that Daichi had the advantage. Looks like Daichi is blocking every attack Sasuke launches with ease. And the way he does it. It's clear he can go much faster. The students looked in awe as they witnessed the fight. They all knew these two were the best in class, even though some of them wouldn't admit it out loud. Some like Shikamaru and Shino were paying close attention to the match. Shikamaru had an aloof expression on his face. But he was watching every move that Daichi and Sasuke made. That Daichi. He's definitely stronger. The fact that he took down those senior students easily is proof of that. Looks like even Sasuke can't match his strength. Even Daichi's talent is better than anyone I've seen here. He sighed to himself, I'm sure I'll have to spar with him in the future. It's going to be such a pain to fight him. What a troublesome guy. Shikamaru and the rest watched as Sasuke tried his best to get through Daichi's defenses. Suddenly Daichi stopped defending and started attacking. Daichi switched gears and suddenly went on the offense. The sudden shift in momentum of the fight caught Sasuke off guard, and he wasn't fast enough to defend against a punch to his gut. He jumped backwards to regain his bearings. It was now Daichi who ran to Sasuke and started their second round. Both of them fought with the intent to win. But Daichi's speed didn't allow Sasuke to land any attacks on him. Suddenly Daichi stepped forward and locked his right leg, with Sasuke trapping him in place, and used a submission hold to effectively immobilize him. Sasuke grunted and tried to break free, but it was for naught. Daikoku-sensei watched Sasuke struggle for a few more seconds and decided to call the match. Sasuke Uchiha is unable to continue. Winner of the match: Daichi Hakama. As soon as Daikoku announced the end of the match, Daichi let go. Sasuke had a scowl on his face as he looked at him. Now make the seal of reconciliation, their sensei said in a somewhat serious tone. He knew that every first-year student would be stubborn, especially when they lose a sparring match. Daichi and Sasuke made the seal of reconciliation and left the ring. Quest: defeat your opponent completed. Rewards: plus 250 EXP plus 37.5 EXP. Rep increases with some classmates and Daikoku Funino. Rep decreases with Sasuke Uchiha. Daichi looked over and dismissed the pop-up box. He stood over with those who completed the test and watched the rest of the matches. Sasuke was expressionless, but he was sad and angry. And the pity look some of his female classmates gave him were not helping. When Daichi bested him in class tests and shuriken jutsu, he thought he would be able to prove himself in taijutsu. But this defeat made him slightly depressed. Father won't be happy when he hears I lost. Big brother never lost a single fight when he was here. Am I not as good as him? How did I lose? Why am I so much weaker than Daichi? Sasuke clenched his fists as he looked at Daichi. The matches ended shortly after, and within a few days the end of the first semester came. It was October 14th and every student got their report cards. Daichi looked at his card and had a slight smile. Report card: Ninjutsu A 1 out of 30. Taijutsu A 1 out of 30. Genjutsu A 1 out of 30. Theory A 1 out of 30. Strategy A 1 out of 30. Positivity B. Classroom attitude B. Cooperation skill B. Teacher's comments. Daichi has maintained top grades throughout the semester. He has incredible talent and skill for taijutsu, ninjutsu, and genjutsu. Has an excellent range of knowledge and control of chakra. Willing to cooperate in team exercises, but only with some students. These were the contents of the card. Daichi went home and showed his report card to his grandfather. Kensei was proud and had a wide smile. They celebrated with a barbecue dinner. As Daichi was resting in his bed, he went through a mental checklist. He made sure he placed all the things he would need to clear his first dungeon in his inventory. He put on a set of clothes he got as a random reward and got ready. When the small clock on his desk struck midnight, Daichi took the dungeon key out from his inventory and activated it. In an instant he was teleported from his bedroom. Chapter 27, First Dungeon Run, Training Ground 43. Daichi felt like he was falling from the sky. Even though it felt like minutes, it was only a couple of seconds. He landed on the ground with a loud thud. Daichi looked around the place. He was in a narrow hallway that was covered with moss and vines. A few feet in front of him stood a tall arched door decorated in green and brown color. Okay. No turning back now, I guess. Status. Name, Daichi Hakama, the gamer. Class, student. Age, 6. Title, capable child, explorer, prodigy. Level 16, 7,611.5 out of 8,900, HP, 1820, Chakra points, 2,008.5, Stamina points, 1440. Primary stats: Strength 39, Vitality 39, Dexterity 36, Agility 38, Intelligence 46, Chakra 47, Wisdom 30. Special stats: Sense 36, Stamina 40, Indomitable, locked, Charisma 16, Persistence, locked, Dignity, locked, Luck, locked, Stat points 206. Rio 13650-206, Stat points. I'll keep 195 and put 4 in Intelligence and 1 point each in Strength and Vitality. Then 3 in Chakra and 2 in Agility. That should be enough. 50 points in Intelligence should let me use mana. I'll see what that's about. I have to complete this dungeon without using any more points, but if I get into trouble they'll be my backup. Originally Daichi only wanted to increase the points after taking a look inside the dungeon, but seeing the giant door in front of him made him slightly nervous. Daichi started distributing his points. When he increased his Intelligence to 50, new notification boxes popped up. You have reached the conditions required to use the energy mana and thus gained Mana Manipulation skill. Would you like to learn this skill? Yes or no? Most definitely. Mana Manipulation, active or passive. Level 1 mana is an energy created by the power of an intelligent mind and is a separate energy from Chakra. This energy is primarily used for mind-enhancing techniques, but a strong enough mind can create abilities that have physical effects similar to telekinesis or elemental attacks. This skill allows the user to manipulate their own mana depending on its proficiency. Practitioners of mana are even less than natural energy users. In its raw form, mana cannot be seen or felt by any sensors or eye powers. The exception is the visual eye of Ren Uchiha. Note, since this energy is created by the mind, it is limited, and overusing this ability before intelligence passes 200 could cause damage to the psyche. So mana is different from chakra. And if I understand this right, mana is mostly used for mental abilities. I might be able to create and use mind techniques like the ones used by the Yamanaka clan with my mana. So overuse of this skill can cause damage? But since I have Jia's blessing skill, wouldn't I be alright? Yeah, I'm not gonna roll the dice and find that out anytime soon. Daichi continued distributing his points. When he was done, he opened his status page once again. He saw his new primary stats and noted the increase in HP, chakra points, stamina points, and the new info bar mana points. His stat points were now reduced to 195. HP, 1870. Chakra points, 2112.4. Stamina points, 1470. MP, 920. Primary stats: Strength, 40. Vitality, 40. Dexterity, 36. Agility, 40. Intelligence, 50. Chakra, 50. Wisdom, 30. Daichi looked at his status page once over and was satisfied. Multiples of 5 always look nice. He slowly approached the door and he could see a keyhole in its center. Daichi held the dungeon key in his hand. So this thing also acts as a literal key. Daichi placed his dungeon key inside the keyhole. A new notification appeared: you have reached the entrance to the dungeon, Training Ground 43. Would you like to enter? Yes or no? The moment Daichi clicked yes, the key inside the door slowly rotated clockwise. The moment it completed one rotation, the door opened. He slowly walked through the door. All around him was wilderness. Trees taller than some huge buildings. Grass that reached his waist. Daichi could vaguely hear running water when he used the superior hearing skill. He looked around but couldn't see any signs of life. Observe, Dungeon Training Ground 43. Although this dungeon and its creatures are created based on the Shinobi Training Ground 43, they are vastly different. This dungeon is much larger and comprises different terrains that are home to various species of animals. The creatures inside the dungeon are a stronger and more evolved version of their counterparts. The moment Daichi finished reading the information on the dungeon, a new quest was created. Quest created: kill all 201 creatures inside the dungeon. Time limit: none. Rewards: new skill. New title: Rio 200,000. Failure: death. Accept: yes or no, there's no time limit. So I don't have to be in a rush. This is my first dungeon. Gotta be absolutely careful. I've stored enough food and water in my inventory to last me a couple of months. And since this will return me to the real world just a few seconds after I activated the key, no one would know I was gone no matter how long I stay here. But I don't plan on prolonging my visit to more than a week. 2 if I really need to push it. Let's begin. It was night time. The silver rays of the moon shone through the small gaps in the leaves. Daichi took out a short sword. It was one of the random rewards he received. Daichi kept his senses on high alert. As he was walking through the forest, he suddenly stopped and within an instant jumped to the right. The next moment Daichi saw something black with wings around his sides standing where he previously stood. Observe: level 21, Bloodthirsty Bat, HP, 1767, Chakra points, 1208, one of the dozen vicious giant bats living in a nearby cave. These creatures are bloodthirsty and attack anything that comes near their habitat. They are drawn to humans due to their large chakra reserves and amounts of blood. These bats hunt individually to avoid infighting. Daichi read the information quickly. This was the first time Daichi faced something that wanted to kill him. His hands slightly shook, heart beating wildly, and beads of sweat rolled down his face. But thankfully the gamer's mind skill took effect and Daichi quickly calmed down. The bat turned in his direction. It spread its wings and shot off towards Daichi. Daichi dodged a second time as well. He took a breath and calmed himself. The bat took off into the air this time, folded its wings and dive-bombed towards its prey. Daichi was ready this time. He gripped the short sword with both hands and cut through its chest as he dodged. Minus 328 HP. What Daichi saw amazed him. Instead of blood, as he expected, black smoke came out of the wound. Kree! The bat screamed. Daichi didn't give his enemy the chance to recuperate. He threw several shuriken and kunai at high speed towards the bat. Most of them targeted its legs and wings. All of them struck the wounded creature. Now with it immobilized, Daichi attacked. He quickly got behind it and used his tanto to behead the giant bat. The head flew a few feet in the air and hit the ground. The body, devoid of its head, spasmed for a couple of seconds before it fell down and disappeared into black smoke. Daichi could see the HP bar falling to 0 before it turned to smoke. Enemy killed. Plus 700 EXP, plus 105 EXP. A new skill is created with a specific action. Through continuously attacking an enemy with your sword and killing it, the skill Sword Mastery has been created. Sword Mastery passive, level 1. This skill allows the user to freely handle swords of any type. The effects of this skill are amplified if the user knows a sword style. Note: this skill requires a sword to activate. Effects: plus 5% additional damage when striking the target. Marks target with damage and negative debuffs, plus 5% increase in attack speed. Before he could celebrate, he felt movement behind him. He turned and slashed his tanto with ferocity. The edge of the sword struck the leg of another bat. It swiftly dodged upwards as Daichi attacked, so it only took a minor damage. Observe: level 23, Bloodthirsty Bat, HP, 2204, Chakra points, 1931. The information was about the same as the other bat with 2 key differences. Its level, health points, and chakra points. This one's stats was a lot bigger than the previous creatures. Daichi took several shuriken and threw them. The new bat evaded all and was about to attack Daichi, but it sensed danger from behind. The shurikens it dodged earlier struck its back, piercing through its wings and back. Minus 298 HP. I had a feeling you would dodge. So I used chakra threads like wires to control and even change the trajectory of the shuriken, and it looks like I made the right move. The wounds in its body only made it more angry. Creech. It screeched and shot at Daichi. Daichi quickly used the substitution jutsu with a nearby log. He took a few shuriken and tied some ninja wire to it. He threw them as fast as he could and used chakra threads to control their paths. The bat was successfully ensnared in the trap. Daichi used the skill sprint to increase his speed and started cutting his enemy. Its health points fell with each strike. Daichi repeatedly targeted its head and torso. After receiving several strikes to the vital areas, it quickly died, vanishing in a black smoke. Enemy killed. Plus 950 EXP plus 142.5 EXP. You have leveled up. Skill Shuriken Jutsu's level has risen by 1. Skill Chakra Threads level has risen by 1. A new skill is created with a specific action. Through continuously attacking the vital areas of the body, the skill Vital Strike has been created. Vital Strike active, level 1 in action to strike the vital areas of a target causing critical damage. Causes additional damage when attacking an enemy during stealth. Note, this skill requires a weapon to activate. Effects, plus 5% additional damage when hitting target. Marks target with damage and negative debuffs. Plus 5% increase in attack speed. Not a bad start. I've learned quite a bit from these two fights. A fatal blow like beheading instantly kills the enemy. Good to know these things won't regenerate like the reanimation jutsu zombies. Even though the body is made of smoke, its properties are like real living beings. So the Vital Strike skill is going to be very useful. And coupled with sword mastery, it'll be deadly. Daichi collected the scattered shuriken and sat down under a nearby tree after making sure it was safe. He rested and thought about his next move. Because I have the inventory ability, food and water are no problem. But I shouldn't rely on that. This is a great place to not only increase my level but learn to survive in the wild. I need to find fresh drinking water sources and fresh food. See if that's something available in a dungeon. If not, I'll use the stock in inventory. I also need to find a safe place to sleep. Since he was in hostile territory, Daichi didn't meditate. But because he only used a small amount of chakra and stamina points, they regenerated pretty quickly. 199 opponents remaining. I'll get it done. After resting for a few minutes, Daichi got up and walked. After a couple minutes of walking, where the hell am I even going? Wait a minute. Minimap. But will it show the dungeon layout? One way to find out. Daichi quickly opened his minimap. He was indicated as a green dot on the map. There were several red dots scattered throughout the map. Some nearby while others far away. Some moved while others stayed still. The map indicated that the forest was about 5 kilometers long in diameter. About half as big as the Forest of Death. The map was surrounded by a blue wall. Daichi figured that was the boundary of the dungeon and wouldn't be able to pass it. But he would check it out anyway. As Daichi looked at the map, he saw something peculiar. There were 3 red dots moving slowly and surrounding him. Daichi used superior hearing and heard the sounds of leaves rustling and tree branches slowly creaking. He looked up and saw his next opponents. Only one word went through his mind as he looked at those raging red eyes. Fuck! Chapter 28, Beasts of Dungeon Ground 43. When Daichi looked up, he saw 3 giant angry apes looking down at him. With eyes red and spit drooling between their teeth, the giant apes snarled at him. They were the size of an adult human. Daichi didn't make any sudden moves and used Observe. Level 24, Long-Armed Ape, HP, 3681, Chakra Points, 2430, a primate with particularly strong and long arms. These apes are savage and usually hunt in the evening or nights. They travel in packs of 3 or 4. They are very territorial creatures and would attack and kill anything that trespasses into their domain. They use their fists to smash their prey. This ape came here due to the sounds of the bat it heard earlier. This ape wants to kill you for entering its hunting area. Level 23, Long-Armed Ape, HP, 3247, Chakra Points, 1988, Level 23, Long-Armed Ape, HP, 3350, Chakra Points, 2020 OH Man. These things have double the health and chakra points I have. And their bodies look pretty strong. I need to go for the necks and joints. Cut their limbs and make them useless. As Daichi was thinking about his next move, the apes jumped down and quickly surrounded him. They were much faster than they looked. The ape with the level 24 went at Daichi. Before he could do anything, a fast, powerful fist plowed into Daichi's gut, sending him flying back. Minus 203 HP Ga. Spit and blood flew out his mouth. He crashed into a tree and slumped down into the ground. Ah, damn it, that hurt. If it were me in the old world, I'd be a pace right now. That monkey just took out 200 horsepower with one punch. The speed and strength of these things are ridiculous. If I take much more like that, I'm a goner for sure. Daichi slowly got up. Watching the prey it just smacked away get up, the level 24 ape got even more aggressive. It charged at Daichi while the other two stood on either side and shrieked. The ape sent a punch just as powerful as the one before, but it missed its mark. Daichi dodged and tried to cut the ape with his tanto, but he missed his target as well. Both ape and human attacked and dodged each other. The ape had the advantage of long arms and had a larger reach. Meanwhile, Daichi had a sharp short sword as his weapon. Seeing as he was getting nowhere, Daichi decided to go a different route. He subtly took out a smoke bomb and threw it at the ape's face. The moment it made contact and exploded, Daichi, using sprint skill, rushed the ape and slashed. Daichi's attack made contact, but he felt that it didn't do much damage. The ape jumped out of smoke and looked at the wound on its right arm. A shallow diagonal slash running down its elbow. The fact that something it viewed as a prey managed to wound it made it angry. Ruhar. It roared into the night and pounded its chest. The two accompanying apes roared and pounded their chests as well. An intimidation tactic. Well, it isn't not working. I'll give them that. Fine, you want it your way, you got it. Daichi shouted at the apes as he put his sword back in his inventory and equipped his fists with knuckle dusters. If I can't cut you, then I'm gonna pound you into the ground. This time both Daichi and the ape rushed and met halfway. Both fists colliding and sending a small wave of air around them. Daichi had used strong hit and boosted the strength and speed of his punch, and still he came up slightly short. His arm was slightly numb, but he pushed himself and kept attacking. As the fight progressed, Daichi was assessing his situation. Rage and strength are its advantages. But it has no sense of strategy. The wild punches are getting easier to predict and evade. And that's my advantage. A prolonged fight isn't to my benefit. Need to end him and deal with the other two as well. If they decide to attack me together, I'll have no choice but to use some of my points. Let's see what happens. Daichi evaded the punches coming his way and dodged all of them and got in close. He used the skills sprint and strong hit to increase his speed several-fold. Daichi sent a fast, precise blow to its neck. Due to the sudden unexpected speed increase, the attack hit its mark. It completely crushed the ape's throat and windpipe. Minus 842 HP. Not even wasting a fraction of a second, Daichi took out a kunai and stabbed it deep into its skull through its eye. Minus 2321 HP. Skill Vital Strikes level has risen by 1. The giant ape fell backwards and hit the ground with a thud. A few seconds later, its remaining HP was down to 0 and it dispersed into smoke. Enemy killed. Plus 1300 EXP, plus 195 EXP. Watching their brethren get killed, the two apes were in a frenzy. They rushed at Daichi and punched his head and chest. Both attacks landed, but the next second the person they attacked turned into a log. Suddenly one of the apes had a sword pierced through its back. Minus 1025 HP, enemy negative status, wounded buff in effect. A blue box appeared showing the damage he dealt. Daichi stabbed the sword all the way to the hilt and let go. He jumped backwards and landed a few feet away. The ape tried to take the weapon out but failed each time and shrieked in pain. The last one went for Daichi. Daichi created several clones while running towards the ape. The newly made clones distracted the simple-minded animal and it attacked each one it saw. As it attacked and passed through several clones, suddenly it felt a punch striking the back of its head. Daichi kept randomly appearing around the creature and attacking it. Ducking and weaving through the wild swings of the frenzied ape, Daichi kept on the assault. A slash from a kunai on its joints. A fast, powerful punch to the head and legs. It tried to jump away but Daichi didn't let go. He reduced its health little by little and when the ape had less than 700 HP he saw his chance. He took his kunai, plunged it deep into its neck and kept slashing it. He activated Vital Strike and within a few seconds killed it. Enemy killed. Plus 1200 EXP plus 180 EXP. Daichi looked at the last one stumbling around. Its health points, less than 1000. Daichi took the kunai and held it in a reverse grip. Rushed to the ape and slashed it all over. After a few moments his last enemy here was also dead. Skill Vital Strike's level has risen by 1. Enemy killed. Plus 1200 EXP plus 180 EXP due to the extreme physical training, you have obtained plus 1 strength due to the extreme physical training, you have obtained plus 1 AGI due to the extreme physical training, you have obtained plus 1 vitality due to successful control of your body and senses, you have obtained plus 1 DEX. So a battle is considered training, whatever. My stat growth has been stagnant for the last couple of months with just training. Good to know that high-stakes fighting increases my stats. Once the skill buffs ran out Daichi was wheezing and gasping for air. His limbs started to slightly tremble. He slowly walked through the trees and settled down in between two rocks. It was like a small cave barely able to hold one person. Daichi sat down and took some much-needed air. The only reason I wasn't seriously harmed and was able to kill those things was because of the skill buffs. That speed increase due to sprint skill and the strong punch skill are the only reasons I haven't lost much health. But it drained my stamina. But even then I was only able to barely dodge them and I couldn't match their raw power head-on. And something tells me there are animals much stronger here. If I could use Chakra to increase my strength and speed it would help me, but that technique requires at least water walking level Chakra control. Daichi took a deep breath and looked at the map. For the moment he didn't see any red dots near the area. He started meditating to recuperate. He rested for almost 3 hours. He was once again at full strength when he resumed his exploration of the jungle. It was dawn. The morning dews dripped from leaves and the first appearance of light in the sky before sunrise. As Daichi was walking through the jungle he suddenly sensed an ill feeling. A new skill is created due to a particular action. Through continuously sensing the danger intent of your enemies, the skill Danger Sense has been created. Danger Sense Passive, Level 1, a skill created from the natural survival instincts. The ability to sense the killing intent of your enemy in a certain range. The higher the skill, the greater the range. Above level 60 this skill can detect even enemies who have masked their intent. Effects, current range 10 meters. Before he could even look at the map something small jumped from the midst of the tall grass leaves. It swiped its claw at his face. Daichi leaned to the side and used a kunai and slashed at his new enemy. Observe, level 20, Saber-Tooth Cat, HP, 1354, Chakra points, 1025. The saber-tooth cats inhabit areas with dense vegetation. They are carnivorous animals with long, curved saber-shaped canine teeth. They hunt during the dawn and in packs. Once they set their sights on a prey they never let it go until it's dead. It hunts by stalking its prey, followed by a sprint or a leap. They attack soft areas of the body such as the belly or throat where biting deep generates a killing blow. Daichi quickly read through the information presented. He cursed in his mind for not paying more attention to the minimap. He was already armed with a dagger and a kunai. Daichi could see several areas of the grass moving against the wind all around him, indicating that he was surrounded. Daichi looked at the map from the corner of his eyes and he counted 12 red dots. He used Observe and could see that all of them ranged from level 20 to 23. You have sense killing intent. You have sense killing intent. You have sense killing intent. Skill danger senses level has risen by 1. I get it. I'm in danger. Stop spamming me. Daichi was slightly annoyed as the notifications appeared. As if they were given an invisible signal, all the saber-toothed cats started attacking together. Daichi quickly used substitution and disappeared. He threw several shuriken and controlled them with chakra threads. His speed and accuracy had increased and all hit their marks, killing their targets. Enemy killed. Plus 550 EXP plus 83.5 EXP, enemy killed. Plus 550 EXP plus 83.5 EXP. The jungle cats scattered and hid. Their hunting method was to take their prey by surprise. Daichi replaced the kunai with his short sword. Armed with a dagger and his tanto, he waited for the enemies to come to him. His goal was to learn and train to face multiple opponents at the same time. He focused and his senses were heightened. He tried to sense their chakra and thus their location. As he was in the midst of trying to ascertain the enemy locations, the attack began. The jungle cat in front went for his throat and the one behind him aimed at Daichi's neck. A couple of others rushed to bite down on his legs. Daichi's senses told him exactly where each one was. He swiftly slashed all around him. He strengthened his legs and stomped on the ones that came from below. Daichi cut them down 2 at a time as both his hands almost became a blur. Due to there being about a dozen attacking him, several got through his guard and bit and scratched his body. But Daichi made sure they were non-vital areas. Daichi kept up his relentless attack and the jungle cats were just as ruthless. Enemy killed. Plus 550 EXP plus 83.5 EXP, enemy killed. Plus 700 EXP plus 105 EXP plus 1 sense skill. Physical endurance's level has risen by 1. Skill danger senses level has risen by 1. Skill danger senses level has risen by 1. Skill vital strikes level has risen by 1. Enemy killed. Plus 700 EXP plus 105 EXP. Several notifications popped up, but he ignored them all. Daichi slashed and severed the neck of one while he plunged his dagger deep into the belly of another. He threw the ones trying to tear his legs off him, and when they came back he stomped on their heads, crushing their skulls. He kept slashing and hacking away, and after several minutes no enemy was left. Daichi kept looking around, and when he didn't see any, he looked at the map. No red dot appeared near him. He had killed all of them and didn't even realize it. Daichi was cut up, bleeding and in pain, but he had a mad grin on his face. He didn't realize it at the time, but the thrill of this fight, the adrenaline coursing through his veins, and the feeling of extreme danger, all of it excited him. This dungeon. It had awakened Daichi's hunger for battle. You have leveled up. As he looked at the latest blue box, his smile only widened. Chapter 29, Dungeon Boss Fight 1. Ow, ow, ow. God, that hurts. Daichi was moaning in pain as he cleaned and bandaged his wounds. Once the adrenaline ran out and he came down from his battle high, Daichi felt the painful effects of the cuts all over his body. Damn, that hurts. If I see those little devil cats again, I'm gonna skin them. Then again, I made the dumb decision to fight them all at once. And I didn't even try to get away. Yeah. Maybe not my best strategy. Daichi was hiding behind a large bush hidden from plain view. He periodically kept checking his minimap to make sure he wasn't taken by surprise again. Several hours went by as he rested. Meditation helped his healing and recuperation. Once he was fully healed and rested, he resumed his journey. The sun was high in the sky. The temperature rose far above that of normal as the sun reached its peak. Even the climate of this dungeon is weird. It was really cold last night, but now it feels like I'm walking in the desert at noon with no clothes. Daichi made his way to a small lake shown on the map. He took a look at the map and saw no enemies near him. Daichi relaxed a bit and reached into the lake. He took a handful of water. Observe, water, a tasteless, colorless, odorless liquid. Composed of chemical elements hydrogen and oxygen. No contamination particles detected. Safe for consumption. Okay. Looks like I found myself a water source. Excellent. Daichi happily brought his hands to his lips and drank the water. Oh, that feels good. He took another handful of water, and when Daichi went on for the third time, his danger senses warned him. You have sense-killing intent. He jerked back as fast as he could, and the next instant he saw a giant crocodile snapping its jaws close where his head was a second ago. Fuck! This thing almost took my head off. Observe, level 24, Iron Skin Crocodile, HP, 2970, Chakra points, 2761. This large crocodile is native to the freshwater habitat in this dungeon. They prey on animals coming to or near the lake. Their skin is dense and as tough as iron, so sharp weapons will not be useful against them. They are a very aggressive species of crocodile and opportunistic apex predators. They have enough bite force to tear through even metal. Daichi quickly backed away as he read the information. He jumped and got up on a tall branch and observed the creature. It had green-blackish scales and a long tail slowly wagging from one side to the other. Daichi watched as the crocodile slowly backed away and into the water. In just a few moments, Daichi lost sight of it. If you think I'm gonna come to you, then you're gonna be waiting for a long time. Daichi turned around and left. He planned on killing it, but only after he gained some more levels. Daichi jumped through the trees. He felt the wind on his face and had a smile. It was his dream ever since he came here to travel around like a real ninja, hopping on trees and walking on water. As Daichi traveled some distance, he encountered several creatures. Daichi spent over 6 days exploring the dungeon. He encountered various creatures living in the different terrains and successfully killed them. The bloodthirsty bats that lived in a giant dark cave attacked him at night, while wild saber-toothed cats that made the grassland their home attacked him at dawn. The strong savage apes that lived up in the trees assaulted him during the day and night. Daichi also fought with vicious wolves and strong bisons. He also found ways to draw out the crocodiles living in the depths of the lake. He would use some meat with a strong aroma he stored in his inventory and patiently wait near the lake. Once the reptile came to eat, he would fight and kill them. He got injured several times a day, but he always persevered and kept at it. Daichi was extremely cautious. He would always wait for his body to heal completely and his chakra and stamina to become full before engaging in enemy contact. During the few times the animals rushed to him during his rest, Daichi would find ways to escape. His shuriken jutsu, chakra threads, tree climbing skill and several others increased in level. His stats have also grown along with his level. Name, Daichi Hekima, the gamer, class, student. Age, 6. Title, capable child, explorer, prodigy. Level, 24, 15,520 out of 18,000, HP, 2110, chakra points, 2,216.2 stamina points, 1740, mana points, 920 primary stats, strength, 44 vitality, 45 dexterity, 42 agility, 44 intelligence, 50 chakra, 55 wisdom, 30 special stats, sense, 47 stamina, 52 indomitable, locked, charisma, 25 persistence, locked, dignity, locked, luck, locked. Stat points 235 Rio 13650. During the last 6 days, Daichi killed over 190 beasts and it gained him 6 more levels, getting him to level 24. He was just a few thousand EXP away from another level up. An explosive growth that was attained through several life or death battles. Along with levels, Daichi gained a couple of new skills to his ever-growing list of abilities. It was nighttime and Daichi was currently battling against 2 giant bats. His new skill, chakra senses, aiding him in successfully finding the creatures of the night. Daichi threw several shuriken at 2 bats, and while one of them evaded, the other wasn't so lucky. The force with which Daichi threw the shuriken allowed it to pierce through its body. The other folded its wings and evaded the projectiles and then disappeared into the night. Daichi closed his eyes and concentrated. Several seconds passed by with silence and no movements. The next instant, Daichi jumped up and twisted his body so that he was upside down to face the bat that was clawing where he stood a second ago. With a single fast slash, Daichi bisected the creature and smoothly landed on the ground. Enemies killed. Plus 1300 EXP plus 195 EXP. Skilled death blows level has risen by 1. You have successfully eliminated all the bloodthirsty bats in this dungeon. You have sense killing intent. I know you're there. Come out, Daichi said, looking at the top branches of a tall tree. Out of the shadows came a giant red ape. It was far larger than the ones before. You have encountered one of the 3 bosses of this dungeon. Level 30, Great Ape King Ozark, HP, 5032, Chakra points, 6847, the ruler of all apes and one of the 3 bosses of this dungeon. It has red fur with white streaks running down the middle, giving it a ferocious yet regal look. It is far stronger than all the others of its kind. This ape is capable of using chakra to enhance its limbs and thus makes it more dangerous. A ferocious and savage king. It wants to kill you. Holy hell. This thing is 6 levels above mine. And it can even use chakra. If I make even a single mistake, I'll die in this place. Daichi had sweat rolling down his face. The presence of the enemy boss was on a completely different level than the others. Daichi blinked for only a split second, but when he opened his eyes he saw a fist headed straight for his head. The Great King Ozark blasted Daichi's head into bits. The next second, Daichi's body turned into a log. Daichi had a cold sweat running down his neck as he looked at the scene from a distant tree. If I had been late in using the substitution jutsu for even a fraction of a second, I'd be dead right now. The ape lowered its fist and turned around. It looked at Daichi without showing the slightest bit of surprise at what happened. It found me even though I'm hiding behind these covers and no sound was made. And it looks like this thing is much smarter than the rest. A direct confrontation isn't to my advantage. Not like last time. And something tells me this thing won't just let me leave. If and when I make it out of this dungeon, I'm gonna need to learn the Shadow Clone Jutsu. ASAP. Daichi dropped several smoke bombs and moved. Stealth and speed will be my greatest assets in this fight. Instead of a frontal assault, I'll use an encirclement attack strategy. Daichi was suddenly taken out of his thoughts as the Ape King landed right in front of him. Daichi barely evaded the giant fist that came his way. Tightening the grip on his daggers, he used sprint and started attacking from all directions. The Ape King Ozark had a strong physique. The cuts Daichi inflicted on its body were shallow. It swung its long arms with enough force to blow apart a giant sturdy tree. Daichi evaded all the attacks aimed at him. Tired of not catching the enemy, it tried a different tactic. The Ape King raised both its arms up high in the air and then slammed them into the ground. It added chakra to enhance its already fearsome power. The strength behind the attack cracked and ruptured the ground for several meters in all directions with the ape at its center. Daichi, who was in the middle of attacking it, was caught off guard by the destruction, and the ruptured ground made him lose his balance. The ape, waiting for its chance, jumped and attacked. A swift, powerful fist was thrown at Daichi. It was only due to his increased senses and speed that Daichi was able to evade the attack. But even then he was not completely successful. The punch clipped his right shoulder and sent him spiraling several feet away. Even though Daichi evaded most of the damage, it was still enough to dislocate his right arm. Minus 240 HP, negative status, right shoulder dislocated. The red notification status popped up showing the damage. Daichi crashed into the ground and rolled a few times before stopping himself. He didn't even get the time to scream in pain as the ape was already on him. He rolled out of the way as the giant monkey stomped where he was a second ago. He got up and ran up the tree trunks, and the ape followed. Daichi used sprint and focused solely on escaping for even a few seconds. With one arm useless, he would die if he tried to fight it. After a minute of dashing through the treetops and using some of his smoke bombs, Daichi lost his enemy and he quickly assessed his arm. Damn that fucking monkey. Daichi looked over his arm. There doesn't seem to be any serious damage except for the dislocation. But it's a good thing I know how to fix it. Daichi bit down on the handle of his kunai and then held and adjusted his right arm in a certain way. He then rammed his arm into the trunk of a tree, snapping his shoulder joint back in its socket. GHNNN. He bit down hard and groaned into the kunai. After several seconds the pain faded and Daichi took several deep breaths. The negative buff notification disappeared. He gently started moving his arm. After a couple of minutes he was able to move it as normal. This isn't working. I need to weaken its momentum. I'll go for its legs first. Daichi formed a plan in mind. He could hear the roars of the dungeon boss not far from where the fight began. He made a few preparations for his second round. He started slowly making his way back. He grabbed and held two rocks about half as big as him in both hands and rushed the ape from behind. Daichi aimed one of the rocks at its head. Sensing the incoming attack, the ape turned around and blocked the big rock with both hands. The next second it felt a crushing blow to its left knee. Daichi slammed the second rock into its leg and broke its knee. He used the first attack to block the ape's line of sight for the second attack. Minus 546 HP enemy negative status wounded buff in effect. Enraged, the great ape pounded Daichi into a nearby tree. Minus 402 HP ga. Daichi spit out a wad of blood from his mouth. He coughed for a couple of seconds and took in large gulps of air as the punch took his breath away. He got up and got out of the way as the ape landed near him. Daichi ran around his enemy, attacking it from all sides, slashing its joints and muscles. Daichi mainly focused on the legs to reduce its movement speed. The ape tried to jump away, but with one leg crippled and Daichi's continuous attacks it couldn't escape. Minutes went by and his efforts seemed to be gaining fruit. After a couple more swipes from his sharp dagger, the ape Ozark fell to its knees, enemy negative status, crippled buff in effect. Daichi put away one of the daggers back into his inventory. He could see the HP points slowly reducing. He clenched his fist and ran straight into his enemy. With the boss immobilized, Daichi was looking forward to exchanging blows to test his strength and limits. Both human and ape started fighting vigorously. Daichi deflected most of the blows because of their strength, but some landed on his body. He returned quite a few of his own as well. The strength buff skill along with his speed and physique was nothing to scoff at. Daichi was several times stronger than someone his age had any right to be. Skill strong hits level has risen by 1. Each punch that landed made the other only fight harder. They both knew that only one would leave this place alive. Both their health and chakra were slowly but steadily declining. Daichi slashed the ape's chest and tried to inflict a deep wound. It slammed its fist into Daichi's back, bringing the boy to his knees. The ninja in training quickly stood back up and sent a swift, powerful uppercut to the Monkey King's jaws. The sounds of powerful blows were heard throughout the jungle. Waves of wind blew everywhere from the collision of their fists. Skill physical endurance's level has risen by 1. Despite the dangerous ordeal, Daichi was enjoying himself. His lips curled into a small smile as he traded blows with his enemy. Not even the punches that landed and made him spit blood took that smile away. With the moonlight shining down at him and his bloody and bruised appearance, that smile gave him a deranged yet glorious beauty. As the fight progressed, Daichi was analyzing his opponent and looking for his chance to strike. The Ape King favored its right arm to attack and left to defend. Daichi used this information to his advantage. As it raised its right arm to attack, Daichi quickly stabbed his dagger into its right shoulder joint, and then trapped its left arm in several ninja wire with shuriken at end. He used a nearby tree as an anchor to hold the shuriken in place. With both its arms disabled, it had no way to defend against Daichi's powerful attacks. Grabbing the dagger from his inventory, he sliced the ape's eyes. The ape roared and tried to break free from its binds, but Daichi made it impossible. Daichi sent a fast double ear clap strike to the ape intent on rupturing its eardrums. A somewhat cruel but effective tactic. Skill Vital Strikes level has risen by 1. Successfully blinding and disorienting his enemy, Daichi kept attacking the vital spots of its body. The neck, joints, and other soft areas. Fast deep cuts and powerful blows rained down on its body. Daichi kept attacking relentlessly for several minutes. The Ape King's body was powerful. It weathered all of its enemy's strikes for some time before succumbing to its wounds. And soon the battle came to an end. Skill Vital Strikes level has risen by 1. Enemy killed. Plus 2500 EXP plus 375 EXP. You have leveled up. You have successfully eliminated all the long-armed apes in this dungeon. You have defeated the boss Great Ape King Ozark. Reward, Skill Ozark's Resilience. Chapter 30, Dungeon Boss Fight 2. Daichi sat down and closed his eyes for several seconds. His mind replayed the battle he just went through. Finally. I'm getting stronger and stronger each day. One day I'll be powerful enough to walk the path I want without any fear. He looked at the new skill he got as the reward for defeating the first boss of this dungeon. Ozark's Resilience active. Level 1, the power to resist and be resilient even during overwhelming odds. When the health points fall below a certain threshold, this skill increases certain stats for a limited period of time. Effects, plus 2% to strength, vitality, and agility stats for 20 seconds when HP falls below 20%. Cooldown time, 8 hours. Happy with a new skill and the level up, Daichi went to sleep. Since he eliminated all the creatures that lived there, he wasn't worried. He slept for over 6 hours, and when he woke up he felt refreshed. His HP, Chakra points, Stamina points, Mana points have all been restored. He checked the status of his dungeon quest. Enemies killed, 195 out of 201, 6 more Looks like I'll be done with this dungeon soon. Daichi checked his map. He looked all over the place and soon found the location of the remaining 6 opponents. There was an enemy near the lake. And 5 others were grouped together some distance away. Should I go for the one that's all by itself or the ones in packs? Based on the map, the lake is near. I'll get the crocodile boss first, then deal with the rest. Daichi made his way to the lake. Due to his map, he had the exact location of the boss monster that resided there. He didn't go into the water but instead planned on drawing the crocodile out. The lake was located near a cliff. Daichi got his hands on a handful of paper bombs before the dungeon ran. He only used a few during the first few days when he was overwhelmed. He currently has 4 remaining. Daichi took out 2 paper bombs and placed them on 2 giant rocks. Once he set the timer for 30 seconds, he dropped the rocks into the lake. They would drop to the bottom of the lake right where the next boss of the dungeon was. Daichi jumped back and gained some distance between him and the soon-to-be battlefield. Before long, 2 loud explosions rang out from the lake seconds apart. As Daichi looked on, he could see the water beginning to churn and twist into a whirlpool. You have sensed killing intent. Suddenly, without warning, a strong water blast shot out from the lake. Daichi quickly evaded to the side and looked at the destruction. The water blast tore through rocks and trees, leaving nothing but wrecks. Maybe I should have saved this guy for last. Daichi looked back at the lake. The water bulged for a second before blasting apart. A giant crocodile emerged and made its way to the surface. It was several times larger than Daichi. You have encountered one of the 2 remaining bosses of this dungeon. You have sensed killing intent. Observe, level 31, Water Tyrant Krotos, HP, 5520, Chakra points, 7011, the apex predator living beneath the lake. This crocodile is the largest and most vicious of its species. It killed several other crocodiles and became the ruler of these waters. It can use chakra attacks and has a powerful water affinity. Despite its large stature, it is quite agile. When disturbed, it is known to be extremely violent, often flying into rage and killing everything in its path. The water beam it shoots from its mouth has the power to shred most targets. A ruthless tyrant and the strongest of the 3 bosses of this dungeon. It wants to kill you for disturbing its slumber. Note, killing this boss rewards +1 level. The reptile boss Krotos set its eyes on Daichi once it set foot on land. It wanted to kill the one that woke it from its sleep. Despite the giant body it had, it was extremely fast. Daichi jumped up and barely avoided getting eaten. When he was in the air, Krotos' tail came with surprising speed and struck Daichi across the torso. -514 HP. The attack not only sent Daichi flying but also cut him up badly. Red warning boxes popped up. Negative status, bleeding. Its scales are like blades. Daichi gritted his teeth as he somehow balanced himself in midair and managed to land on a tree branch. Daichi held his bleeding belly. He quickly took out some bandages and wrapped them around his wounds. Daichi didn't get the chance to do anything else as a fast jet stream of water shot the branch he was standing on. Daichi fell, but before he hit the ground he threw a shuriken with a wire attached to another tree and swung himself to safety. The angry crocodile followed Daichi. It was determined to kill the little human. It smashed through trees and followed Daichi into the jungle, leaving a path of wide destruction. Daichi was jumping from one branch to another. From the observation skills information, this thing has a good water affinity and fighting it near the lake would be a bad call. Daichi's plan was to bring it into the middle of the forest where he would have more advantage. This thing just tramples on anything in its path. Even the giant trees and rocks are getting smashed. Its scales may have a strong defense, but its belly must be soft like the rest of them. But how exactly do I attack the belly of this thing? Daichi thought of several strategies and discarded the most impractical ones. Whatever the case may be, I'll have to make him use up his chakra. Get him tired. Then things will go a lot smoother. Daichi created several clones and used them to distract the water beast. It swiped its tail and tried to kill the afterimage clones. It shot several water blasts trying to kill the real Daichi. Before long, Daichi lured the beast far away from the lake. Grrrr. The beast growled. It sucked in a breath of air and bellowed loudly. Grrrr. The jungle shook from the angry roar. It ran and swiped at the tree Daichi was standing on. With just one strike from its leg, the tree snapped. Daichi aimed several shuriken and kunai at its eyes. But Krotos evaded them all. They bounced off his hard iron like scales without even leaving a scratch. Sharp weapons won't work. So my dagger is useless. Against an enemy like this, it's best to use blunt brute force. But if I punch that thing, its scales will shred my hands. And I don't know any powerful offensive jutsus. I could use my points. No. If I use points to increase my strength every time I run into trouble, I won't survive the real world for long. And I'll be out of points when I really need them. Damn it, what should I do? Daichi was evading the attacks of the crocodile boss and was in a bind. He couldn't think of a way to attack his enemy. That is until he saw them. Two rocks a little over half of Daichi's size. They were wrecks from a larger stone Krotos destroyed earlier. Suddenly a new idea formed in his mind. It wasn't a solid plan, but it was the best he could think of at the moment. For his plan to work, he would need a minute. Daichi lured the giant angry boss away from the area, and once they were some distance away he used smoke bombs and sprint to escape as quickly as he could and return to where he saw the two rocks. I can use these to attack. But I just can't grab and try to smash that monster with them. I won't be able to inflict the maximum amount of damage that way. An idea formed in his mind. Daichi grimaced at what he was about to do. Or more specifically about the pain he was about to experience. He took a piece of cloth, rolled it up and put it between his teeth. He closed his eyes and took several deep breaths. He clenched his fists and focused. He concentrated his chakra on both hands, specifically below the elbow. And after a few seconds he opened his eyes. They reflected a determination someone his age seldom showed. Without wasting any more time, Daichi punched both rocks. His intent wasn't to break them, but to wear them like gloves. Bam! Ah, and. Daichi groaned in pain as he managed to bury his hands, elbow deep in the two rocks. -168 HP, -161 HP negative status, broken fingers, bleeding. A couple of fingers on both hands were broken and the sharp edges of the rock tore into his skin on both his arms. Tears ran down his face as he gritted his teeth in pain. But he never made a single sound. A few seconds later, all the pain he was feeling turned into anger. Daichi turned around in the direction of the crocodile. He had a vengeful, vicious look on his face. A new skill is created with a specific action. Through continuously projecting your murderous intent, the skill Killing Intent has been created. Killing Intent active, level 1, the ability to project your will and intent on your enemies. The user of this skill exudes pure killing intent and has it affect their opponent to the point of paralyzing them with fear. At higher levels, this skill can give the victims visions of their own death. Effects: enemies with a 3-level gap between the user are paralyzed for 2 seconds. Enemies under 4 levels below the user are struck with terror and paralyzed for 4 seconds, as well as 3% reduction of their physical stats. He had blood running down his lips, his teeth grinding against each other. Along with bloodshot eyes and veins popping up on his skull, Daichi exuded a truly fearsome image. He didn't even bother reading the description of the new skill. Daichi's sights were set on killing his target. Without wasting time, he ran to his enemy. He reached the boss monster in a few seconds. He jumped high and from behind attacked. He fell down and punched its head with both hands. A powerful double blow that had enough force to slam its skull onto the ground. -388 HP. Take this, you giant fucking lizard. Daichi subconsciously let his chakra flow into the rocks, coating them with it. So it didn't break apart when he used it as a weapon. Daichi punched its head a few more times before he jumped away. Kratos shook its head and looked around. Once it spotted Daichi, it roared and shot a water blast from its mouth. Daichi evaded using sprint skill. His speed increased and he attacked the giant crocodile from all directions. Think you're so tough? Think again. Daichi used as much force as he could when he punched the beast. He kept attacking and evading the large reptile. Dozens of strikes landed on its large body. Several notifications popped up as he fought the boss crocodile. Due to the extreme physical training, you have obtained +1 strength. Due to the extreme physical training, you have obtained +1 agility. Due to the extreme physical training, you have obtained +1 strength. The crocodile used its tail to smash Daichi several times, but he always successfully evaded. Daichi's stamina was slowly depleting due to the use of sprint skill, but he was reducing the health of his enemy as well. The damage from the powerful bashes was taking its toll on the large beast. It tried to kill its tiny enemy with all its might. Daichi, after evading another strike from its tails and legs, jumped and smashed one of its eyes. He used strong hits to boost his power. He destroyed its left eye. Due to the extreme physical training, you have obtained +1 strength. Due to the extreme physical training, you have obtained +1 vitality. AAA. Dungeon boss Kratos roared in pain. It thrashed about and destroyed everything around it. Daichi, evading its raging frenzy, kept attacking. Even with chakra coating the rocks, they started to show signs of cracking. After several more strikes, Daichi used a powerful double uppercut on his jaws. That was more than the rocks could take. The force of the punches broke them apart around the boy's hands. His fingers bloody and a mangled mess. Both his hands below the elbow were torn in several places and bleeding. +1 stamina. Daichi ignored his wounds and pain and with shaky hands took the last 2 paper bombs. He tied them to a shuriken, and when the beast opened its mouth to roar, Daichi activated the bombs and threw them into its mouth. They reached their target and went deep inside the beast. After a couple of seconds, the sounds of 2 powerful explosions rang throughout the jungle. The body of Kratos bulged several times due to the force of the explosion and then shrunk back down. The mighty tyrant Kratos fell down with a loud thud, and in a few seconds it turned into smoke and disappeared. Enemy killed. +3000 EXP +450 EXP. You have leveled up. You have successfully eliminated all the iron-skinned crocodiles in this dungeon. You have defeated the boss water tyrant Krotos. Reward, skill water style Hydroblast Jutsu. Thanks to the level up, Daichi regained half his lost stamina and health points and healed small wounds. Even though his negative status of bleeding and broken fingers were removed due to the healing, he was still in no shape to face another opponent. Especially the boss. Daichi planned on resting and healing himself completely before starting the next fight. But unfortunately fate had other plans. "Oh, you gotta be kidding me!" Daichi exclaimed, looking ahead. For in front of him stood the remaining enemies of this dungeon. 4 wolves and their leader. A huge alpha wolf and the last boss of the dungeon. Chapter 31, Dungeon Boss Fight 3. It must have come here listening to all the commotion. This thing looks smart. Well, smart for an animal anyway. I bet it knew whoever was left alive would be wounded and in no shape to fight. What better opportunity than now to kill its enemy? Level 30, the Alpha Wolf Scourge, HP, 5003, Chakra Points, 4756, the Alpha of the Pack. Savage and fearless, this wolf hunts anything it perceives as its enemy. It fought numerous other strong wolves and killed them to become the leader. The last boss of this dungeon. It is able to use chakra to shoot wind projectiles. Its claws are sharp enough to tear through steel. It wants to kill you. Daichi took a breath and composed himself. Just one more boss. Then I'm done. He looked at the other 4 wolves. There were 2 level 25s, a level 26 and 27. Even in his current state, Daichi felt like he could deal with the lower level wolves at once. But fighting the leader would be more difficult than usual. Still, he didn't back down. After spending a week in the dungeon and fighting for his life and killing every enemy he came across, Daichi developed a dangerous aura. The presence of a predator. This intent leaked out. Daichi was looking at the wolves as a predator would a prey. To him, at first this dungeon was the habitat of several dangerous beasts, but now that perception changed. These beasts were nothing more than EXP points to him. Just waiting to be collected. You have sense killing intent. Despite the unfavorable situation he found himself in, he smiled. He looked at the boss wolf and stared into its eyes. 2 kunais ready in each hand. Man and beast stared down. Both of their murderous intent filled the air. Skill killing intent's level has risen by 1. That was the signal for Daichi to begin the battle. He headed not for the boss but for the 2 weakest wolves of the pack. He reached them as they were paralyzed in fear and without wasting time, slashed through every inch of their bodies. In just a couple of seconds over 24 strikes landed on their bodies and Daichi ended them by plunging his kunai deep into their heads. He jumped back as Scourge the Alpha Wolf jumped and tried to take him by surprise. Enemies killed. Plus 1200 EXP plus 180 EXP. After a couple of seconds the other wolves started moving as well. They circled and surrounded Daichi. The ninja in training was calm and on guard. He didn't wait for long. Before his enemies pounced on him, Daichi moved. He swiftly jumped to a tree and landed on its branch. The remaining 3 animals of the dungeon gave chase with the alpha wolf in the lead. It shot several wind bullet attacks from its mouth. They grazed Daichi as he tried to avoid them. His HP was slowly plummeting. Daichi turned around and threw several shuriken aimed at the leading wolf. The moment it dodged the oncoming projectiles, Daichi launched another wave of shuriken at a much faster pace. But these were aimed at the flight path of previous shuriken Daichi threw. The new shurikens collided with the first wave and they changed the trajectory of all shuriken to target the 2 wolves trailing behind. All of them hit their marks. Through the battles he fought in this dungeon, Daichi had improved his shuriken jutsu skills beyond the norm. The 2 wolves, unable to escape, were riddled with the sharp weapons and fell down from the trees. Daichi changed path and went for the downed creatures. The wolf Scourge howled and followed at a faster pace, but Daichi used clones to distract it and used sprint and increased his speed. He took out the short sword and severed the heads of the two enemies before they could retaliate. Enemy killed. Plus 600 EXP plus 90 EXP, enemy killed, plus 700 EXP plus 105 EXP finally. Now it's just you and me. Daichi turned and smirked looking at the enraged beast. You have sense killing intent. The leader of the now dead pack was furious and howled. But Daichi wasn't affected in the least. Strange. Even though I might get killed fighting this guy, I don't feel nervous or afraid. Why? Well, it doesn't matter. I am going to make it out of this alive. Whatever it takes. The large wolf rushed to Daichi. Its maw eager to comp down on Daichi's neck. The boy avoided the large drooling teeth and the sharp claws that tried to cut him to pieces. He tried to slash the large body of his enemy with his sword only for his opponent to dodge as well. They slowly circled each other and made no rash moves. The alpha wolf was smarter than the others of its kind. Its instincts were sharper and more attuned to the dangers surrounding it. It knew the human would be just as ruthless as it when going for the kill. It jumped and closed the distance in an instant and slashed its claws at Daichi. He defended with his sword and avoided getting his head bitten off. Just then Daichi sensed the attack of the wolf's tail. Unable to avoid it, Daichi was slammed on the side by the tail that was enhanced with chakra. The force sent him skidding sideways. Minus 201 HP. That definitely cracked a rib or two. Daichi looked up as the wolf pounced on him. He rolled to the side and created a few clones. The wolf looked at the clones, but it wasn't fooled this time. With its sense of smell and hearing, it could pick out the real Daichi and go for him. Shit. This thing is smarter than I thought. My stamina is running low. I won't be able to keep this up for much longer. I need to end this now. Daichi took to the trees again with the wolf right behind him. He suddenly had an idea in mind. He deliberately slowed down just a bit to let the wolf get to him. As he predicted, the large wolf jumped with the intent to tear through his body. Daichi quickly evaded the fatal strikes but let the claws land on his body. The sharp large claws drew several deep gashes along Daichi's chest. Minus 376 HP, negative status, bleeding. Daichi gritted his teeth and endured the pain. But it gave him the chance he was looking for. Health points have fallen below 20%. Skill Ozark's Resilience is activated. Plus 2% to Strength, Vitality, and Agility stats for 20 seconds. With the speed increase, Daichi quickly got behind the wolf. He locked his arms around the neck of the large beast and squeezed with all his might. Raya! He screamed as he used every ounce of his strength to kill the boss. The flailing of the wolf caused Daichi to lose footing and fall from the tree, but he didn't loosen his grip for even an instant. Even as he hit the ground, he was choking the wild beast. With one final yell, Daichi succeeded in crushing its neck. Without wasting time, Daichi took his dagger and plunged it into the beast's head. The limbs of the beast stilled and fell. In a few seconds it turned to smoke and disappeared. Enemy killed. Plus 2,700 EXP, plus 405 EXP. You have successfully eliminated all the voracious wolves in this dungeon. You have defeated the boss, the Alpha Wolf. Scourge, reward, skill Wind Style, Wind Bullet Jutsu. A red notification box appeared among the blues. You have fought the boss of a dungeon with less than 3/4 THS of your HP and stamina points and won. You have reached the special condition needed to unlock the persistence stat. Plus 1 persistence when health reaches below 25%. This special stat will activate. Gives the user's stats 1% boost for 3 minutes. You have unlocked a special stat. Reward, plus 500 EXP plus 75 EXP. Enemies killed, 201 out of 201. Quest, kill all 201 creatures inside the dungeon completed. Rewards, new skill, dual wielding mastery. New title, Beast Slayer. This title will increase all your stats by 10% when fighting non-humans. Rio 200,000. You have successfully defeated every enemy in this dungeon. You have been granted access to the return key. A gold key suddenly materialized in front of him. Daichi didn't have the energy to read through every pop-up box that appeared. He focused on the box that told him he could leave the dungeon. He took the key with shaky hands and placed it in his inventory. It's not telling me to leave right now. So I'll take a good rest and then go home. I'm in too much pain to move anyway. Daichi took out a small bed from his inventory for just such an occasion. He laid on the bed and fell asleep just a few seconds after closing his eyes. You have slept in a bed. HP, chakra points, stamina points and mana points have been fully restored. Daichi woke up refreshed and feeling better than ever. All his wounds healed and he was back to full strength. He sat up and looked at the system messages. There were a lot piled up. Daichi started going through each one. Due to being ambushed, he didn't even get the chance to check out the rewards he got after he beat the crocodile boss. Oh man! There's a lot of messages to go through. I need to check my status page and skill list page. See how much they've improved. What about the return key? Alright. I'll have a look at that first. Daichi took out the gold key from his inventory and used Observe. Dungeon exit key. With this key the player can open the exit door and can leave the dungeon. Key valid for only 24 hours in dungeon time. Once the key becomes invalid, the door will be locked and the player will be trapped inside the dungeon forever. Time remaining, 16 hours 12 minutes and 34 seconds. After reading the description, Daichi's eyes almost popped out of his skull. He jumped to his feet and yelled. What the hell, system? You couldn't have said that I only had 24 hours to leave this place in a pop-up box or something. He shouted, looking forward. A few seconds passed by and as he expected, no answer was given. Daichi let out a long sigh and sat down. Whatever. Thank you, brain, for making me use Observe on the key. You're welcome. Daichi then looked up with a dumb expression on his face. Oh man. Listen to me talking to myself. 1 week in this dungeon and I'm already going crazy. He shook his head and looked at the rest of the blue boxes. Beast Slayer title, huh? So it increases all stats when fighting non-humans. And it doesn't say it has to be in a dungeon or anything. So that means this title could be applied when I'm fighting wild animals or summons or, God forbid, tailed beasts in the real world. Alright, I'll take it. And 200,000 Rio. Not much, but also not little. Let's see. What else? Dual Wielding Mastery? Let's see what that's about. Dual Wielding Mastery passive, level 1. This skill allows proper amounts of power to be displayed when dual wielding weapons. Wielding 2 weapons at once requires a high level of attention and dexterity as well as ambidextrous coordination. Train this skill to wield 2 weapons effectively and efficiently. Effects: passively increases the player's minimum and maximum melee damage, critical rate and balance. Plus 2% increase to damage inflicted. Plus 2% increase in attack speed. Nice skill. Would definitely come in handy. I need to buy 2 sharp weapons. Preferably short swords. Or some daggers. Alright. What's next? As Daichi looked through the notifications, he saw the red pop-up box. Yes. Looks like another special stat awakened. Guess that wolf attack was a blessing in disguise. Daichi read the information on the new stat, persistent stat. The benefit of this stat is incredible. And it'll only get better with more points. Excellent. This dungeon run yielded more rewards than I thought. What else is there? Daichi looked through the remaining notifications. Wind Style Wind Bullet Jutsu active, level 1. The user takes in a deep breath of air and needs chakra into them, which they expel from their mouth as several miniature wind bullets. Rank, C, Type, Ninjutsu. Hand Seals, Bird, Horse, Dragon, Ram. Chakra points cost, 300 for 5 bullets. Note: strength and number of wind bullets can be increased with more chakra needed into the attack. Water Style Hydro Blast Jutsu active, level 1. The user needs chakra in their body and turns it into water, which they expel from their mouth in a fast spiral blast. Rank, C. Type, ninjutsu. Hand seals, dog ram, hare, monkey, horse. Chakra points cost, 312 per shot. Note, amount of water and speed of the jutsu can be increased with more chakra needed into the attack. Finally, some jutsus to attack. So roughly 300 chakra points per attack, huh? I'll have to keep training and increasing my chakra reserves if I want to be a ninjutsu specialist. Daichi got down checking out all the notification boxes. Time to see my status page. Status. Name, Daichi Hekima, the gamer, class, student age, 6 title, capable child, explorer, prodigy, beast slayer. Level, 26, 10,105 out of 20550, HP, 2200, chakra points, 2,379.8 stamina points, 1860, mana points, 920. Primary stats: strength 47, vitality 46, dexterity 42, agility 45, intelligence 50, chakra 55, wisdom 30. Special stats: sense 49, stamina 55, indomitable, locked, charisma 27, persistence 1, dignity, locked, luck, locked. Stat points 245, Rio 213650. As he looked at his improvements, a wide grin formed on his face. A moment later he closed his eyes and had a hearty laugh. Chapter 32, Testing Jutsus and Leading Dungeon. Wow! My stats and points have gone way up. Time to check out the skill list. Skills. A new page opened showing the list of Daichi's skills. Daichi looked over each and every skill. 1. Gamer's Mind passive, level max, 2. Gamer's Body passive, LV max, 3. Gaia's Blessing passive, LV max, 4. Observe active, LV 29. Even though Observe's skill has leveled up, I still haven't been able to see the physical stats of my opponents. Even now I could only see their HP, chakra points, and some info. But nothing more. Maybe it'll show me the physical stats once Observe crosses level 50 or something. Dishwashing passive, level 39, effects, 73% increase in speed when dishwashing. 6. Meditate active, level 41, 8%. Effects, 82.2% to base HP regeneration per minute, 82.2% to base chakra points regeneration per minute. 82.2% to base stamina points regeneration per minute. 7. Basic Body Conditioning passive, level 51, effects, 59% increase in damage inflicted, 61% increase in movement speed, 21% increase in physical stat growth. 44% decrease in damage taken, excellent. It seems my physical constitution is getting better at a much faster pace than I thought. But the damage reduction effect. Based on my experience, it reduces the damage depending on my enemies and their levels. Opponents of the same level won't be able to deal much damage to me, but it seems the higher the enemy's level, the lower the effect. But still, this is a great skill. 8. Minimap 9. Inventory. 10. Chakra Manipulation, active out of passive, level 49, 11. Lesser Chakra Affinity, passive out of active, level 40, effects, 20% growth rate of chakra stat. 45.2% strength increases to all chakra-based skills. 45% defense increase against chakra-based attacks. 40% increase to maximum chakra points. Minus 20% chakra points cost to all chakra-based skills. I've been able to increase the level of this skill much faster than most, but something tells me that sooner or later it's going to get difficult to level it up. 12. Lesser Chakra Regeneration passive, level 42, effects, regeneration increased by 74% of base chakra points per minute. 20.1% growth rate of chakra stat. Note, meditation increases chakra points regeneration to 99%. This chakra regeneration skill has helped immensely here. I was able to reduce my rest time and was able to gather chakra at a much faster pace. Daichi calculated the chakra points regen in his mind. My chakra points regenerate at 10 points per minute. With a 74% increase, that's 17.4 chakra points per minute. And if I meditate, then I can increase it to almost 20 points per minute, and since I currently have a total of 2380 chakra points, I'll be able to completely recover my chakra in about 120 minutes. And I haven't taken into account the effects of the meditate skill. Daichi smiled at the implication. Going from no chakra to full capacity in less than 2 hours is incredible. This gamer's body is so damn OP, alright. What else do we have? Daichi continued looking over the other skills. 13. Minor Jutsu Creation Active, Level 2, 89%. Effects, 6% success rate to create new ninjutsu. 6% success rate to create new jinjutsu. 5% less chakra points requirements for new jutsu created. 14. Leaf Concentration Technique, Active or Passive, Level 100, Max, Effects, 200% increase in chakra control. Chakra points cost, 1 second. Minus 50% chakra points cost to chakra techniques. Daichi smiled looking at the first skill he maxed. Now I'll be able to focus on the tree walking exercise. Superior Tasting Active, Level 22, 36% effects, 46.2% increase in taste, chakra points cost, 1 second 16. Superior Hearing Active, Level 29, effects, 58% increase in hearing. Chakra points cost, 2 second, 17. Superior Smell Active, Level 28, effects, 47.6% increase in smell. Chakra points cost, 1 second. 18. Superior Sight Active, Level 35, 87%. Effects, 65% increase in sight. Chakra points cost, 2 second. Looks like my sight, hearing and smell senses have gone up considerably. Not surprising. I had to fight in the night with low visibility and it pushed my senses to their limits. My special stat sense is 49. I wonder if it'll give any special skills or effects when it reaches 50. I suppose I'll find out soon. 19. Leaf Academy Taijutsu Active, Level 41, effects, 70.3% increase in attack power. 68.4% increase in defense. 70% increase in speed. 69% decrease in damage taken. 20. Shurikenjutsu Active, Level 89, 95.7%. Effects, 95% increase in accuracy. 85% increase in damage dealt. Just a bit more and it'll be 90. It's such an exhilarating feeling. To throw them with pinpoint accuracy and take enemies down from the shadows. That's the dream. Well, one of them anyway. 21. Physical Endurance Passive, Level 48, effects, 41.5% decrease in damage taken. With the damage reduction buff from this skill, the Leaf Taijutsu skill and the Body Conditioning skill, I doubt I'd take any damage from someone my age group. 22. Strong Hit Active, Level 35, effects, 51% increase in critical rate. 69.3% increase in damage inflicted to the enemy. 51% increase in attack speed. Stamina points cost, 7 per hit. As useful as this skill is, it drains my stamina fast if I use it too much. I need to find an alternative to this skill that uses chakra points instead of stamina points. 22. Cooking Active, Level 18, 77%. Effects, 39% increase in taste and aroma of dish. 36% increase in plating technique. 24. Painting Passive, Level 12, 74%. Effects, 31% increase in visual appeal. 34% increase of accuracy in painting. 25. Chakra Threads Active, Level 60, effects, 120% increase in thread control. 120% increase in thread speed. Chakra points cost, 2.7 second for single thread. 26. Sprint Active, Level 40, effects, 60% increase in running speed. Stamina points cost, 50 stamina points per minute. This skill will also be a problem. Need ones that use chakra points. Maybe. The body flicker technique is an excellent replacement. But for that my chakra control has to be well above average. I'll look into it later, I suppose. 27. Rope Escape Jutsu Active, Level 8, Effects, 18% increase in success when escaping bindings. 28. Clone Jutsu Active, Level 68, Effects, 76% accuracy increase when creating identical clones. Chakra points cost, 52, chakra points per clone. 29. Transformation Jutsu Active, Level 20, Effects, 50% increase in accuracy and details when transforming. Chakra points cost, 16, chakra points per transformation. 30. Mana Manipulation, Active or Passive, Level 1. 31. Sword Mastery Passive, Level 13, Note, this skill requires a sword to activate. Effects, 35.5% additional damage when striking the target. Marks target with damage and negative debuffs. 23% increase in attack speed. 32. Vital Strike Active, Level 34, Effects, 51% additional damage when hitting target. Marks target with damage and negative debuffs. 17% increase in attack speed. 33. Tree Walking Technique, Active or Passive, Level 53, 43%. Effects, 106% increase in chakra control. Chakra points cost, 8 seconds. Minus 42% chakra points cost to chakra techniques. Danger Sense Passive, Level 20. Effects, current range 60 meters. Death Blow Active, Level 14, 77%. Effects, 140% additional attack damage to the enemy. 24% increase in attack speed. 24% increase in critical rate. So at level 14, this skill deals 140% additional damage? Then unless I'm mistaken at level 100 it'll be 1000%. That will be powerful enough to take out most guys. But, will it really give that much? 1000% additional damage sounds far too good to be true. I'll wait and see. Water Walking Technique, Active or Passive, Level 13. Effects, 26% increase in chakra control. Chakra points cost, 12 seconds. 10.5% decrease chakra points cost to chakra techniques. Chakra Sense Active, Level 10. Effects, current range, 40 meters. Chakra points cost, 20 meters. Ozark's Resilience Active, Level 1, 34%. Effects, plus 2% to strength, vitality and agility stats for 20 seconds when HP falls below 20%. Cooldown time, 8 hours. Daichi smiled as he looked at this skill. The skill that saved my life. This has great potential once it levels up some more. I have a feeling you're going to be quite active during my future dungeon runs. Killing Intent Active, Level 2, 22%. Effects, enemies with a plus or negative 3 level gap between the user are paralyzed for 6 seconds. Enemies less than 4 levels and below the user are struck with terror and paralyzed for 8 seconds as well as 6% reduction of their physical stats. Dual Wielding Mastery Passive, Level 1. Effects, passively increases the player's minimum and maximum melee damage, critical rate and balance. 2% increase to damage inflicted. 2% increase in attack speed. Incredible. Just 7 days and my skills had such a growth? It seems battle is the best way to improve my strength after all. Daichi looked over every skill. He paid attention to 2 of his newest skills. Death Blow Active, Level 14, 77%. This skill allows the user to fatally wound an enemy. This usually occurs when the enemy's strength or vitality has been depleted. But this skill can be triggered when you take the enemy by surprise or other such conditions. Effects, 140% additional attack damage to the enemy. 24% increase in attack speed. 24% increase in critical rate. Chakra Sense Active, Level 10. This sensing skill allows the user to mold chakra and change it to the sensory type, enabling them to detect and track targets through their chakra signatures. This skill also enables the user to hide his chakra signature from those of the user's level. Higher level shinobi can detect your chakra even if you're hidden. Effects: current range 40 meters. Chakra points cost 20 meters. As Daichi was looking over all the skills, he found something unusual. Where's the water and wind style jutsus I got? As he looked at the top of the list, a new option was added. It was labeled ninjutsu. Daichi clicked on it and a new page listing his current jutsus was shown. Ninjutsu. Water style Hydroblast Jutsu active. Level 1. The user needs chakra in their body and turns it into water, which they expel from their mouth in a fast spiral blast. Rank C. Type Ninjutsu. Hand seals, dog, ram, hare, monkey, horse. Chakra points cost 312 per shot. Note: amount of water and speed of the jutsu can be increased with more chakra needed into the attack. Wind style Wind Bullet Jutsu active. Level 1. The user takes in a deep breath of air and needs chakra into them, which they expel from their mouth as several miniature wind bullets. Rank C. Type Ninjutsu. Hand seals, bird, horse, dragon, ram. Chakra points cost 305 bullets. Note: strength and number of wind bullets can be increased with more chakra needed into the attack. Since I have about 16 hours left and a training ground no one can spy on, it's best to test these jutsu. Oh man. My first actual attack, ninjutsu. Daichi was giddy at the prospect of controlling and using the elements to his will. As soon as Daichi clicked on the water jutsu, its knowledge and functions appeared in his brain. With all the information about the jutsu floating in his brain, Daichi felt like he had been studying it for days. After taking a deep breath to calm himself, Daichi went through the hand seals. Water style Hydroblast Jutsu. A fast spiraling torrent of water shot out of his mouth. Daichi aimed it at a nearby tree. He was amazed to see his attack drilling through the trunk of the tree almost halfway. Daichi cut off the chakra and stopped the attack. The tree had a drilled-shaped hole the size of a small human head. And losing its stability, the tree broke in half. At that time, a new blue box appeared. You have used your first water nature jutsu. You have acquired the skill Water Affinity. Water Affinity, active or passive, level 1 water release is one of the 5 basic nature transformations. It is commonly affiliated with Dog Hand Seal. Once this skill crosses level 85, the user can manipulate even the molecular structure of water to create ice or steam. Once this skill crosses level 90, the user can combine it with other nature affinities which have also crossed level 90. Effects: plus 2% increase in water attack jutsu. Plus 2% increase in water defense jutsu. Plus 5% increase in success when creating water-style jutsu. Minus 1% decrease in chakra cost when using water-style jutsu. Daichi was stunned when he read the information. So I can make ice and steam release jutsus in the future? Wow! Awesome! Wait a minute. If that's the case for water affinity, then wouldn't it be the same for all the other nature elements as well? Yes. Most probably. Daichi's eyes widened in realization. I can create jutsus that replicate certain Kekkei Genkai. Oh man! I can't wait to get started. Alright, let's see. So it seems I'll get the wind affinity when I use the wind jutsu next. I'm eager to see what that skill says. Daichi clicked on the wind bullet jutsu box and its information flooded his brain. Daichi went through the seals for the wind style jutsu quickly. Wind style wind bullet jutsu. Daichi shot multiple wind bullets with intense speed. The bullets had enough power to go through the rock Daichi aimed at. The attack created 5 small holes all the way through the rock. You have used your first wind nature jutsu. You have acquired the skill Wind Affinity. Yes. Just like I thought. Wind Affinity, active or passive, level 1 wind release is one of the 5 basic nature transformations. It is commonly affiliated with Bird Hand Seal. This is the rarest of the 5 nature transformations. Once this skill crosses level 90, the user can combine it with other nature affinities which have also crossed level 90. Effects: plus 2% increase in wind attack jutsu. Plus 2% increase in wind defense jutsu. Plus 5% increase in success when creating wind-style jutsu. Minus 1% decrease in chakra cost when using wind-style jutsu. Excellent. I'll have to ask the old man for some simple jutsus for the other 3 natures first thing tomorrow. And also the shadow clone. Can't forget that. I need to see if I can pull the Naruto shortcut training method. What else is there? As Daichi went through his skill list, his eyes landed on another new skill he hadn't used yet. Mana manipulation, active or passive. Level 1 mana is an energy created by the power of an intelligent mind and is a separate energy from chakra. This energy is primarily used for mind-enhancing techniques, but a strong enough mind can create abilities that have physical effects similar to telekinesis or elemental attacks. This skill allows the user to manipulate their own mana depending on its proficiency. Practitioners of mana are even less than natural energy users. In its raw form, mana cannot be seen or felt by any sensors or eye powers. The exception is the visual eye of Ren Uchiha. Note, since this energy is created by the mind, it is limited, and overusing this ability before intelligence passes 200 could cause damage to the psyche. Okay. Time to see what I'm dealing with. Daichi sat down and calmed his breathing. He easily entered the meditative state. He began to feel for any changes in his body and tried to identify the energy mana. After finding nothing during the first half hour, Daichi got a bit frustrated. He could easily use his chakra abilities, but it looked like his mana abilities were being stubborn. He got up and walked around thinking about the various ways he could approach this problem. As he walked around, he suddenly had a new idea. He picked up a small leaf and sat down. He concentrated on the leaf in front of him. Daichi felt the leaf for a few minutes in his fingers before placing it on the ground. He looked at it, burning the image of the leaf laying on the ground into his mind to the most minute details. He once again closed his eyes and concentrated. His goal was to feel the leaf with his mind, and if he could, maybe even move it. As he kept concentrating, time went by. No unnecessary thoughts came to him. Hours passed by as he concentrated. As he entered a deep concentration state, a change began to happen. Suddenly, Daichi felt a weight on his head. It felt as if someone placed something heavy on his head and it's weighing down directly on his brain. And after a couple of seconds, the weight increased. Unable to ignore the slight but increasingly painful sensation, Daichi opened his eyes. He saw the leaf he placed on the ground a few feet in the air, now slowly floating back down. New notification boxes appeared. You have actively used mana for the first time. You have gained the skill, Lesser Mana Affinity. Note, increasing the above skill passively increases the level of mana manipulation skill. Lesser Mana Affinity, passive or active, level 1. This skill increases the user's talent and ability to use mana more thoroughly. Note, intelligence stat isn't high enough to efficiently and effectively use mana on physical objects and matter manipulation. With the current intelligence and wisdom stats, creating skills to aid or boost mental abilities would be more beneficial. Once mana is depleted, the only way to restore it is with sleep. Effects: plus 2% strength increase to all mana-based skills. Minus 2% mana points cost to all mana-based skills. A new skill is created with a specific action. By successfully concentrating and controlling the mana energy to move an object, the skill Telekinesis has been created. Telekinesis active, level 1. This skill gives the user the ability to manipulate or otherwise interact with matter or another aspect of a physical system with one's mind. Once this skill crosses level 90, the user can manipulate matter or energy at a subatomic level or universal level. This influence can expand to affect facets of reality other than matter and energy, namely time and space. Note, mana cost to use this skill depends on the distance, mass, precision, etc. of an object. Effects: 1% increase in mana attacks. 1% increase in mana defenses. 1% decrease in mana cost. Daichi was gently massaging his forehead. Oh man. That did not feel good. He opened his eyes and went through the notification boxes slowly. He read about the effects, abilities, and limitations of mana. Well, there goes my dreams of OP mana powers. Well, until my intelligence reaches 200 anyway. But I'm not gonna spend many points on it. Not until I become a Chunin at least. It seems for the moment the best thing to do is create support mental skills. And I'll have to make sure I don't overdo it. Daichi let out a long tired sigh. I have been in this dungeon long enough. Time to go home. He checked the map and found the location of the entrance door. He made his way there within a couple of hours. When Daichi reached the door, he took out the key and placed it inside the keyhole. You have used the return key. Would you like to leave this dungeon? Yes or no? Yes. The door opened, and the instant he set foot inside the familiar hallway, he was teleported back to his room. Daichi felt the same sensation he had when entering the dungeon. In a few moments he fell down onto his bed. He looked around. Everything was the same. Then he looked at the clock on the table. Just a few seconds after I left. I spent a week in that place, but time hardly moved here. I suppose the name Instant Dungeon fits that place. Even though he slept a few hours ago, Daichi was still somewhat mentally tired. He freshened up and went quickly to sleep. Chapter 33, Interlude 1, Kinsei, Hiruzen, Sasuke. Kinsei Asagi. Kinsei was eating his morning breakfast when he noticed Daichi coming down. Good morning, Gramps. Daichi greeted him. As he looked at Daichi, Kinsei noticed something strange. His chakra reserve has increased and he seems to be on alert. Even though it wouldn't be obvious to someone normal, Kinsei saw the signs. He watched Daichi take a look at the exits and take in every object in the room quickly and subtly. He sat down without saying anything and ate his breakfast. Kinsei quickly sensed Daichi's chakra signature to verify it's his grandson. It's Daichi, all right. So then what's up with him? Did something happen last night? The question startled the boy. He put a wide smile on his face and replied. Nothing happened. Why do you ask? You seem to be on guard. More vigilant and wary of your surroundings. Kinsei replied in a confused tone. Oh? I'm trying to be more vigilant of my surroundings. I read in a book about taking in every detail when in enemy territory. Trying to make this a habit. Daichi said with a straight face. He did read something similar in a book, so he wasn't lying. Hearing Daichi's answer satisfied Kinsei. Anyway, something else did happen last night. Daichi had a sheepish smile on his face as he said this. Seeing Daichi's jovial expression, Kinsei let go of his worries. What is it? He was curious as to what brought the change. I learned 2 jutsus. One for water and one for wind. Have you tried them? Kinsei asked. No. Daichi replied with a straight face. I was thinking we could go over them after we had some breakfast. Kinsei nodded in approval. They quickly finished their food and went outside. They reached the training area in their backyard. Kinsei motioned for Daichi to begin. Daichi quickly went through the hand seals for the water-style jutsu. A fast spiraling blast of water shot from his mouth and destroyed the small stone he aimed at. Kinsei was examining Daichi as he used the jutsu. He noticed his grandson's chakra reserves had increased by a wide margin. Noting that he had enough chakra to perform another jutsu, Kinsei motioned Daichi to perform the next one. The wind-style wind bullet jutsu was quickly demonstrated as well. Daichi turned around to look at his grandpa. So what do you think? Kinsei examined the aftermath of the 2 ninjutsus. He was more than impressed that a first-year academy student had the reserves and control to pull off 2 techniques that looked like they were C rank level. Your chakra volume has grown far more than most others your age. And your chakra control is exceptional. To successfully use 2 chakra nature jutsus that are not of your natural affinity. That's impressive. Kinsei was impressed by Daichi's improvement and dismissed Daichi's strange behavior in the morning. I take it you have something in mind for telling me this. Daichi nodded. Can you give me 3 simple easy jutsus for the remaining chakra natures? So you want a fire, lightning, and earth nature jutsus. Why do you need them? Kinsei's curiosity piqued. I want to feel what it's like to use all 5 elements. Understand the way my chakra changes to each element. Improve my control. All that stuff. Daichi gave his answer. He was hoping his grandfather would approve. After listening to Daichi's reasons and thinking about it for some time, he agreed. He took his grandson to his library and gave him 3 scrolls detailing C-rank jutsus for fire, earth, and lightning nature. After informing his grandson that he was going out, Kinsei left. He was walking down the road thinking about Daichi's progress. It really baffled him. The speed of his growth is truly abnormal. And his chakra reserves had increased quite a bit since the last time I sensed them. And his talent. He makes me look like chopped liver. His talent is far beyond what I initially thought. Maybe. Just maybe. He can do it. Stand at the top of this era. Wouldn't that be something? But this will also bring him attention. Sooner or later the eyes of everyone important is going to fall on him. He'll need to prepare for that. Kinsei thought about Daichi and his enormous talents, and his thoughts drifted to his late son. He shook his head and sighed after a few moments, clearing his thoughts. He looked up in front of him. He had reached his destination. The orphanage where he met Daichi. He went inside and met with Aiko. Hello, Aiko. It's been a while. Kinsei sat and smiled. Yes, it has. How have you been? Not bored, I imagine. Aiko smiled at her old friend. No. Not with Daichi around. How is he, by the way? Aiko asked. Good. Great, actually. He got first place in the academy this semester. A natural-born genius. It's interesting to have him around, to say the least. Kinsei smiled as he recalled his experiences with Daichi. They talked about the past for a while. While talking about Daichi's training, Aiko suddenly remembered something. The visit from the special Jonin Ginma. Kinsei. There's something I think you should know. The Hokage inquired about Daichi. Aiko said in a somewhat serious tone. What? When? Kinsei exclaimed. A few days after you adopted him. Did he come here personally? No. He sent one of his guards. Aiko was silent for a second before asking, what are you going to do? I know you and Lord Third have a history. Is that going to affect Daichi? Kinsei sighed and replied. No. What happened between me and Hiruzen won't affect Daichi. He's not that kind of a man. But someone like Danzo, on the other hand. Has he come here recently? Aiko shook her head. No. He hasn't, not since that day. Probably due to Hiruzen. He always had a soft spot for you. Especially after all the things you did for the village. I am curious though. Have you found out the source of the funds you received? Kinsei wanted to know if Aiko found her mysterious benefactor. The orphanage and Aiko received a very large sum of money shortly after the Nine Tails attack. When she received the money, Aiko believed it was someone who wanted to help the orphans at such a terrible time. But with that money came one important instruction. Never let Danzo Shimura take any of the children at the orphanage. Aiko knew the kind of man Danzo was. She made sure to screen every person she hired at the orphanage. 2 years after the attack, Danzo came trying to recruit a couple of children for his organization, but Aiko refused. When he started to make trouble for her, the Hokage intervened. Danzo never bothered her again. She would protect all the children under her care. But she was curious as to why that money came with that particular condition. Kinsei and Aiko spent a couple of hours reminiscing about the past and talked about various topics. After some time, Kinsei left the place. Hokage's office. The Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi was looking over the mission reports of the Umbu Team Ro. He paid attention to the rank and number of missions completed by the team. Team Ro under Umbu Captain Kakashi Hatake was a formidable squad. With Itachi's addition to the team, their mission completion rate has increased twofold. Today is the last day of their 1-week break. The Hokage took another folder and reviewed its contents. After going through it, he came to a decision. I'll assign Kakashi's team to this. They're the most suitable. Once he stamped the last of the top secret and critical documents with his official seal, he took a break from his work. He went near the window and looked out. Things are getting progressively worse with the Uchiha clan. Itachi and Shisui were the only ones who stood on our side from the clan. But now that Shisui is dead, things have gotten much worse. The police force is investigating the matter. Even though it appears as a suicide to the world, the Uchiha won't buy into that. Now Itachi is the only informant I have in the clan. If something happens to him as well. Hiruzen sighed as he thought about the burdens he carried on his shoulders and the burdens he placed on the 11-year-old genius of the Uchiha clan. I'll have to trust Itachi on this matter. I hope he'll be able to convince Fugaku and the other Uchiha clan members. Negotiation is the only way to solve this problem. And the sooner the better. Soon he went back to work. He looked over the important reports first and after some time came to the documents regarding the academy tests. He looked over the results of the first-year semester and what he saw was what he thought, but it still somewhat surprised him. Just as I expected. Daichi took first place in almost all the tests. He was even able to beat Sasuke Uchiha and score higher marks. It seems my intuition was right. During the entrance ceremony I noticed his chakra volume. It had grown several times from when I first met and sensed him. And it felt like he had precise control over it as well. He had grown a lot stronger in just 1 year. And based on the reports Daikoku made from his observations, it seems Daichi is still holding back. Daikoku notes that Daichi is eligible for skipping a grade. Should I do it? No! It's still too soon. Let him develop a healthy and strong mind first. I'll have him graduate with his class, or if he's really impressive then maybe a year early. That should be enough. The Hokage went over the results of the whole class and made mental notes of all the students who showed some talent. He paused when his eyes reached a certain name. Naruto Uzumaki. It would seem he has your looks, Minato. But he's inherited his attitude from Kushina. A troublemaker. Recently he started pulling pranks on teachers. Bad in studies but has a positive attitude. I suppose that's a fair assessment from the teacher. But I know you'll do great things one day, Naruto. You're the one Minato entrusted with the Nine Tails after all. He looked over the academy files and continued on with his works. Uchiha clan. Sasuke's home. Sasuke was sitting in front of his father Fugaku Uchiha. Sasuke had a downcast expression as his father went through every line in his report card. Once he was done, he placed the card down and looked at his youngest son. His face showed no emotion. After staring at his son for over a minute, he broke the silence. This was unexpected, Sasuke. You got second place. I thought you'd be like your brother, but it seems I'm wrong. Sasuke clenched his fists around his knees. He didn't even have the strength to look at his father. He closed his eyes and gritted his teeth. He stayed like that, never speaking a word. What do you have to say for yourself? Fugaku asked in a stern voice. I'm sorry, father. I'll do better next time. The young Uchiha replied. Don't forget. Your brother took first place in the academy and graduated in less than 6 months. He is a genius like no other. Now that you've joined the academy, you have to hold yourself up to his standards. You need to work harder. Much harder. Do you understand? Fugaku asked. Yes, father. I'll train more. It was the only reply the young Uchiha gave. Fugaku got up and was about to leave, but abruptly stopped. The child who defeated you. What is his name? He inquired. Sasuke was quiet for a few seconds and then answered in a small voice. Daichi. Daichi Hekima. Fugaku nodded and left the room. He always held Sasuke to the same standards he did Itachi. But seeing his son not take the first spot in his class disappointed him. But at the same time Fugaku became a bit interested in the boy that defeated his child. Sasuke was in a turmoil. Tears started rolling down his face. He stayed seated on the ground even after his father had left and cried, but he never made a single sound. Itachi. Daichi. I hate you both. It was the only thought that went through his head as he silently shed tears in misery. Chapter 34, Meeting Ren Uchiha. His grandfather had left after giving him the 3 scrolls. Daichi stored them in his inventory and left home as well. He had a special goal in mind. Daichi was walking through a forest near the outskirts of the village. He had been visiting various places within the village to find more dungeons. His journey was somewhat successful. He located another instant dungeon. He decided to save it for the next year. Daichi hadn't gotten the reward for clearing the dungeon from the quest path to the strongest. He figured he would only get it at the end of the first academic year. He wanted to know what that reward would entail. Now he was looking for a place to train. Somewhere quiet and away from people so he could test out his jutsus. As he kept walking he saw something unexpected. Several round target boards were hung on trees all around him. As he looked at it he felt a sense of déjà vu. Where have I seen this place before? As Daichi racked his memory for an answer, it hit him. I remember now. This place. This is where Itachi practiced his shuriken jutsu. It's where he showed Sasuke his shuriken throwing techniques before Sasuke entered the academy. Oh man. That means I'm near the Uchiha clan compound. I better leave before I attract unwanted companies. Daichi turned around and was about to walk away but something stopped him. He opened his skill list and saw it. Shuriken Jutsu active, level 89, 95.7%. Effects, plus 95% increase in accuracy. Plus 85% increase in damage dealt. This is the skill that increased the most during my dungeon fight. Makes sense. I wanted to keep those things at bay and I've been using shuriken and kunai at every fight against those beasts. I use chakra threads to control the speed and trajectory of the weapons. My increased dexterity helped me a lot in improving this particular skill. Daichi took a moment and looked at all the targets hanging on the trees. He wondered. Is it possible? Do I have Itachi's level of shuriken skill? He is a master with this technique. He could even hit targets in his blind spot. Daichi looked around and he saw another hidden target behind a rock. He wanted to know if it was possible for him. Can I do it? One way to find out, I suppose. Since I'm here I might as well give it a shot. If I want to be the best then I can't shy away from any challenges that come my way. Daichi took off his glasses and walked forward. He stood in the center of the clearing with the targets all around him. There were 9 targets all around him in plain view and 1 hidden behind a rock. A total of 10 targets for him to hit. Daichi stood still looking at all the targets and memorizing their locations. He spent a few minutes looking and engraving the position of each target into his memory. He took 8 kunais from his back pouch and held each one between his fingers. He closed his eyes, calmed his breathing and concentrated. A familiar feeling came to him. The sensation of being in the dungeon surrounded by beasts that wanted to tear him apart. Daichi opened his eyes in an instant and jumped. He jumped high and flipped upside down. His eyes landed on all the 9 targets in his view in an instant. His hands moved in a precise yet smooth manner. His fingers loosened and he quickly let go of each kunai he held between his fingers one by one. All 8 weapons left his hands within a couple of seconds. The first 6 of them were aimed at the targets while the last 2 were not. Without wasting an instant he took out 2 more from his back pouch and threw them in the direction of the last 2 kunais at a faster speed. Metals collided against metals and the force changed the trajectory of all 4 weapons. Daichi once again flipped in midair and landed perfectly on the ground. He looked around and wanted to see the results. What he saw surprised him. Even though the kunais all hit their targets, some of them weren't in the dead center. He missed the center of 5 of the 9 targets by a few centimeters. Daichi walked to where the 10th and the hidden target lay. It too had a kunai stuck in it, but just like the ones that missed the center, it wasn't a perfect shot as well. Suddenly several notifications popped up. Due to successful control of your body and senses, you have obtained +1 DEX. +1 sense. Skill Shuriken Jutsu's level has risen by 1. Shuriken Jutsu active, level 90, 23.1%. Effects, 95.8% increase in accuracy. 87% increase in damage dealt. Watching the results of his Shuriken Jutsu skills, Daichi felt a very strange emotion. He felt sad and happy at the same time. Sad because even with the gamer ability and the battles he went through in the dungeon, he still couldn't make a perfect 10 out of 10 score with all the kunais landing in the center. Even with the gamer abilities I could only achieve this much. And even then, it took me a few minutes to completely concentrate and make the best shot I possibly could. If I was in the middle of a battle or a test, I doubt I could accomplish the same results. And yet, that Itachi. He was able to make this look so easy. What a monster. Some teachers in the academy call me a genius, but I was only able to become that because of my future knowledge and the gamer powers. Compared to someone like Itachi, Daichi closed his eyes and took a breath. He exhaled and opened his eyes. He was calm again. No. I shouldn't think like that. Itachi's talent doesn't affect me. It shouldn't. There will be several people like him here in this world. Their success and strength isn't my weakness. I have to remember that. While he felt a little sad, he also felt extremely happy. Happy because doing something like this was unimaginable to him in his previous life. And even here only exceptional ninjas like Itachi or the late 4th Hokage could make better shots than him. He had set his first foot into joining the ranks of shinobis who were hailed as legends. Still, I wonder if Itachi hadn't gone down the path he had. If he hadn't caught that terminal lung disease, how strong would he have become? There's no doubt in my mind. With his talent and prodigious skills, he would have become strong enough to be on the same level as Madara Uchiha one day. Well, that is if things hadn't ended up the way they did. Daichi sighed. He decided that there was no point dwelling on things out of his control. As he prepared to leave, he heard someone clapping. He swiftly turned around and saw a young man walking towards him, clapping his hands and with a smile on his face. Damn it. I didn't even try to see if there was anyone hidden. He probably saw my Shuriken Jutsu work. Okay, Daichi. Calm down. Observe. Level 61, Ren Uchiha. Age, 27. HP, 6988, Chakra points, 6855. Ren Uchiha is a member of the Uchiha clan. Although he is a talented shinobi who made Chunin at 14 and joined the Leaf Military Police Force, he doesn't have much ambition. A year ago he married his childhood friend Kimiko Uchiha. Along with a strong devotion to his clan, he is also dedicated to protecting the Leaf Village. He is one of the few Uchiha that never fell victim to the clan's curse of hatred. He has powerful chakra and has awakened the two-tomo Sharingan. He is a powerful sensor ninja with a long range. He is a smart and kind person, always willing to help others in need. Wow! An Uchiha. And based on the information, a pretty strong one. But it looks like I don't have to worry much about him. He doesn't look like he's here to cause trouble. That's really impressive Shuriken Jutsu. I only know of 2 other people who could do what you just did at your age. The new arrival said. He had shoulder-length hair which framed his face and the rest of which he tied into a ponytail. He wore a high-collared blue shirt which had the Uchiha crest in its back and dark pants with sandals. He had a small smile on his face as he looked at Daichi. Daichi put on a slight smile and replied. Thank you. I'm Ren Uchiha. What's your name? At this question Daichi paused for a second before answering. He figured it wouldn't make much difference if this Uchiha knew his name or not. Daichi Hakama. Oh. So you're the one who got the top spot amongst the Academy's first years. Ren had a teasing smile as he said this. Daichi was confused as to how he would know this information. How do you know that? It's not every day you hear that someone beat the clan head's son for first spot. You're in Sasuke's class, aren't you? Red posed the question as a statement. Daichi simply nodded. He asked with some suspicion. Are you following me? How did you get here? Ren shocked and raised his hands in mock surrender. Easy, big guy. I wasn't following you. I sometimes simply walk through these woods to enjoy the peace and quiet. As he said the last sentence, his joyful expression was slightly saddened. A second later it disappeared and he once again put on a jolly face. What was that about? Daichi wondered. So like I said earlier. Excellent shuriken skills. Who taught you how to throw like that? Ren asked, curious to know the identity of this boy's teacher. No one. I learned it myself. Daichi gave a short reply. Ren's eyes slightly widened. He knew the skills and talent required to perform such a feat. Trained shinobi with years of experience were capable of doing what Daichi did, but not when they were in the academy. That's very impressive. He couldn't help but say. Do you often come here to train? No. Daichi shook his head. I just saw the targets and wanted to test my skills. Ren nodded in understanding. Nobody comes here these days. So it's a good place to train without anyone disturbing you. At that moment an alarm rang on Ren's watch. He looked at it and realized it was almost time for his patrol shift. It's time for me to leave. It was nice meeting you, Daichi. Get home safely. He turned around and left. Daichi waited for a minute and then used the Chakra sense skill to see if he or anyone else was still nearby. He couldn't sense anybody within a 40-meter range. Figuring that he really was alone, he let out a breath. I never thought I'd meet an Uchiha other than Sasuke and maybe Itachi later down the line. I'll probably never see him again. It's best to keep it that way. I better leave before anyone else shows up. Daichi turned around and left for his home. A few minutes ago, Ren was walking through the woods to calm his troubled mind. These secret clan meetings had gotten more intense. There were even talks about a coup d'etat against the Leaf. Even though he loved his clan, he was someone who never agreed with the clan's views on the village. Now with Shusui's death, things have only gotten worse. Is there anything I can do? As he walked, he sensed a chakra several meters ahead of him. He quietly went behind a tree and looked. He saw a small child intently looking at the kunai targets hanging on the tree. He saw the child closing his eyes and concentrating. Wanting to see what the kid was going to do, Ren didn't make a sound and stayed motionless. He watched in amazement as the kid jumped and launched the sharp weapons between his fingers one by one. He saw the first 6 kunai perfectly hitting the targets. He was a bit confused when he saw the last 2 were aimed nowhere near the last targets. But that confusion soon turned into astonishment when he saw the child deflect them with another 2 kunais and all of them striking their mark. An amazing feat when considering that the child managed to hit the one even in his blind spot. What incredible talent! Who is this boy? He doesn't wear the clan crest, so he's not an Uchiha. Ren walked forward and struck up a conversation with the child. He was surprised to find out that this is the boy who defeated Sasuke. It came as a surprise to everyone when Sasuke, the son of the clan head, was in second place. Now having seen his skill, he could understand why. It was even more impressive that he learned to do it himself. It was then that his alarm went off and reminded him of his patrol shift. He walked away hoping to meet this talented kid again. Both Ren and Daichi didn't realize it at the time, but this meeting would be the first of their many and would eventually change the destiny of another. Chapter 35, End of the First Academic Year. October 17th. It was 2 days ago that his grandfather gave him the scrolls and his meeting with Ren Uchiha. After meeting the Uchiha, Daichi decided that it would be safer to test his jutsus in his own home. Daichi was in his backyard training. He completed his daily tasks assigned by the quest and was now about to test out the 3 jutsus his grandfather had given him. He had spent the last day learning everything written down on the scroll and memorizing every detail about the techniques. He acquired the ninjutsu skills Great Fireball Jutsu, Rock Shelter Jutsu, and Lightning Style Overdrive. The first jutsus he was going to try out was the Fireball Jutsu. Fire Style Great Fireball Jutsu active, level 1 a jutsu where the chakra needed in the body is converted into fire and expelled from the mouth either as a massive orb of roaring flame or as a continuous stream of flames. The released flames, if strong enough, will engulf and vaporize the target and leave a crater on the ground's surface. Rank C. Type Ninjutsu. Hand Seals Tiger, Ram, Monkey, Boar, Horse, Tiger. Chakra points cost 308 per shot. Note: the range and power of the attack can be altered by controlling the chakra needed into the attack. He stood near a large pond in the clearing behind his house. His hands rapidly formed the necessary seals. Daichi built up his chakra and focused it to a point in his chest, and then forced it up through the throat and out the mouth. Fire Style Great Fireball Jutsu. A stream of red-hot flame came from his mouth and instantly formed into a ball. The red flaming sphere was around twice Daichi's size and flew forward for several meters. Daichi kept up the jutsu for about a dozen seconds before cutting off its chakra and letting it die out instantly. The pond had several trails of steam wafting from its surface. As he took several breaths of air, he saw blue system message boxes popping up. You have used your first Fire Nature Jutsu. You have acquired the skill Fire Affinity. Fire Affinity, active or passive, level 1 fire release is one of the 5 basic nature transformations. It is commonly affiliated with Tiger Hand Seal. At higher levels the user can control the shape, size, and intensity of the flames. Once this skill crosses level 90, the user can combine it with other nature affinities which have also crossed level 90. Effects: 2% increase in fire attack jutsu, 2% increase in fire defense jutsu, 5% increase in success when creating fire style jutsu, 1% decrease in chakra cost when using fire style jutsu. Not bad. This nature is excellent for creating offense techniques. A perfect element for attacks of any range. Okay. 3 chakra natures down. 2 more to go. Daichi thought about the next jutsu he was going to use. He walked towards the small barren terrain a few meters away. The next jutsu he was going to test out was of the earth chakra nature. His primary affinity. Earth-style rock shelter jutsu. With this jutsu the user surrounds themselves with earth taken from the immediate vicinity without leaving the terrain unaltered. The created rock formation is capable of protecting both the user and others in close proximity if needed. Rank C. Type Ninjutsu. Hand Seals Snake Rabbit Ram. Chakra points cost 200 per use. Note: after this skill passes above level 40 the user can manipulate the defense formation to his desires. It seems due to earth being my primary affinity, the chakra cost of this jutsu is much less than the others. Well, time to test it out. He quickly went through the 3 hand seals and then slammed his palms into the ground. Earth-style rock shelter jutsu. Daichi could feel his chakra quickly spreading through the earth and he could sense the shift in the rocks beneath and around him. A rock wall burst out of the ground in front of him and took the form of a half-dome. The use of the jutsu left the terrain unchanged even with the new rock formation. It was a sturdy defense wall strong enough to withstand a couple of attacks from an average-level shinobi. As expected, once he successfully completed the jutsu, new notification boxes appeared. You have used your first Earth Nature Jutsu. You have acquired the skill Earth Affinity. Earth Affinity, active or passive, level 1 Earth Release is one of the 5 basic nature transformations. It is commonly affiliated with Tiger Hand Seal. At higher levels the user can control the several minerals saturating the earth. Once this skill crosses level 90, the user can combine it with other nature affinities which have also crossed level 90. Primary affinity of the player. Effects: 6% increase in Earth Attack Jutsu. 6% increase in Earth Defense Jutsu. 30% increase in success when creating Earth-style Jutsu. 6% decrease in Chakra cost when using Earth-style Jutsu. Daichi looked at the new affinity skill he received. He went over the effects of the skill and saw that they were much higher than that of the other affinity skill. It must be because Earth is my main element. So of course using it would be easier than the rest. Daichi walked around the earthen structure and looked at it. It was time to test the last jutsu. And this dome was a perfect test dummy for Daichi. He went over the details of the jutsu in his mind. Unlike the other 4 jutsus, this particular jutsu does not shoot an attack or affect the surroundings but rather help the user. A simple speed and power enhancing lightning style technique. Lightning style overdrive active. Level 1. This jutsu allows the user to change his chakra to lightning nature and channel it throughout the body to speed up the signals that are sent from the brain to the muscles to increase the user's striking speed. This jutsu also gives the user cutting capabilities from barehanded attacks. Increases the speed of the punches, kicks, and the like by several times. Rank C. Type Ninjutsu. Hand seals, snake, bird, dragon. Chakra points cost 230 per use. Note: overuse of this skill before precise control over lightning nature affinity can cause muscle and nerve damage along with rupture of weak and small blood vessels. Daichi took a breath and went through the hand seals. Snake, bird, dragon. Lightning style overdrive jutsu. The moment Daichi completed the hand seals, his body was covered in several small thin streaks of lightning. When Daichi concentrated, most of the lightning started to concentrate around his arms. Daichi punched and kicked the air a few times to test the reaction speed and capabilities of the jutsu. He decided that it was time to test it out on something solid. He spread his legs to center himself and then prepared for a punch. He pulled his arm back and then shot it several times faster than what he was capable of. He landed a solid punch on the rock dome. The increased strength and speed allowed him to punch several inches into the rock and create spider web-shaped cracks on the portion of the dome where his fist landed. The stone dome was about a dozen inches thick. Yet Daichi was able to punch halfway through the defense formation in his first try. The result of this test had Daichi scratching his head for a few moments. He didn't know whether his lightning attack was too weak to go completely through the defense wall or whether his earth dome wasn't strong enough to stop an attack before it reached halfway into the rock shield. Daichi cut off the chakra flow to his jutsu. He was feeling a tingling sensation all over his body. And he felt like he could taste metal in his mouth. You have used your first lightning nature jutsu. You have acquired the skill Lightning Affinity. Lightning Affinity, active or passive, Level 1 Lightning Release is one of the 5 basic nature transformations. It is commonly affiliated with Snake Hand Seal. Once this skill crosses level 85, the user can manipulate some form of electricity dwelling in all matter known as charged particles. This will boost the user's lightning powers several times. Once this skill crosses level 90, the user can combine it with other nature affinities which have also crossed level 90. Effects: 2% increase in lightning attack jutsu. 2% increase in lightning defense jutsu. 5% increase in success when creating lightning style jutsu. 1% decrease in chakra cost when using lightning style jutsu. This lightning jutsu will be good as a supplementary technique. But I'll have to see to it that I don't overdo it. Finally. Now I have all the affinity skills. But if I try to master all 5 at the same time, I won't get the results I want anytime soon. I need to concentrate on 2 chakra natures. Maybe 3. What should they be? Daichi sat down cross-legged and thought about it logically. He weighed the strengths and weaknesses of each nature and came to a conclusion. My first choice would obviously be Earth. It's my primary affinity and it's the element surrounding me most. The second choice would be lightning. Earth chakra nature is weak against lightning. So when I use Earth Jutsu, people will try to counter lightning. I need absolute mastery over lightning to avoid getting into trouble and maybe even take them by surprise. What should be my third choice? A powerful attack element. Fire seems like an excellent choice. Fire has the power to keep someone warm at night and at the same time to burn everything to ash. It creates and destroys. A truly unpredictable element. Daichi decided that the main 3 chakra natures he would focus on would be the earth, lightning, and fire. He decided to do research on these chakra natures. I'll train the remaining 2, but I won't put much focus on it. Not till I completely master these 3 anyway. I need to see if the old man has any books on these natures. If not, I'll have to head to the library. Time went by quickly. Daichi spent his days going to the academy and researching topics related to chakra and jutsus. Daichi had made a balance between academic work, training, and taking a couple days off to rest and relax every 2 weeks. But he wasn't the only one training hard. Days passed in the blink of an eye for Daichi. It was soon February 15th. He was currently in the middle of a sparring match in the academy grounds. Daichi avoided the swift kick to the head and tried to sweep his opponent off his feet. His enemy jumped, dodging the attack, and retaliated with several fast punches. Daichi blocked all of them, but he was surprised at the speed and power behind them. It looks like I'm not the only one training to go beyond their limits. His strength and speed have increased a bit from the last time. Not enough to force me to go all out, but definitely enough to keep me on my toes. Not bad, Sasuke. Guess now that he's number 2, he has someone to compare and measure his strength. Daichi was concentrating on the fight even while he had these thoughts. He wouldn't let his guard down against anyone or anything. A lesson he learned in the dungeon. Which was why he was able to successfully evade a jab to the throat and sidestep a fist to the face. He's gotten a lot more focused and aggressive than the last time we fought. And the look on his face. Yeah, he wants to beat me badly. Time to end this. Daichi evaded Sasuke's several attacks and got in close. He threw a fast punch that took the wind out of the Uchiha and then landed a powerful open palm strike that had enough force to push Sasuke out of the ring. Sasuke fell to one knee coughing. Match over. Winner, Daichi. Now make the seal of reconciliation, you two. Sasuke glared at Daichi. He was furious that he had lost another match. He slowly got up and went to the ring. Both Daichi and Sasuke slowly bought their hands to make the seal, but halfway through Sasuke made a move to grab Daichi's shirt. And Daichi held his hand, stopping him midway. Both of them had a serious expression. Daikoku-sensei stepped forward. That's enough for you two. The fight is over. Let go and make the seal. Both Daichi and Sasuke stared at each other and then relaxed their hands. They made the seal, but everyone could see that neither one was happy to do it. Daikoku-sensei sighed as he looked at his 2 most competitive students. The next taijutsu match started as Daichi looked on. Is it just me, or did I somehow replace Naruto as his rival or something? That's a problem I don't want anything to do with. Daichi used Observe on Sasuke. Level 14, Sasuke Uchiha. Age, 6. HP, 1431, Chakra points, 1300. Sasuke Uchiha is the son of the Uchiha clan head Fugaku and his wife Makoto. He is the youngest of 2 children. He is a happy child eager to please and be worthy of his clan name. He wants to surpass his older brother Itachi Uchiha. Sasuke Uchiha has a vast amount of hidden potential and talent. He loathes you and trains hard every day to become strong enough to defeat you and impress his father. He has a powerful chakra that is currently dormant. Reading the information, Daichi felt like he wanted to slam his head into a tree. No. I don't want to deal with his problems. That's what Naruto is here for. God damn it. Soon it was the middle of March. The final report cards were given and the students were given a 2-week break. Daichi maintained his top spot amongst his classmates. Classes for the second term ended and thus Daichi completed his first year in the academy. Chapter 36, training and relaxing. Daichi was lying in bed staring at the ceiling of his room. Today was the last day of his first year at the Ninja Academy. While his time in the academy was not that useful, his year training was. He successfully managed to complete all tasks assigned by the quest Path to the Strongest. The year has ended, but he still hasn't gotten the special reward for completing the dungeon. Time went by as Daichi lay there thinking about various things. As the clock on the table struck midnight, new notification boxes came. Ongoing quest Path to the Strongest. First year tasks successfully completed. Distributing the special reward for clearing a dungeon. Finally. About time. Looks like the reward is given when the last day is over, huh? Okay. Time to see what I got. Special reward. Title: Apprentice Dungeon Warrior. This title will increase all your stats by 10% when fighting inside a dungeon. Huh. I thought it would be some kind of a skill or maybe even an item. This is kind of underwhelming, but still. Apprentice Dungeon Warrior. This title may not look like much, but this will definitely come in handy. Daichi opened his status page. Name: Daichi Hakama, the gamer. Class: Student. Age: 6. Title: Capable Child, Explorer, Prodigy, Beast Slayer, Apprentice Dungeon Warrior. Level: 27, 102 out of 21,875. HP: 2,300. Chakra points: 2,523.2. Stamina points: 2,180. Mana points: 1045. Primary stats: Strength 49. Vitality 48. Dexterity 46. Agility 47. Intelligence 57. Chakra 59. Wisdom 34. Special stats: Sense 53. Stamina 57. Indomitable, locked. Charisma 28. Persistence 2. Dignity, locked. Luck, locked. Stat points 313. Rio 220,028. All my stats have increased in these last 4 months. And I've gone up a level. But I'm beginning to stagnate again. Guess the only way to really improve in the next 5 years is completing dungeons. But fighting and training every day is starting to get a bit dull. Daichi closed his eyes and thought about what to do to alleviate his boredom. I'm sure I'll figure something out. That's a future me problem. Time for the present me to get some sleep. Daichi finished the human anatomy book Kinsei gave him a long time ago. So he had a great understanding of the human body. Now it was time to enhance his sense of touch. Daichi concentrated his chakra throughout his body. The 4 most basic senses of touch are hot, cold, pressure, and pain. The sensory nervous system that is associated with the sense of touch includes parallel receptors and nerve pathways for temperature, body position, movements, and pain. This complex system of sensory neurons responds to changes both on the outside and inside of the body. Daichi concentrated his chakra on the nerve receptors of the skin throughout his body. After about 15 minutes he got the results he desired. A new skill is created with a specific action. By successfully concentrating and infusing chakra throughout the skin nerve cells and connected pathways of your body and improving your sense of touch, the skill Superior Touch has been created. Superior Touch active, Level 1, a skill obtained through infusing chakra through the receptors and pathways of your skin. At a much higher level, this skill can sense even the minute flow of the air and feel the vibrations of the ground. Effects: plus 5% increase in skin sensitivity. Chakra points cost: 25 seconds. Daichi could feel the weight of his clothes, the temperature of his body, and the atmosphere at a much higher degree. He let go of the new jutsu. This technique was a bit overwhelming to him at the moment. Not because of the chakra cost, but because of what he could feel. His brain was being overloaded with information. He decided that he would practice it when he was a little bit stronger and more in tune with his body. Suddenly new blue boxes popped up. You have successfully connected with your body's 6 senses. Your special stat sense can now be utilized more efficiently. Improve the skills associated with your body senses to level 50 to evolve them. Wow! That's new! If I'd known this would happen, I would have done this a long time ago. Daichi looked at the description. He was curious to see what the effects of a skill evolution would be. Daichi meditated to bring himself to a calm and optimal state. There were 2 more skills he wanted to create. This technique has a variety of applications. But there is a prerequisite before attempting to learn this. When shinobi learn to use chakra, they subconsciously channel a very small portion of their chakra to their bodies to make themselves faster and stronger. A chakra enhancement on the subconscious stage. Then the next level of it is consciously controlling their chakra and channeling it to their hands or feet or any other parts of their body. This will have a much more prominent effect, and the person can control just how much chakra is needed for each action. This technique deals with the internal chakra flow of the body. A shinobi should have precise control of their chakra before attempting this skill. If not, there would be serious consequences. That's why this is mainly taught to Chunin or the few Jinin after they master the water walking technique. My chakra control is far better than a Jinin by now. Still, I need to be careful. Daichi's goal was to create the chakra enhancement skill. He stood and concentrated his chakra throughout his muscles and his 4 limbs. He already learned the water walking and tree walking skills in the dungeon, and he improved them during the last 4 months. He was confident in creating this new skill. A new skill is created with a specific action. Through successfully controlling and supplying your chakra to the muscles, tissues, and bones of your body, the skill Chakra Enhancement has been created. Chakra Enhancement active, level 1. By controlling and supplying chakra throughout the body, a shinobi can surpass their limits. This technique helps the user enhance his body to go beyond ordinary limitations. Note, the chakra cost of the skill and increase in abilities depends on the chakra supplied. Effects: increase the attack and defense power. Increase strength, stamina, agility, and vitality. Decrease the damage taken. Yes. And it looks like the chakra cost of this depends on how much I use. That's definitely a bonus. Now instead of using stamina to increase speed, I can use chakra. This will help me last a fight much longer. Okay. 1 more jutsu. Then I'll be done for the day. Daichi took out a kunai and concentrated. He let his chakra move to his arms, then to his palms, and then he tried to let his chakra flow into the weapon. Daichi had done this once when he was fighting the crocodile boss, but he had done it subconsciously and hadn't realized it at the time. After several seconds of concentration, he was successful in his endeavor. Chakra flow active, level 1. This skill allows the user to manipulate their chakra and let it flow through an object. The user can also use this technique to increase the potency of their weapons. Some users can use several chakra natures to coat their weapons, although this depends on their chakra proficiency. Note, the chakra cost of the skill depends on the chakra supplied. Effects: 3% strength increase to the object. 3% increase in chakra flow. 1% decrease in chakra cost. It's done. Now I have the skill and techniques needed to survive the next dungeon. Daichi took a look around. It was past evening. He had been training for several days without break and was starting to feel the mental strain. I'm gonna take a break for the next few days. I think I have an idea. The next morning. It was sunrise. Daichi was at the top of the Hokage monument. He was sitting near the edge of the monument's cliff. Directly below him was the head of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. In front of him was a white canvas and several bottles of paints and a few brushes. Ah! What a great morning! I've always wanted to do this. Daichi looked out at the village. Oh wow! It looks so beautiful. He was amazed by the sight in front of him. He didn't waste any more time and got to work. Daichi began drawing the leaf village. He took his time and looked at the village. He saw the buildings, trees, and people and wanted to draw them into the canvas. A detailed artwork perfectly capturing the place. It was a peaceful atmosphere. Daichi didn't think about his training or the troubles the future would bring him. He let go of all his worries and enjoyed himself. As the time passed, his concentration was fully on the painting. He drew a rough sketch of the village first and then slowly started to detail it. Daichi focused on a small portion of the image at a time. He took it slow so as to not make any mistakes. Daichi used his skill's superior sight to catch even the farthest details. Once Daichi was done with the sketch, he started to paint. It took him several hours to complete his painting. But once the artwork was completed, it looked magnanimous. Daichi's painting completely captured the beauty of the village. From the golden rays shining down to the smallest shop, from the Hokage Tower all the way to the giant walls surrounding the village. He captured everything in his view to perfection. To Daichi, it looked as if he took the perfect photo of the village with the best lighting. Due to successfully completing a beautiful artwork, you have obtained +1 dexterity. Nice. I got a dexterity increase. It looks fantastic. Perfect to hang on my wall. He had a wide grin on his face. This was one of his best artworks yet. Wow. It looks gorgeous. Daichi suddenly heard the sound of a female behind him. He turned around and looked. He saw a girl around his age looking at the painting. She had long brown hair and slightly pale skin. She wore a pink kimono and red baggy pants. Thanks, Daichi replied. And then he thought of something. Were you watching me paint? Yeah. The girl shyly nodded. You looked like you didn't want to be disturbed, so I kinda just watched. Oh! Okay. My name's Daichi Hekima. What's yours? I'm Yakumo Kurama. It's nice to meet a fellow painter. The girl replied. You paint? Daichi didn't know why, but he became intrigued with this girl. Yeah. Although it's mostly for my jinjutsu. She replied. You're training in the academy? Daichi asked. Yeah. It was nice meeting you, Daichi. But I have to get home soon. I hope we see each other again. You too. Yakumo left and Daichi started collecting his things. His mind was still on the girl. Why does she feel so familiar to me? I've definitely seen her before. But from where? As he was racking his brain for answers, it suddenly came. And it surprised him. Holy crap. Now I remember. In the show, she had a filler episode or two. I think. Yakumo Kurama. The Genjutsu users who once studied under Jonin Kurenai. Wow. So that's her. Daichi was trying to recall the details of that episode. Damn it. It's been so long. I only saw fillers like twice or something. And it's been almost 2 years. As Daichi was thinking about this, another thought suddenly popped in his head. Wait a minute. Does that mean filler episodes are real? Oh man. That's gonna be a headache. Whatever. No point in thinking about it now. Daichi stored the supplies in a storage scroll and waited till the paint on the canvas dried. He then sealed it in a separate storage scroll and slowly started to walk home. 3 days ago was his 7th birthday. His grandfather took him to Shir's restaurant and they celebrated. And it has also been 2 years since he awakened at the village. Tomorrow his 2nd year in the academy will begin. He was looking forward to it. Chapter 37, beginning the 2nd year. You have slept in a bed. HP, chakra points, stamina points and mana points have been fully restored. Daichi woke up to the usual greeting of the system. Today is the first day of April and his 2nd year in the academy. Daichi completed his morning rituals and was getting ready to start his daily quests. Suddenly new blue system boxes showed up. Ongoing quest path to the strongest updated. Tasks to complete this year have been updated. New item is delivered to your inventory. Wear the new training clothes when completing the daily quests. Conditions. Complete 100 push UPS, daily. Complete 100 squats, daily. Complete 100 punches, daily. Run 10 kilometers, daily. Complete at least one dungeon before the end of this academic year. Take the top spot in your class. Learn 5 jutsus of any rank of all the basic natures. Rewards. Status recovery, daily. Random reward, weekly. Plus 3 stat points, weekly. Special reward for clearing a dungeon. Additional rewards for each extra dungeon cleared. New skill for successfully learning new jutsus. Failure. Minus 5 stat points. Penalty dungeon. Death. Accept, yes or no. Daichi clicked yes and without wasting time opened his inventory. He saw a new set of clothes added in the boxes. He took them out and used observe. Weighted training clothes, rare item, rank C. A training gear created by the system to help the player. Consists of clothing garments that can be worn under the dress. Made from some of the most durable materials for withstanding intense training and designed to provide comfort and aesthetic appeal to the wearer. The clothes are black in color with several red intricate patterns on them. Consists of 2 leg warmers to be worn below the knee and 2 arm sleeves to be worn below the elbow. Each weighing exactly 1 kilogram. Consists of 1 undershirt and 1 trouser to be worn under the clothes. Each weighing exactly 3 kilograms. Daichi calculated the weights in his mind. So a total of 10 kilos spread all across my body. Looks like the system wants me to start weight training. This is a lot sooner than I planned. Daichi sighed at the new requirements for completing the daily quests. He stripped and started putting them on. He had a bit of trouble wearing the inner garments, but after a little bit of struggle he successfully wore them. He then wore the arm sleeves and the leg warmers and finally put clothes on top. Daichi was having a little trouble walking and even standing. He slowly moved around the room and got used to the weights. Daichi then looked at the new task added to the quest. Learning 5 jutsus of any rank. Doable. I'll focus on simple ninjutsu and maybe learn 1 or 2 easy genjutsu as well. But that's for later. Time to start my daily tasks. A few minutes later he left the house and went for a walk. Daichi was slowly but steadily getting used to the new weights. Once he felt confident that he wouldn't trip and fall down, he started to jog. As time went by he slowly increased his speed, and when he completed his morning run, he started to work on the rest. Academy class. Daichi stepped into the classroom. He saw the students that arrived before him, all chatting in groups. It briefly reminded him of his time in school in his previous life. Slightly shaking his head as if to get rid of the thoughts, he walked and took his place near the back. Very few people other than those from the clan were willing to engage in simple conversations with him. One of the cons of being at the top. As time passed, all the students arrived and took their seats. A few moments later the bell rang and Daikoku-sensei came into the room. Hello class. Welcome to your second year. This year you'll learn much more about being a shinobi and using chakra. Along with the courses of the previous year, you'll be taught various ninjutsu and how to use them in a fight. You'll also be taught the shinobi rules, and I expect all of you to memorize them. We'll get into more details as the class goes on. Let's start. Daichi was curious about the strength of his teacher. He couldn't see the information before. So he decided to use observe. Since he was level 27, he could see the information of someone up to level 72. Observe. Level 63, Daikoku Funino. Age, 30. HP, 7568, Chakra points, 7725. Daikoku Funino is a chunin of the Leaf Village. He spent several years in the field before he decided to join the academy where he serves as a teacher. He married his former teammate Raimi several years ago. He is a jovial individual who is fond of teaching. He has high expectations from talented students. He is adept at using water and earth nature jutsus. Level 63. Not bad. And he's capable of using 2 chakra natures. If he hadn't become a teacher, he probably would have made Jonin. Daikoku-sensei handed out the curriculum for the year and classes began. As the days passed, Daichi noticed that Naruto was starting to act out more and more. He was pranking the teachers and the students he didn't like. But the teachers ignored him, and that just made him act more juvenile. As long as I don't annoy him, I'll be fine. I'm looking forward to the day he'll paint the mountain. Daichi chuckled at the thought. Daichi spent his time going over various books available for students in the library. He was mainly searching for books related to earth and minerals. Daichi wanted to understand every facet of his primary affinity before he got started. He has a long year ahead of him. It was May 12th. Daichi was currently in the woods where he met Ren Uchiha. He was training his shuriken jutsu and steadily improving his skills. Near him stood Ren, watching and instructing Daichi on how to perfect his skills. After their first meeting, Daichi and Ren met on several occasions, and since several days ago, Ren decided to teach Daichi some simple tricks and skills. Daichi was in the air as the kunai flew from his hands. 7 out of the 10 hit dead center and was a perfect shot. The others only missed by a couple of inches. Perfect shot, Daichi. You're getting better. Ren encouraged him. Due to successful control of your body and senses, you have obtained +1 DEX. Daichi looked at the results. Not perfect, but I'm getting there. That's the spirit. But these are just training dummies. The ultimate pinnacle of shuriken jutsu is to be able to throw on instincts and successfully strike your enemy. Hitting a moving target while under pressure is different from training. I know. Ren didn't know that Daichi was speaking from experience. Daichi learnt that fact from his dungeon run. Can I ask you something? Why are you helping me with my training? Daichi wanted to know what Ren's motivation was for helping him. At this question, Ren went silent. He was quiet for a few seconds before looking at Daichi. It's practice. Practice for what? Daichi was confused with the reply. For when I have to train my child when they become a student. Ren had a smile on his face as he said this. Kimiko is pregnant. Daichi's eyes widened. Wow! Congratulations. How long? 3 weeks. I just found out a few days ago. We're so happy. Ren said excitedly. So that's why you've had that dopey smile on your face since you got here. Daichi said with a teasing smirk. Ren just smiled. I've always wanted a daughter. Smart like me and beautiful like her mother. He was anxious but also happy to be starting a family. Daichi went on to collect his weapons. Well, it's getting late. I gotta get home. Good luck with the parenting thing. I'm so happy but also nervous. Ren said, also getting ready to leave. I'm sure you'll figure it out. Daichi turned around and only walked just a couple of feet. Yeah. Who knows? Maybe you'll be her sensei by the time she graduates from the academy. Ren walked away from Daichi, not knowing the impact those words had on the boy. Daichi stopped in his tracks. Those last words brought back knowledge of events Daichi tried not to think about. His face went pale as he thought about what was going to happen a year from now. Fuck, F-U-C-K. The Uchiha Massacre. I repressed it so much I almost forgot about it. The only Uchihas to survive are Itachi, Sasuke, and that bastard Obito. Damn it. When does the massacre take place? It's been over 2 years and I'm slowly forgetting the details. The gamer's mind skill took effect as Daichi was starting to freak out. He calmed down and quickly left the place. He thought about telling Ren to leave, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. If I tell him anything, he'll either report me to his clan head or the Hokage. Neither is a good option for me. Damn it. What am I supposed to do? Over these last 5-6 months I've grown to like him. I'd even go so far as to say he's a friend. Daichi clenched his fists and slowly gritted his teeth as he walked home. When his emotions spiked, the gamer's mind once again activated, calming him down. Should I just turn a blind eye or should I do something? Even then, what can I do? I'm just an academy student. I was too arrogant to think I could just change an event as big and dangerous as the massacre by myself. Damn it. Damn it! Okay, Daichi. Calm down. Take a few breaths. He took a few deep breaths of air and got his emotions under control. I have at least 1 year before the tragedy happens. I'll decide what to do by then. Daichi went home and trained a lot longer than usual. He wanted to distract himself from thinking about the situation with Ren and his family. He trained late till night, and only when he was completely exhausted did he go to bed. Months passed with Daichi making progress in his chakra affinity training. Kinsei had taught him the various ways earth and fire affinity could be used in battle. Once your chakra control is up to par, we'll go into the more in-depth training. Kinsei said to him. September has begun. Daichi decided that he was going to start the next dungeon during the 2-week break in October. It was noon at the academy. Daichi was sitting outside eating his lunch. There were dozens of other students eating their food and talking about various things. As Daichi ate his food, he noticed something strange. Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji were sneaking around the place. As Daichi looked closer, he saw them sneakily steal food from the unsuspecting and distracted kids. Daichi looked around to see if anyone else had noticed them stealing the food. As he looked, his eyes fell on Sakura, who was watching the three from behind a tree. Ino and the rest swiped a small portion of food from various students and then decided to leave. Daichi saw Sakura following them. Now isn't this an interesting development? What are they up to? Daichi muttered to himself. His curiosity got the better of him. He packed up his things and followed. Daichi was following Sakura, who was following Ino, Choji, and Shikamaru. Ino and her friends went to the back of the academy and left the grounds. They traveled for quite a while, unaware that Sakura and Daichi were on their trail. Sakura isn't so bad at this. It looks like she can be stealthy when she wants to be. Daichi thought to himself. As he was following them, he also made sure no one was following him. They soon reached a forest and were going deeper inside. Sakura followed, and behind was Daichi. Where the heck are they going? Daichi made sure to memorize the place and route he took. Soon the future Team 10 reached their destination. They were in front of a shabby-looking treehouse with a torn-up "Weather for Sale" sign hanging near it. Sakura was near them, hiding behind a bush, and Daichi hid himself behind a tree a few meters behind her. Daichi sneaked a peek at the treehouse. Time to find out what's going on. Chapter 38, The Mysterious Child and Chakra Training. Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji reached the treehouse. Yoda. Where are you? It's us. Come out to play? The three called out to their mysterious friend. Yoda. Are you asleep? Wake up. It's us. Ino called out to the person. Suddenly a small skinny boy popped out of the tree leaves. Ino! Shikamaru! Choji! You're here. The boy was smiling, looking at his new friends. He then jumped onto a smaller tree branch and laughed. Now who is that kid? I don't remember him from the original series. Daichi thought and tried to recall any information on the boy. At that moment, the young boy named Yoda saw Sakura hiding behind a tree looking at them. He looked at her for a few seconds and then called out loudly. Forehead! Sakura, startled by the shout, slipped and fell. Daichi chuckled, looking at the comic scene taking place. Shikamaru and the other two turned around and saw Sakura. Oh! You're... Choji exclaimed. Sakura! What are you doing here? Ino asked. How troublesome. Shikamaru sighed, rubbing his head. Ow, ow, ow. Sakura slowly stood up and looked at her classmates. Just then the little kid ran to Sakura and called out. Forehead! He laughed and ran around her, having fun. Daichi was watching the scene from several trees behind. As he looked on, he felt something land on his head. He looked up and his eyes widened. It was snowing. Snowing? At this season? Something is strange with the weather. Daichi looked ahead to the laughing child. I'm guessing he has something to do with this. Daichi stepped out of his hiding spot and went to his classmates. He saw them noticing his presence. Shikamaru heard footsteps and tilted his head. It was then he saw Daichi walking towards them. Choji and Ino also saw him coming. Daichi! How did you get here? Shikamaru asked defensively. He was aware of how serious Daichi could be. He was also aware of his strength. Shikamaru had an understanding as to what makes most of his classmates tick. But he didn't know what to make of this particular one. Daichi came near them and stopped. I saw you guys stealing food from the students at the academy. I got curious and followed you guys here. Shikamaru almost facepalmed upon hearing this. Of course he'd notice. We should have been more careful. Grumpy face. The little kid named Yoda said, pointing at him. Daichi took a good look at the kid. He was a small skinny boy with tan skin. He had spiky brown hair that reached his waist and short bangs hanging over his eyes. He had a wide smile on his face and Daichi could see a sharp tooth sticking out of the right side of his mouth. He was wearing a full green robe with a brown cloak. It was at that moment Daichi noticed something strange with the kid's eyes. Those eyes. He has black sclerae. It only took a few seconds for Daichi to know where he remembered that from. Reanimation jutsu. Don't tell me he's a reanimated zombie. Daichi had a serious look on his face. He instantly used Observe on the boy. Level unknown, Yoda. Age, 8. HP, unknown. Chakra points, unknown. A reanimation created by Orochimaru. Yoda was born into a traveling clan who could manipulate the weather and made their living. He is a naive, carefree, and fun-loving boy. He possesses an unusually powerful ability to manipulate the weather. Even his emotions are capable of changing the weather. Due to being born with a frail body, he died of natural causes not too long ago. Orochimaru left him as a test subject and is not actively controlling him. What's with the look, Daichi? Just as Daichi finished reading the information, Shikamaru questioned him. Daichi let out a small sigh. Thank God this kid isn't going to wreak havoc or anything. I hope. It's nothing. He's not from the village, is he? No. If they find out an outsider is within the village, it'll cause trouble for Yoda. Shikamaru said. Daichi nodded in agreement. Yeah. Especially with the current tensions between the villages. How did he even get here? Choji had a sheepish look on his face at that question. Shikamaru sighed and answered. Choji was practicing his kunai throwing skills and he accidentally pinned Yoda to a tree. That's how we found him. Since he was just a kid looking for someone to play with, we figured it would be best if we kept this a secret. At this point Yoda jumped and stood in front of Daichi. He pointed his finger and laughed. Grumpy! 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 He ran around Daichi as if he was playing around. Daichi chuckled looking at the antics of the little kid. For a second I thought this kid would have some malicious intent, being a reanimation and all. But it looks like I'm wrong. I guess there's nothing to worry about. Forehead. 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 Young Yoda then ran around Sakura laughing at her. Sakura puffed her cheeks as she looked at the kid. Hey, don't make fun of me. What's your name, kid? Daichi asked even though he knew. I'm Yoda. Where are you from? Nowhere. Yoda kept laughing and answered. Con, it's snowing. Con. Looks like he took a liking to you guys. Shikamaru smiled. Daichi looked around and saw the falling snow. Is it snowing because you're happy? He asked the boy. Yoda nodded. That's a pretty cool ability. Sakura chimed in. Yeah. Ino agreed as well. Daichi looked at Shikamaru and said, I take it you three stole the food for him? The young Nara sighed and simply nodded. Here. You can have mine too. Daichi handed his food to Yoda. The boy jumped with excitement. Yay! Food for my tum-tum. So you'll keep this a secret? You won't tell the adults about him? Shikamaru asked Daichi. No. He doesn't look like he's here to cause trouble. I'll keep this between us. The young Nara simply nodded and smiled. Reputation increases with Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji. All of them gathered near the treehouse and watched Yoda eat the food he had. It was snowing and soon there was enough snow to play around with. Once he ate his food, they started playing. Daichi built a snowman and then laid on the ground and made snow angels. They had snowball fights and rode sledges. For the first time since becoming a part of this world, Daichi had fun playing with kids his age. He enjoyed spending time just goofing off. That day he made some true friends. Shikamaru and the others would go play with Yoda every day after the academy. Unfortunately, Daichi couldn't spend all his time playing around. But he'd give Shikamaru some food to bring to Yoda. It was a Saturday morning. Daichi was currently at home trying to control his chakra and changing it to earth nature. He then took a stone and started his shape transformation training. He remembered what his grandfather had said when he inquired about affinity training. The change in chakra nature is an advanced form of chakra control that entails molding and defining the nature of one's chakra, altering its characteristics and properties to use in jutsus. Then there's the change in chakra form. He could remember what Kensei said all those months ago like it was yesterday. Flashback. Hey Gramps. How do I go about creating a jutsu? Daichi asked Kensei one morning after breakfast. The old man thought for a few seconds before giving his answer. Creating a jutsu is a very complicated process. As you know, to use jutsu a person weaves several hand seals which allows them to mold their chakra a certain way, allowing them to use techniques of any nature. To create a new jutsu one must have sufficient knowledge about all the hand seals and how they mold the chakra inside the body. And that's just the very basics. Daichi listened attentively to every word Kensei said. The two most important aspects of creating or modifying a technique are nature transformations and shape transformation. Now, nature transformation helps us change the properties of chakra. We can turn our raw chakra to fire, water, earth, lightning, and wind depending on our proficiency with the skill. Do you understand so far? Daichi nodded. Kensei continued. Now shape transformation, or change in chakra form as some say, deals with the changes in actual form, movement, and range of the technique. It helps us alter the abilities of a jutsu. I understand. But what about yin and yang chakra? I read that they help in jinjutsu and medical ninjutsu. Daichi asked. It's true. There are several techniques that fall under the category of yin and yang release. The Nara clan's shadow jutsus are based on yin nature chakra, while the Akimichi clan's body jutsus fall under yang release. Kensei said. Yin is based on the spiritual composition of the chakra and yang is based on the physical part, isn't it? Yes, Daichi. But using the jutsus that require yin and yang nature transformations are extremely difficult even for adults. The reason that ordinary people can't use a clan's secret techniques is because members of a clan are predisposed to their affinity when they are born. It's why you don't see an Akimichi using a shadow possession jutsu and vice versa. Kensei wanted to make sure Daichi knew the difficulty of attempting such a task. What about elements that fall outside of the basic five? Like ice or lathe technique? Or wood style jutsu? Daichi asked. Reading up on the first Hokage and other villages, have we? Kensei lightly chuckled. Daichi! Do you think you're the first one who had these thoughts? There were countless people who mastered two affinity and tried to combine them to create a third new element. But they weren't successful. It's why we call the shinobi who can use elements like that, Kekkei Genkai users. One must have a genetic advantage when trying to use techniques like that. But hypothetically, can it be done? If a person has absolute control over multiple affinities, can they create it? Daichi was going to max out his skills and try to combine different affinities to create new elemental jutsus. Or at least that's his plan. He wanted to know his grandfather's opinion in the matter. Kensei thought long and hard about this question, and after some time gave him an answer. For a person who doesn't have a Kekkei Genkai, I'm gonna have to say no. When you master multiple natures, using those individually is an easy task. But using them simultaneously is a different matter altogether. So that's why even if you master all 5 chakra natures, unless you have a Kekkei Genkai, you won't be able to combine them. But anything is possible in this world. So who knows? Kensei then looked at Daichi. I don't want you to try and do too many things at once. You'll only hinder yourself that way. Right now we know your natural affinity is Earth. Start with Earth Nature Chakra. Train in it. Then when you have reached advanced mastery, we'll try the others. This is advanced stuff. I'm only starting you on it because your talent is far greater than others. But that doesn't mean it's going to be easy. Do you understand? I understand, Gramps. Daichi replied in a serious tone, indicating he understood the importance of the task. Kensei took Daichi outside and both of them sat down on the ground. I want you to feel the earth. The ground, the small pebbles, the soil beneath you. Kensei then gave Daichi a small stone made of clay. It was half the size of Daichi's fist. Yin is based on the spiritual composition of the chakra and Yang is based on the physical part, isn't it? Yes, Daichi. But using the jutsus that require Yin and Yang nature transformations are extremely difficult even for adults. The reason that ordinary people can't use a clan's secret techniques is because members of a clan are predisposed to their affinity when they are born. It's why you don't see an Akimichi using a shadow possession jutsu and vice versa. Kensei wanted to make sure Daichi knew the difficulty of attempting such a task. What about elements that fall outside of the basic 5? Like ice or lave technique? Or wood-style jutsu? Daichi asked. Reading up on the first Hokage and other villages, have we? Kensei lightly chuckled. Daichi! Do you think you're the first one who had these thoughts? There were countless people who mastered 2 affinity and tried to combine them to create a third new element. But they weren't successful. It's why we call the shinobi who can use elements like that Kekkei Genkai users. One must have a genetic advantage when trying to use techniques like that. But hypothetically, can it be done? If a person has absolute control over multiple affinities, can they create it? Daichi was going to max out his skills and try to combine different affinities to create new elemental jutsus. Or at least that's his plan. He wanted to know his grandfather's opinion in the matter. Kensei thought long and hard about this question, and after some time gave him an answer. For a person who doesn't have a Kekkei Genkai, I'm gonna have to say no. When you master multiple natures, using those individually is an easy task. But using them simultaneously is a different matter altogether. So that's why even if you master all 5 chakra natures, unless you have a Kekkei Genkai, you won't be able to combine them. But anything is possible in this world. So who knows? Kensei then looked at Daichi. I don't want you to try and do too many things at once. You'll only hinder yourself that way. Right now we know your natural affinity is Earth. Start with Earth Nature Chakra. Train in it. Then when you have reached advanced mastery, we'll try the others. This is advanced stuff. I'm only starting you on it because your talent is far greater than others. But that doesn't mean it's going to be easy. Do you understand? I understand, Gramps. Daichi replied in a serious tone, indicating he understood the importance of the task. Kensei took Daichi outside and both of them sat down on the ground. I want you to feel the earth. The ground, the small pebbles, the soil beneath you. Kensei then gave Daichi a small stone made of clay. It was half the size of Daichi's fist. We're going to start on the shape-changing aspect of your chakra. This is a very simple and basic training method for Earth Affinity users. It's just to get you to feel the way your chakra responds to you. Now concentrate and pour some chakra into the stone. Kensei began his lesson on Earth manipulation. Your chakra is an aspect of you. And since Earth is your natural affinity, you have a much greater connection to it than those who do not. Remember how your chakra would feel when you use an Earth jutsu? Close your eyes and concentrate on that. Daichi closed his eyes as he held the stone. He would always try to feel what his chakra would be like when he performed the 5 basic jutsus he knew. Daichi focused and started flowing his chakra into the stone. Once the outer layer of the stone was coated in his chakra, he slowly pushed his chakra to penetrate into its core, coating it completely after a few minutes. Excellent. You're progressing faster than I thought. Kinsei complimented. Skill chakra flows level has risen by 1. Now imagine a thick sheet of paper. Use the chakra and slowly reshape that round stone into a square plane. Daichi slowly moved his chakra. He could feel every part of the small stone with his energy. It took time, but he moved his chakra in and around the stone, trying to break it down and reshaping it. After about 20 minutes he was successful. In his hand was a thin square sheet made from clay. Wonderful. To think you actually got it on your first day. That's impressive. Kinsei was amazed at Daichi's talent. Skill Earth Affinities level has risen by 1. A new skill is created with a specific action. By successfully concentrating and infusing chakra throughout an object and changing its shape, the skill creation has been created. Huh. Wasn't expecting that. Daichi thought as he read the notification. Chapter 39, Gamer's Mind and Brewing Trouble. Daichi thought back to the skill he got that day. If he could level up that skill, he could create items that were truly legendary. Creation active, level 1. This skill is used for creating an item. As the skill increases, items with greater quality can be created. This skill can be used to even create legendary items. But blueprints are required for such creations. The items are divided into 5 grades: common, rare, unique, legendary, and mythical. Note, the chakra cost of the skill depends on the chakra supplied. Effects: plus 10% chance when creating common grade items. Plus 0.5% chance when creating rare grade items. 0% chance when creating unique grade items. 0% chance when creating legendary grade items. 0% chance when creating mythical grade items. I'll look into this creation skill after I've improved Earth Affinity skill. Daichi trained his shape manipulation for a few hours and improved his skills. I've been at this since morning. Time to take a break. Daichi stretched his arms and legs and got up. He walked around his house thinking about his second year so far. His mind was also on the massacre that's going to happen less than a year from then. He thought about his Uchiha training partner or sensei. I've been meeting Ren less and less these days. But when he's around, he's been training me in shuriken jutsu and stealth. I'm learning how to get around without anyone noticing and leaving very few trails behind. His proficiency with fire-style jutsu is amazing and his sensory skills are top-notch. If I didn't have the gamer's mind, he'd have definitely noticed my freakout that day. As Daichi thought about that, a new train of thought entered his mind. Gamer's mind is definitely a powerful and useful ability, but it has its drawbacks as well. I haven't experienced any intense emotions since I got here. The only thing close to that was during my time fighting that crocodile boss Krotos. But I feel that even that anger was controlled. Daichi thought about it for a while. He wanted to know if it was possible to turn the gamer's mind off or something like that. He opened his skill page and clicked on Gamer's Mind. But it just showed the details of that skill in a new box. Daichi suddenly had an idea. Is it possible? Options, he said with the intent to open an options page. Just as he suspected, a new page appeared titled Options. The new page contained only a few things. Options. Gamer's Mind on or off. Gamer's Body on or off. Gaia's Blessing on or off. Minimap on or off. Status. Skills. The on and off for the skills Gamer's Body and Gia's Blessing are grayed out. So that probably means I won't be able to change that. But it seems that's not the case with Gamer's Mind and Minimap. Okay. Time to see what it's like with the gamer's mind turned off. Daichi tapped the on or off button near the skill gamer's mind. A red warning box appeared. This skill is currently active. Deactivating this skill will make the user vulnerable to mental attacks and disorders. Emotions felt by the user will be amplified by various margins. Are you sure you want to turn this skill off? Yes or no? Daichi thought about it for a few seconds. He came to a decision. He pressed Y without wasting any more time. A new blue box popped up. Skill gamer's mind is now turned off. Suddenly Daichi felt something in his mind snap. He felt like seeing and experiencing the world for the first time. Wow! This is a weird feeling. He started to slowly chuckle and then, after a few seconds, it turned into full-blown laughter. Ha ha ha! Wow! This is amazing. This is so amazing. I should have done this long ago. Daichi started to jump around and tested his body to see how fast he could run and how high he could jump. He felt delighted at the prospect of having a superhuman body. The wind he felt on his face and the power he felt coursing through his muscles made him exhilarated. Since this was the first time he had turned off his gamer's mind, Daichi was experiencing his emotions to a much greater degree than he normally would be. For the last 2 years, the gamer's mind skill has been keeping his emotions muted. So after turning the skill off, Daichi was feeling waves of several positive emotions all at once. After several minutes of running around and having fun, he finally calmed down. Wow! What a rush! Felt like I was high on drugs. Okay Daichi, settle down. He told himself. Daichi took several deep breaths and calmed his rapidly beating heart. He sat down and started to meditate. After some time he finally felt his emotions reach a calm normal state. So this is what it's like to have the gamer's mind off, huh? I think I'll leave it this way for a couple days and see what happens. Then I'll turn it on again. Daichi suddenly realized something. The day I woke up in this world. Thinking about it now, I should have had a much bigger freakout than the one I had. I was calm and just accepted this insane and almost impossible situation like it was normal. It must have been the gamer's mind that made me accept the situation so easily. As Daichi realized this, his heart started beating faster again. Daichi's hands shook as he thought about the enemies he would have to face. Sweat poured down his face and his hands trembled. This feeling. I haven't felt it in a long time. I had almost forgotten what it felt like. The emotion Daichi was feeling was fear. Fear of the future that's to come. Okay. Daichi, calm down. They don't know about you. As far as the world is concerned, you're just a student in the Leaf Village. A genius, but just a kid who doesn't know anything. You're safe. Daichi tried to reassure himself that he was safe and the frightening monsters roaming the world won't come after him. He took several deep breaths to calm himself down. I need to be absolutely careful of this skill. Should I turn it back on? No. I'll leave it like this for now. Daichi sat down and meditated for some time again. After a while he was able to calm down and regain his composure. He then decided to leave the house. Daichi stood up and left the house. He walked around the village taking in the sights. He had a jubilant smile on his face as he looked around. He went to Shifang's restaurant. Daichi was in the mood for some tasty dumplings. Hey owner Shi. Daichi? Come in. How have you been? Shifang asked. Good. Really good. Daichi replied with a smile. I can see that. So what will you be having? I'm in the mood for some rainbow dumplings. Oh, and can you pack a few to go? I made a new friend who I think would love these. Daichi was thinking about the wandering child Yoda. He knew the kid would definitely like these. Coming right up. Shi went to prepare the dishes. Daichi spent some time eating and chatting with Shi at the restaurant. After he had a few dumplings and got a couple more as takeout, and then he left the place. With the food safely stored in his inventory, Daichi made his way to the forest. It has been several days since he last saw Yoda. Daichi was looking forward to relaxing and playing around and just acting his age. As he reached the treehouse, he noticed something strange. There was no sign of Yoda. Yoda! Where are you? Daichi called out as loudly as he could. It's me. Daichi. I brought some delicious food. After waiting for over a minute and getting no reply, Daichi started to get worried. Where the heck is he? I should find Shikamaru or Ino. They might know. Daichi walked out of the forest and started looking for his classmates. Half an hour went by before he found them. There was another addition to the group besides the future Team 10 and Sakura. Daichi also saw Kiba and his partner Akamaru tagging along with them. Hey guys! Daichi yelled, getting their attention. Daichi? Daichi ran to them and stopped. I've been looking for you guys. Yeah? What's up? Shikamaru asked. Where's Yoda? I can't find him anywhere. Did he leave or something? As Shikamaru and the others heard Daichi's question, they lowered their heads in sadness. What's wrong? Daichi had a bad feeling in his heart when he saw the downtrodden expression on his friends' faces. They took him. Ino suddenly said. What? Who? The Umbu? They came and took him away an hour ago. Sakura replied. Daichi was shocked. He didn't think the Umbu would be interested in the small kid. Then again, with tensions running high among the nations, I suppose this was inevitable. Daichi, we're headed to Naruto's house. Are you coming? Shikamaru asked him. Since when are you guys friends with Naruto? Daichi was curious about this development. It's kind of a long story, but I'll make it short. Come on. I'll fill you in on the way. Shikamaru said, leading the group. Daichi nodded. Yeah, okay. Tell me everything that's happened. The group headed towards the residence of the current Nine Tails host. Shikamaru started narrating everything that's happened. A couple days after you stopped showing up, Yoda started to go near the village. Or near the academy to be more specific. Shikamaru recalled. That was dangerous. The Hokage building and Jonin stations are there. If anyone saw him then, they would have reported him to the higher-ups. Daichi gave his thoughts. Yeah. But luckily the only person to see him was Naruto. And he didn't say anything to anyone. A little while later Yoda disappeared and we kinda accused Naruto of getting him into trouble. The young Nara had a sheepish look on his face as he said this. That's harsh. Daichi said, looking at the young boy. Yeah. We could have handled that better. But we apologized after we found him and we became friends. Anyway, he found Yoda and became friends with him, and that's when Kiba joined. Man, that was something. Did you know, he can make lightning when he's mad? Kiba said with a laugh. I know he can control the weather and his emotions trigger changes in the atmosphere, but not the specifics. Daichi thought back to the times he interacted with the boy. Yeah. We almost got toasted. Right, Akamaru? Arf. But everything worked out and we were having fun. We were playing hide and seek and that's when it happened. Daichi narrowed his eyes. Those Umbu came and just took him away. They said no outsiders were allowed in the village. Sakura said gloomily. I see. So that's what happened. Daichi now had a clearer picture of what happened. As they walked a little further, they saw Naruto's apartment. Come on. I bet he's in his room sulking over the whole thing. Shikamaru and Choji jumped and headed for Naruto's window. Daichi followed them. Naruto was at home laying on his bed. He thought about his time with his first real friend. He taught Yoda how to whistle and had fun playing around with him. But now he couldn't do anything with the Umbu shinobi of the village involved. He remembered the words Yoda spoke to him. Hey Naruto. You're my friend. Those words brought such joy to him. I have to save him. But how? Naruto got up and looked around his room, all depressed. Guess I'm alone again. No, you're not. Just then the voice of Shikamaru came from his window. There's 7 people and a dog. Yeah. The whole gang's here. Shikamaru and Choji climbed Naruto's window and got into his apartment. Yo, Naruto. Daichi saluted and followed behind them. Hey. You can't just barge into someone's home like that. Naruto pretended to be angry. What are you talking about? You were looking all lonely just now. Choji smiled as he replied. Daichi looked at Naruto as if he was seeing him for the first time. With his gamer's mind turned off, Daichi was feeling his emotions at an elevated level. Daichi was excited and elated as he looked at Naruto. He walked closer and took a good look at the blue-eyed boy and then pinched his cheeks. Aw. You're so cute with those whiskers and big blue eyes. Daichi said, laughing and pinching Naruto's cheeks. Aw. Cut that out, Daichi. I'm not cute. The boy said with a blush. Shikamaru and Choji laughed while watching the scene. Ha ha ha. He looks like a cute angry kitten. The young Nara added, trying to tease Naruto. Reputation increases with Naruto, Shikamaru, and Choji. Choji and Daichi laughed while Naruto tried to hide his blush and pulled Daichi's hands off his face. Shikamaru walked to the front door of the apartment. The weather's perfect today and you're here, just hiding indoors. At this rate no one's gonna hang out with. He went quiet and stopped in his tracks as he opened the door and looked outside. It's raining, he said in a low voice. That brought everyone's attention back to Shikamaru. He walked forward followed by Daichi and Naruto. They looked ahead and saw that it was raining on just the Hokage tower. That rain. It's definitely Yoda. He's in trouble, Daichi said in a serious tone. We have to save him. Naruto had a determined expression as he said those words. Yeah. We're getting him back. Shikamaru agreed. Choji, Daichi, and Naruto nodded in agreement. At that moment a new quest box popped up in front of Daichi. Quest created: Rescue Yoda. Successfully rescue Yoda from Umbu custody and get him out of the village borders before time runs out. Mission is considered a success if Yoda reaches the opposite side of the border river and is freed. Time limit: 4 hours. Rewards: 4,000 EXP. Special item reward. Reputation increases with Hiruzen Sarutobi. Reputation increases with Kinsei Isagi. Reputation increases with 6 of the Rookie 9. Failure. Conscripted into the route Umbu. Possible death of Kinsei Isagi. Reputation decreases with everyone. Warning: successfully completing this quest will create a ripple effect and will have unknown consequences in the future. Accept, yes or no. Unbeknownst to the 3 classmates beside him, Daichi stood still as if he was petrified after reading the quest and its failure consequences. What the freaking hell? Chapter 40, Rescue Mission with Rookie 6. Come on! Let's go join the others. Shikamaru's words brought Daichi out of his thoughts. Choji, Naruto, and Shikamaru quickly jumped and headed to the others, with Daichi slowly following them. His mind was still on the failure part of the quest. Why is the failure part of the quest so severe? And why the hell is there a warning for this quest? What kind of a ripple effect will this quest completion have? Isn't that the case for all other quests? What's so special about this one? Daichi couldn't understand why this quest was different and had a warning unlike the ones he had so far. I thought Yoda wasn't important, but then why does rescuing him trigger such a warning? Can I really complete this quest? Should I even accept this? Doubt filled Daichi's mind as he landed near the group. Alright. Now that everyone's here, let's begin. If we're going to save Yoda, we need a plan, Shikamaru announced. Yeah. The other agreed. Okay. First we dash. Wait. As Shikamaru was about to begin, Daichi interrupted him. What is it, Daichi? Kiba asked. Daichi looked at everyone gathered. He took a breath before saying what was on his mind. Look! I want to save Yoda too. But before we begin, are you sure about this? Have you guys thought this through? Daichi asked them. What do you mean? Choji asked. I mean we're about to go up against Umbu ninjas from our own village to save someone not from the leaf. Once we do this, we'll be in big trouble. Daichi explained to them. He could see the faces of some get slightly angry after hearing him. Are you saying we should just let Yoda be imprisoned? I thought you cared about him. Naruto exploded in anger. Reputation slightly decreases with Naruto. I do care about him. I'm not saying we should just leave him to his fate and let the Umbu do whatever they want. But right now we need to consider things from their perspective too. Naruto got angrier as he listened and he was about to walk over and punch Daichi, but Shikamaru held up his hand stopping him. What exactly are you saying, Daichi? The young Nara asked. The tensions between the Leaf and the Stone Village are high. And this in turn has increased tensions between the 5 great nations. I'm sure you've heard that a spy was captured some time ago during an incident. Yeah. Shikamaru slowly nodded. My grandpa told me that small border skirmishes have been happening around the Fire Country for a while and things have gotten somewhat intense. The Jonin and Umbu are on high alert for any spies or intruders trying to infiltrate the village. If we cause a commotion during a time like this, we would be in serious trouble. Daichi explained his thoughts. But Yoda isn't a spy or a threat to the village. He's just a poor lost kid looking for some friends to play with. Ino said to Daichi. I know that. And you do too. But the other people in the village don't. If we do this, and we fail, Yoda will still be captured and we could even lose our place in the academy. We might never be ninjas. Or maybe even worse. Daichi paused for a moment and looked at everyone. Look! I'm just saying this so you guys know the risks of what we're about to do. Daichi said his piece. For the first time, he wasn't sure about taking a quest or not. They listened to Daichi and understood where he was coming from. But they still couldn't accept it. Daichi! Shikamaru stepped forward. Do you believe Yoda is a spy or a threat to the village? He asked. Daichi looked at Shikamaru. After a couple seconds of silence he answered. No. I don't. I'm going to save him. Those of you who don't want to come with me can stay here. Shikamaru said in a resolute voice. I'm coming too. I don't care what happens to me. I'm gonna save him. Naruto joined him. Same. Yoda is no spy. And he was fun to hang around with. Arf. Choji and the Kiba duo made their decision as well. We're coming too. Ino and Sakura chimed in. Well, looks like the 6 of us are ready. What about you, Daichi? Coming or staying? Shikamaru asked. He didn't know why, but as Daichi looked at everyone's faces and saw their determination, a grin slowly widened on his face. Reckless fools. Guess nothing I say will change your mind. We're gonna get in so much trouble for this. Daichi answered them with a wide grin. Reputation slightly increases with everyone here. Yeah, we probably are. Shikamaru smirked as well. Alright. Here's the plan. As Shikamaru was laying out his strategy, Daichi looked at the quest box. He accepted the quest hoping and praying that nothing would go wrong. Hokage Tower, Umbu Interrogation Room. Yoda was tied to a chair in the middle of the room surrounded by 3 Umbu ninjas. 2 of them were watching a monitor for variations in the chakra and effects Yoda is having. The third one was interrogating the young boy. Where did you come from? How did you get past the barrier? An Umbu, wearing a mask with red stripes, asked. Which village sent you? I dunno. I don't get it. Yoda answered in a small voice. Ask me something easier. Where did you come from? Which village sent you? The ninja just repeated the question in a cold tone. Scared, young Yoda started crying. We're not getting anywhere. The Umbu watching the monitor said, "Should we ask Lord Third to come down before we have to use force on him?" questioned the other one. As they were discussing what to do with the boy, the Umbu interrogating Yoda felt a malicious intent. He felt as if a dangerous predator was stalking him. Jinjutsu? No. That was something different. The masked shinobi concluded. Elsewhere in the village, Naruto was atop the Hokage monument. He was yelling loudly and throwing paint all over the carving of the third Hokage's face and making a mess. He had to make sure Shikamaru's plan worked. Flashback. Alright. Here's the plan. I visited the Hokage Tower over a dozen times with my dad. So I think I have an idea as to where they might be keeping Yoda. But there will be a lot of people guarding the tower. So first, we need someone to create a distraction. Something big that will draw their attention so the rest of us can sneak in. Oh! I have an idea. I'll do it, Naruto said excitedly. Okay. The moment the guards are distracted, we'll sneak into the tower and get to the lower floors. That's where the interrogation rooms are. I know a few vents that we can crawl through to get inside the room. Once inside, I'll use my shadow jutsu to trap them and then we can save Yoda. Shikamaru laid out his plan. He told Naruto where to go when he was done. Flashback end. Ha ha ha. Come and get me, you fools. Naruto yelled loudly and laughed. Oi! Stop it, you brat. Get down here. A ninja standing atop the tower screamed. You're a moron. There's no way I'm getting down. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, the ninja. Naruto mocked them. At this moment the Hokage was in his room listening to his Umbu's report. What? We found the child in question with several academy students. Interesting. Hiruzen slightly smiled. At that moment they heard the commotion outside and went to check it out. Catch me if you can, dumbass. Bring every ninja you got. Naruto threw another bucket of paint on the third's head carving. Get back here, you troublesome brat. The old Hokage heard the people shouting at Naruto. He then noticed the rain falling down on the tower. Strange. Sun shower? It seems the report is accurate. The boy is somehow able to affect the weather. At this moment Daichi and the others were sneaking through the hallways and were heading towards their destination. There were a few close calls where they almost got spotted, but luckily they managed to make it to the lower floors without any incident. They were in front of the vents and Daichi was opening them. Okay. Let's go get Yoda, Kiba said excitedly. Wait. Someone needs to stay here in case anything happens, Daichi told them. Choji, Sakura. Stay here and keep a lookout. And wait for Naruto. He should be here soon. The rest of us will go get him. Everyone nodded their heads and agreed to Daichi's plan. Shikamaru took the lead in crawling through the small vents, and behind him was Daichi, followed by Kiba and Akamaru and finally Ino. After several minutes they found the room in which Yoda was restrained. Please let me go. They could hear Yoda pleading. All right. Get ready. I'm going to trap them with my shadow imitation jutsu, Shikamaru said in a low voice. Just as he was about to weave the signs, Daichi stopped him. Shikamaru gave Daichi a questioning look. Always be aware of your surroundings, Daichi muttered to him. This was one of the many lessons Kensei taught Daichi and something he learned inside the dungeon the hard way. He took a look around the room. It was a circular chamber with high ceilings. It was then that Daichi noticed something. There were several bulbs hanging, situated above the room. His shadow possession jutsu will weaken if there is intense light. If Shikamaru captures them and the lights trigger, his jutsu could fail. Shikamaru, Daichi spoke in a very low voice. Take a look at the ceiling. The boy looked and saw what Daichi had and came to the same conclusion. The moment you use your jutsu, I'll destroy those lights. That won't be a problem, will it? Daichi asked him. No! The young Nara shook his head. Then get ready. All of them got ready to make their move. Shikamaru weaved the hand seals and his shadow extended, swiftly connecting with the shadows of the three Umbu. Shadow imitation jutsu successful. He smirked as he got out of the vents and stood looking at the ninjas. Daichi quickly stepped up behind him and several shuriken appeared in his hands. He aimed them at the light high above them and let them fly without wasting any time. All of them hit their marks and within seconds small glass debris was raining down on the ground. Nicely done, you guys. Ino cheered for them. Yoda! Hey! We're here! They called out to their friend. Yoda saw them coming and became happy. You guys! You're here! He smiled seeing his friends. The academy students ran towards Yoda and quickly reached him. You're amazing, Shikamaru. Arf! Yeah. You caught real ninjas with your technique. Kiba and Ino praise him for his success. Oi! Oi! Don't go celebrating. We just got lucky. We caught these guys off guard. Daichi was the one who said it. Unlike his friends who were looking at Yoda, Daichi had his eyes firmly fixed on the three Umbu in the room in case they made any moves. He used Observe. Asashir Bhakta, Jiroitsuki. Riku Soda. Of course I can't read them. Their levels must be too high. Why did I even bother? He's right. You greenhorns just got lucky. The cold tone in which the Umbu ninja said it sent shivers down the student's spine. Even though he was a little scared, Shikamaru didn't let go of his jutsu. You're interfering with village security matters. We won't show mercy to anyone who acts against the interests of the village. Even if they happen to be kids. This boy could well be a spy sent here to infiltrate and learn about the village. The three elite ninjas started releasing their killing intent. It was the first time Ino, Shikamaru, and Kiba experienced killing intent. To them the presence of the three ninjas changed and they were terrified. You have sensed killing intent. You have sensed killing intent. You have sensed killing intent. Skill danger senses level has risen by 1. Due to the gamer's mind being turned off, Daichi was experiencing emotions at a much higher level. So the killing intent he was feeling now was much greater than what he had experienced before. The words the masked ninjas said also frightened him. Is this what it means to be a ninja? To do whatever it takes for our own, no matter how cruel or vicious we have to be to others? At that moment a conversation he had with Kensei during their visit to his son's grave came to Daichi's mind. He remembered the words his grandfather had said. The Leaf Village isn't the center of the world. I saw teammates killing teammates to keep the secrets from spreading on the orders of the higher-ups. There is no right or wrong. Only those with strength can make their own path. It was at that moment Daichi noticed his classmates' expression. They were terrified. Due to experiencing such killing intent, Shikamaru couldn't keep up his technique and released it. Even though Daichi knew he was living in a dangerous world where the people could be cruel and merciless, this was when he truly understood that fact. A new emotion bloomed in Daichi's heart. And seeing the scared, helpless faces of his friends, that emotion only intensified. Overwhelming rage. Chapter 41, The Friends We Make. Before Daichi even realized it, his body moved. He swiftly stepped forward and stood in front of his classmates. Killing intent burst forth from his body. Just as he felt heightened fear earlier, now he was feeling extreme rage. And this amplified his intent by several magnitudes. Daichi focused his intent on the three Umbu in front of him. He was furious after hearing them. Skill killing intent's level has risen by 1. Several other notifications popped up as well, but Daichi ignored them all. His eyes never left their masked faces. The Umbu were shocked. They couldn't understand how an academy student and a child around 7 years old no less, could produce such murderous intent. How pathetic! Since when did the ninja of the Leaf Village become so pathetic and weak, they have to resort to threatening and interrogating little children? Those words came out of Daichi's mouth before he even realized it. But he didn't regret them once he said it. You! The masked ninjas were losing their temper. First they allowed themselves to be captured by a simple juvenile jutsu by academy students, which dealt a blow to their pride, and now one of the children was trying to intimidate them. "If you stand in our way, we won't show mercy." Hearing that, a smirk came on Daichi's face. He couldn't help but repeat the words Madara Uchiha said to Inoki during his fight with the 5 Kage. What kind of adult goes full force when fighting children? The mocking and insulting tone in his voice wasn't missed by anyone. Daichi continued. "Yoda's not some spy or a danger to the village. He's our friend. And we're taking him with us. But since you're looking for a fight, why don't you try me on? +1 charisma." Hearing Daichi's fierce voice brought strength back to his friends. They shrugged off the fear and got ready to leave. One of the Umbu couldn't take it anymore and made a move to incapacitate Daichi. In the blink of an eye he was behind Daichi and tried to knock him out with a knife-handed chop. To Shikamaru and others, the Umbu just disappeared and reappeared behind Daichi in an instant. But Daichi saw the movements. His senses, honed from fighting several types of beasts that attacked him when he least expected it, helped him. Daichi instinctively reacted. Chakra flowed through him and his hand moved as fast as it could. He barely caught and stopped the attack aimed at his neck. Umbu was shocked. Even a Genin would have had trouble following my speed, let alone stopping my attack. But somehow this kid was able to do it? Unbelievable. You're gonna need to be more serious if you want to take me down. Daichi turned around and challenged the ninja. It seems you have some bite with that bark after all. Hey guys! What's going on? It was Naruto. He crawled out of the vent and behind him came Sakura and Choji. Naruto? The unexpected entrance distracted Daichi for just a moment, but it was all the Umbu ninja needed. He sent a punch to Daichi's gut, knocking him down. -88 HP. Gah! The hit knocked Daichi to his knees. Daichi! Shikamaru, Ino, and Kiba shouted. Yoda was shocked at what happened. He couldn't believe someone attacked his friend. Seeing Daichi wheezing on the ground made him mad. Don't, you, hurt my friend! Lightning burst forth from his body and targeted the 3 ninjas. In seconds, they were electrocuted unconscious. The attack put a strain on the boy and he was breathing hard. Shikamaru and Ino ran to Daichi and helped him up while the others went to Yoda. Naruto took a kunai and cut the ropes. Yoda! It's going to be okay. We're getting you out of here. Are you alright, Daichi? Ino questioned. I'm okay. What about? Daichi turned around and saw the tired boy. We need to leave. Now. Yeah. Everyone, get a move on. We'll have unwanted company soon. Hearing Shikamaru and Daichi's words, Naruto took Yoda on his back and they made their escape. Hokage office. Some time later. Hiruzen Sarutobi was looking over various documents and scrolls. As he was signing the documents, one of his Umbu appeared. Lord Hokage. Urgent news. He was the one who interrogated Yoda. What is it? The unknown child has escaped. I've sent my squad after them. How? He was intrigued as to how a child could escape his trained elite ninjas. Shikamaru Nara and several other academy students broke in and aided in his escape. Academy students? Hiruzen thought about it for a moment. Tell me everything that happened. The Umbu gave a detailed report of everything that transpired. After listening to the details, Hiruzen had an idea. Recall your squad. Let the children go. Lord Hokage? The masked Nin was confused as to why their leader was ordering him to end the pursuit. You weren't able to get any information from the boy. But I believe there are those who can. Sir? I have a feeling the children will have more luck in trying to get the information out of him. It seems that the child trusts the academy students, so he might reveal his origins to them. Call off your squad. And summon Shikaku Nara here. Hiruzen sent his Umbu away. He then took out his crystal ball and sent a chakra pulse to it. The crystal ball was connected to the village barrier and sensors. By peering into the ball, the Hokage could see current activities of anyone whose chakra signature he knew. A perfect jutsu for monitoring the villagers and maintaining public order. But it had its limitations as well. Telescope jutsu. Hiruzen activated the crystal ball and tried to locate Shikamaru. He had met the boy on several occasions, so knew his chakra signature. After several seconds, images appeared on the crystal ball. He saw not only Shikamaru but Naruto and Daichi in the group as well. The two students he keeps a close eye on among the younger generation. Interesting. It seems they've formed quite the team. How far will they go, I wonder? At that moment the Jonin commander of his forces appeared. You called for me, Lord Hokage. Ah yes, excellent timing, Shikaku. Come. He called his Jonin over and showed him the images on the crystal ball. Your son has been busy, Hiruzen said in a jovial tone. Seeing what was happening, the brilliant Nara had an idea as to why he was called. He sighed and closed his eyes. How troublesome. The aging Hokage merely chuckled at that. Both of them turned their attention to the kids running through the woods. Daichi and the others were running as fast as they could with Naruto at the front. They crossed the village walls and were nearing the border. After several minutes of running they reached the border river. They were unsure as to how they could cross it. Kiba looked at the raging water in front of them. We need to cross the river. Yeah, but this river's too deep, Shikamaru replied. But we have to get across. Ino looked around trying to find anything that could help them get to the other side. They've probably got people chasing us right now. We need to go, Sakura said. If only we knew the water walking technique. Yeah. Choji and Kiba sighed sadly. I know it, Daichi said casually, looking ahead. It took a few seconds for that answer to sink into the others. You do? Everyone looked at Daichi in surprise. Yeah. I learned it a while ago. He went to Naruto. Here. Give him to me. I'll carry him across the border. You guys stay here. We'll come too, Naruto said. Naruto, the river is too deep and the current is too strong. You'll be swept away if you try to cross it. I'm the only one who can do this safely. Daichi was serious. The current would definitely wash them away if they tried to walk through. But Naruto wanted to argue. Do you trust me? Daichi asked him. Naruto looked at Daichi for a few moments before answering. Yeah, I do. Then trust me when I say I'll get Yoda to safety. I promise. +1 charisma. Hearing Daichi's words, Naruto backed down. He gave Yoda to Daichi, who picked him up on his back. Yoda. We're leaving. Do you have anything you want to tell them? Daichi gently asked the boy. The little boy looked at everyone. I'm so happy. I'm happy that I met you guys. I had so much fun. I won't forget you all. We're sorry you couldn't stay with us. Shikamaru apologized to his friend. There's nothing to worry about, Yoda said with a smile. We're going to miss you, Yoda. Naruto had a small tear as he said those words. I'll miss you too, Naruto. I won't forget what you taught me. He whistled just like Naruto taught him. Before I came here, my life was really hard. I was always lonely. I had no one friends or anyone to play with. But then I found you guys. I wasn't so lonely anymore. I had lots of fun after I met all of you. As he spoke those words, everyone could see the snow slowly falling. Naruto, Shikamaru, everyone. Thank you. I'm going to go while it's still fun. Don't forget the great times we've had. He lightly tapped Daichi's shoulder, indicating to leave. We won't ever forget you, Yoda. Naruto and the others were in tears as they said their goodbyes. Daichi slowly turned around and took his first step atop the river. He carefully walked on the river holding Yoda on his back. Once he crossed the river, he turned to look at his friends on the other side. Shikamaru gave a small nod to him and Daichi took off into the trees. Soon Shikamaru and the others lost sight of them. Back at the Hokage's office, Hiruzen and Shikaku were watching everything. They saw Shikamaru and the others bid farewell to the boy and Daichi carrying him on his back. The moment Daichi stepped on water, they were surprised. It seems Daichi is capable of water walking. I knew he had ample control over his chakra, but I didn't think it would be to such a degree. Hiruzen muttered. And the current of the river is pretty strong at this time of the year. So to successfully cross it while holding someone else is no small feat, especially for a second-year academy student. Shikaku added his thoughts. It looks like Shikamaru and the others are heading back. Why don't you go meet them and bring them here? After everything that's happened, if I send one of my Anbu to retrieve them, they'll get defensive. Bring those children here first. I'll talk to them before I speak with Daichi. The Hokage told him. Yes, sir. Shikaku left using the body flicker technique. The Hokage went back to watching the children. He focused his attention on Daichi and the young boy. He saw them traveling through the trees and Daichi taking out a few dumplings and giving them to the kid. He listened to their conversation and was shocked at what he learned. He heard a name he never expected to hear at that moment. As he kept listening to the conversation, he learned several pieces of information that he otherwise would never have known. This was one of the many ripple effects that occurred when Daichi successfully helped Yoda cross the river. The group near the river was anxious. Ino was worried. What do we do now? We better head back. They'll be looking for us. If we stay here and they find us, they'll know Yoda's gone across the border and they might follow him. Shikamaru said to them. They took one last look at the forest on the other side and then slowly left. Do you think you will be okay? Sakura asked them. He'll be fine. Daichi's with him. He'll be safe. Hearing the sure tone in which Shikamaru said it brought some happiness to the group. They walked for a few minutes before they saw someone leaning on a tree seemingly waiting for them. Naruto, Sakura and Kiba were cautious, but Shikamaru, Ino and Choji had a small smile. They came near the person and stopped. Chapter 42, Indomitable Stat and Atamagai Cloak. Hey Dad. Shikamaru said sheepishly. I never would have expected you to be the one to cause me a headache. How troublesome. Even though Shikaku said those words, he had a small smile. So how much trouble are we in? Shikamaru asked. You'll find out once you meet the Hokage. Shikaku answered. He then looked at the children of his former teammates. And then to the other three accompanying them. Ino! Choji! Hi Uncle Shikaku. Ino and Choji greeted him with a small smile. It looks like all of you had an exciting day. Come on. Let's head to the office. He said. The group looked at each other and silently nodded. They decided to keep their mouths shut about Daichi and Yoda. They started following the Jonin to the Hokage Tower. By the way, don't worry about Daichi. I'll wait for him here till he gets back. Shikaku said, wanting to see their reactions. And they didn't disappoint him. He internally chuckled watching their surprised faces. I should have known you'd know. Shikamaru sighed, knowing his father probably figured out everything that's happened. Wait, you know about that? Naruto was the first to speak. I do. As does the Hokage. Now come along. We don't want to keep him waiting. He said, leading the group back to the village. A few minutes ago. Daichi left after giving Shikamaru a nod. Since he was traveling without the group, he was able to quickly put a great distance between him and the border. We crossed the river. So why hasn't the quest been marked completed? Maybe we haven't gotten far enough yet. Daichi picked up the pace and kept going. As Daichi was jumping across the trees, he heard Yoda's belly growl. He put his hand in his pocket and took out a couple rainbow dumplings from his inventory. He didn't want anyone to know his inventory ability, so this was how he took small things from his dimensional space whenever he was in public. A habit he made since his very beginning here. a habit which coincidentally saved him from the prying eyes of the Hokage. Daichi jumped and landed on the ground. He let the boy down from his back. Here. Eat these. They're delicious. You'll need your strength. Yoda ate the dumplings and had a smile on his face. Daichi could see that the snow around them had thickened. Looking at the small boy, Daichi couldn't help but ask, "Where will you go?" "I'll be free when I leave here." "What do you mean?" "You see, the truth is, I was already dead when I met you all. I was brought back to life by Orochimaru before I came here." Yoda began telling him his origin. "What?" Daichi was shocked for a few seconds and then he calmed down. "Oh! Right. This kid's a reanimation. I completely forgot about that detail in all this mess. He behaved like a normal kid so much that I didn't even think about it. I can't let him go back to Orochimaru." "Yoda, listen to me. Orochimaru is a very bad person. You can't go back to him." Daichi was completely serious. Yoda was smiling at Daichi as he heard him. "Don't worry. I won't." "Good." Daichi sighed in relief. Yoda looked at Daichi and began telling him his story. "You see, I was born into a clan with the ability to control the weather. We made a living traveling from village to village selling weather. That explains the weather for sale sign." Daichi thought back to the sign he saw when he first met the boy. Yoda nodded. "Even among my clan I was very good at controlling the weather. But I was born with a weak body. During my travels I caught a disease and I died." Daichi lowered his head as he listened to his story. "But then someone brought me back. Snakey and Four Eyes said they were testing the reanimation jutsu and left me outside your village," Yoda said. Daichi was startled as he heard it. "Four Eyes? Does that mean Kabuto was with Orochimaru?" "Yoda, are you telling me there was someone else with Orochimaru?" "Hm." Yoda nodded. "So Kabuto already betrayed the village, huh? That means he killed that orphanage matron. Damn it, I don't remember the details clearly. Wait. I have to make sure it's Kabuto." All of these thoughts went through Daichi's head in mere moments. "Can you describe the person who was with Orochimaru?" he gently asked. He had gray hair and wore round glasses. He was also wearing a purple shirt. I don't remember anything else." "No. It's all right, Yoda. You did good. It's definitely Kabuto. I'm sure of it. These dumplings are delicious," Yoda said happily. "I'm glad you like them. Come on, it's time to go. We need to get a bit further." Daichi wanted to move further and get Yoda to safety and thus complete the quest. But young Yoda had other plans. "I'm glad I met you, Daichi. You and the others. I'm really happy. It's time for me to leave." The snow started falling harder and started to cover the young boy from head to toe. "What are you talking about, Yoda? What's happening?" Daichi was unsure of what was going on. He tried to get closer to the boy but the strong winds kept pushing him away. "Daichi! Thank you. I'm going to be free now. I have no regrets now." "Hey, wait a minute. What are you doing, Yoda?" Daichi screamed as he tried to get closer. "Daichi. When I first met you, I could tell that you were like me. You were feeling lonely too, weren't you?" At this question Daichi stopped struggling and looked at him. It was true. Even though he told himself and Kinsei that he didn't want to waste time on making friends, he did want to make a few. To play around and laugh with. But his loner personality coupled with the title of genius at the academy didn't get him any. "Daichi. Remember the bonds you made that day. And the friends you've made. Look after them. Tomorrow, let it be another sunny day." Snow completely covered Yoda. The next instant a lightning struck it, completely destroying the snow and the boy inside. Daichi stood there shocked at what happened. "Yoda! At that moment the successful quest completion notifications popped up, adding to the already piled up system messages. But Daichi ignored them all. Tears fell down his face as he looked to where Yoda stood seconds ago. He waited for the reanimation debris to come back and make the boy whole again, but it didn't happen. After waiting for several minutes he understood that Yoda was gone forever. So with a heavy heart he turned around and started making his way back to the village. Daichi, not wanting to feel the pain of losing his friend anymore, opened the Options tab and turned on the gamer's mind skill. The emotions running wild inside him calmed down. With an impassive face, he jumped to a tree branch and took off back to his home. Hiruzen, watching Daichi's expressionless face through his jutsu, was saddened. I wonder how this experience will affect him. I suppose I'll find out after I speak with him. He stopped using the telescope jutsu and waited for their arrival. Now that his gamer's mind has been reactivated, his emotions clearly felt muted. Daichi could feel the difference as if it was a tangible thing. He felt like he could think clearly and more rationally. Yoda, I hope you're happy and having fun wherever you are. Goodbye, my friend. As Daichi was hopping through the trees, he finally saw the piled up notifications on the side. He sighed and decided to look at them. Quest Rescue Yoda completed. Rewards: 4,000 EXP. 600 EXP. Special item reward: Adamagai Cloak. Reputation increases with Hiruzen Sarutobi. Reputation increases with Kinsei Isagi. Reputation increases with 6 of the Rookie 9. You have leveled up. Skill Water Walking Techniques level has risen by 1. You have faced the killing intent of an enemy far stronger than you with your gamer's mind switched off, and stood tall without fear and challenged him. You have reached a special condition. Special stat Indomitable is opened. +1 Indomitable. You have unlocked a special stat. Reward: +500 EXP. +75 EXP. Indomitable is a unique stat even amongst the special stats, as it is the only one that gives the player a skill when it reaches 50 points. This stat awakened due to the player displaying an iron will and tenacity against superior enemies. This stat provides the passive skill, Unyielding Spirit. Unyielding Spirit passive, level max, provides the player resistance to mind manipulation, emotional manipulation, fear manipulation, and other foreign mental attacks at all times. Another special stat is opened. I never could have predicted that the gamer's mind being turned off at such a moment would be a boon. A level up, the special reward, and a special stat awakening. Looks like this venture was unexpectedly fruitful. Unyielding Spirit skill looks a lot like gamer's mind, but it seems there are differences. Based on this, it only shields me from external attacks and doesn't say about ones caused by me. I'll stick with gamer's mind for now, but this is still a good alternative. Now it's time to see just what kind of a special item I got. The special item rewarded for the quest was placed in his inventory. Daichi was a bit impatient and wanted to see what he got. He stopped on a branch and used Chakra sense to see if there was anyone around. Finding no one, Daichi took out the reward from his inventory. It was a dull silver cloak with the insignia of the Uzumaki clan on its back and 2 chameleons in red and blue colors on its right and left sleeves. It was bigger than Daichi and looked like it was made for adults. He used Observe on it and he was shocked as he read the description. Adamagai Cloak, Special Item, Rank A. An invisibility cloak created by the legendary seal master and tailor, Adamagai Uzumaki. This is a special item that shields the wearer and everything he or she directly touches from all prying jutsus and senses. This cloak was created from some of the most durable clothing materials available at the time and imbued with over 5 dozen intricate seals. The moment the cloak is worn, the seals will activate and render the wearer and everything in contact with the wearer invisible to the world. No one will be able to sense the user unless he or she wants them to. This cloak has a limited ability to respond accordingly to the wearer's thoughts. Although this cloak is a perfect tool for stealth, it does have its limitations. Only those who can use mana energy can activate this cloak. It absorbs and stores nature chakra, and when activated, uses nature energy in conjunction with a small amount of mana energy from the wearer. Note: sages who are proficient in utilizing nature chakra can detect the cloak even when it is active. Once activated, the cloak will be able to shield the wearer for 3 hours continuously, or at most 10 hours from the time it was activated if used sparingly. Once the cloak is used, it will take 29 days for it to be reactivated. Daichi's jaw dropped as he read the description. As Daichi kept reading the long description, his mind boggled and his eyes almost popped out of his skull as he reached the end. He was dumbstruck as he read the details. Holy smokes! This is like the ultimate tier stealth tool. And it's perfect for me. Daichi quickly came to his senses and put the cloak back into his inventory and resumed his journey. But his mind was on the item he just received. I can travel anywhere in the village with this, and the only person who could find me is Jiraiya. And that too if he used Sage mode. And the Elder Toads too, but I doubt they pay the village a visit regularly. I can definitely get into all sorts of places and, if I want to, escape from dangerous situations. This is just what I've wanted. In a better mood than before, he resumed his journey back to the village. Chapter 43, The First Ripple. Daichi became somewhat cheered up after the depressing event that happened several minutes ago. But he kept his emotions in check and made his way back to the village. Before long he reached the river, and within no time he crossed it. Daichi looked around and didn't see anyone. They must have left, or the Umbu got to them and they're in the Hokage Tower right now. Either way, no point in staying here. Daichi slowly walked forward, trying to decide his next destination. Home, his friends, or report to the Hokage what he had learned. Now I have an excuse to tell him about that bastard Kabuto. If the Hokage does a thorough investigation on him, he'll be in trouble and Orochimaru would lose his spy. Daichi stopped that train of thought immediately. Wait. If I rat him out now, Orochimaru will just have another one take his place here. And my future knowledge will become useless and I'll lose my edge. Daichi was screaming in his mind. Damn it! Looks like I'll have to let him go for now. And it's not like the Hokage could know what Yoda said before he was gone. Just then an image of Hiruzen watching Naruto through the crystal ball came to his mind. Daichi stopped in his tracks and his eyes widened in realization. Oh no! Daichi thought back to everything that's happened today. Umbu would have woken up soon after we had left and informed the Hokage of our situation, and he definitely would have used the telescope jutsu to find us. And since I made an impression on him, I'm pretty sure he would have been watching me. So he definitely would have heard my conversation with Yoda. Fuck! I can't lie or omit this information now. Wait, is he still watching me? Did he see me take out my cloak? Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Just as Daichi was having a mental freakout, the gamer's mind activated and calmed him down. Maybe he's seen my inventory skills, maybe not. Can't take any risks. I'll tell him the info on Orochimaru and Kabuto, but I'll keep quiet about the cloak and inventory skill. But if he asks about my ability, I'll show him and give limited info on that. And if he demands a look at the cloak, I'll hand it to him. Since he's not a mana user, he won't be able to activate it anyway, so he'll think it's an ordinary item. I hope. Due to making a logical and smart decision, you have obtained +1 WIS. Looking at the notification, Daichi calmed down a bit. Glad the system agrees. As he walked for a few more minutes, he saw the shadow of someone behind a tree. Daichi slowed down and was on alert. He walked a few more steps and finally saw who it was. You sure took your time. The Jonin commander Shikaku Nara said to the boy. I had a lot on my mind. Daichi cautiously replied. Shikaku just grunted and turned to walk. Keep up. Saying those words, he took off. Daichi knew it would be unwise to disobey, so he quietly followed the older man. Hokage office. Hiruzen sat in his chair contemplating the events that just took place. Orochimaru. To think you would use such a forbidden and perverse jutsu. It seems you might be more dangerous to the village than I thought. His mind went to the day his late sensei showed him the reanimation jutsu. Hiruzen let out a sigh. Tobirama-sensei. You never should have created that jutsu. Orochimaru is a perfectionist and a scientist. He would definitely study and try to perfect the jutsu. No! When Orochimaru comes for me, there's a possibility that he'll use the reanimation jutsu. And it'll be more powerful. It seems I'll have to take countermeasures against it and anything else he might have up his sleeve. Hiruzen looked towards the location of the forbidden scroll in the room. Looks like I'll have to conduct some research of my own. As he thought about what he should do, he heard a few knocks on the door. Come in. Shikaku entered with the students following him. That will be all. I'll have a word with the kids, Hiruzen said to Shikaku. The Jonin commander heard the polite dismissal and quickly disappeared. Everyone was nervous. Even Naruto, who never hesitated to speak his mind to the person he considered his family, was silent. Hiruzen's face showed no emotion as he stared at them. He looked at each one of them and after a few seconds of silence he spoke. You realize that you interfered with a serious village matter and have caused some commotion, don't you? The Hokage asked them in a neutral tone. Hearing his words, the kids lowered their heads. Naruto gathered his courage, took a step forward and spoke up. We're sorry that we caused problems. But we're not sorry we saved Yoda. Hearing Naruto's words to the Hokage surprised his classmates. They gathered their strength and looked at the Hokage. Naruto is right. We regret the troubles we created for the Umbu, but we don't regret saving our friend. Shikamaru spoke in agreement with his friend and took a step forward, standing by Naruto's side. Hiruzen was internally surprised at the determination Shikamaru showed. He remembered the observations made by Daikoku on the files of each student. The heir of the Nara clan with good potential and high intelligence. But he has no ambition and energy. He only completes enough questions on the tests to get a passing score. This, along with his behavior in class, corroborates my observation. He won't even go out of his way to verify his results. He would rather be considered wrong than go to the trouble of proving himself right. Lazy unless properly motivated. This was the observation made by Daikoku-sensei in Shikamaru's file. Instead of being lazy and letting the situation play out, he took action. It seems his friendship with the boy Yoda and this experience has somewhat changed him. And it seems for the better. Time to see how the rest of them fare. Hiruzen wanted to see just what the kids in front of him were made of. He was going to test them. Is that how the rest of you feel? There will be consequences for your actions, but if anyone wants to step forward and disagree with Naruto and Shikamaru, now is the time, he said in a somewhat stern tone. Sakura, Choji, Ino and Kiba looked at each other and then took a step forward. We agree with Naruto and Shikamaru. Yeah. We're sorry we caused trouble, but Yoda isn't a bad person. We couldn't just let anything happen to him. Arf. Sakura and Kiba said. Ino and Choji nodded, agreeing with them. Watching the students standing up for themselves and not turning on their friends brought a small smile to the Hokage's face. It's not a sin to fight for the right cause. Sometimes one would be stuck between their loyalty to their family or village and doing the right thing. It can be a very difficult decision to make. The friendly tone in which Hiruzen said it brought some relief to the students. But the Hokage wasn't done. Regaining his serious attitude, he spoke. Still, this village is going through a troubled time. The security of everyone in it is the utmost concern of myself and the ninjas of this village. You kids have caused some difficulties with your stunt. But nothing too major. So you'll receive a black mark on your files and nothing more. But someone has to be punished for this. And since Daichi was the one who antagonized the Umbu and helped the young boy escape across the border, he will face severe punishment. He will be expelled from the academy, the Hokage said in a stern tone, making them believe his words. What? You can't do that. Naruto shouted in dismay. Oh, can't I? I'm the Hokage of this village. Daichi committed a crime by interfering with the people who do their jobs and letting the boy escape. He will face the punishment. Hiruzen spoke with a serious tone to Naruto for the first time, and it surprised the boy. Hearing the Hokage's reasoning, Shikamaru spoke immediately. Please reconsider this, Lord Hokage. Daichi is the last person amongst us who should be punished for this. He tried to convince us to not go through with this. Naruto, Choji, Sakura, Kiba and Ino agreed and nodded their heads. Yeah. Daichi told us that there's tension between the villages, and if we do something like this it would cause trouble for the people here. He warned us not to do it. So please don't punish him. Ino said pleadingly to the Hokage. Is that so? Hiruzen appeared to mull over the information. It seems Daichi knew the risks of doing something like this and still went ahead anyway. He's got guts. Regardless, he still went through with it. He helped an unknown person escape the village with valuable information. He will be expelled, but considering the circumstances, that's as far as I will go. The Hokage really wasn't going to expel Daichi. He just wanted to see how they would react. Would they accept this result, or would they challenge it? Naruto had his head down hearing the Hokage's words. He thought about his recent dream to become Hokage of the village and then to his interactions with Daichi. He remembered what Daichi said on his first day at the academy. My goal is to become the strongest. It was Daichi's ambition and dream. Daichi was one of the few friends he made. Naruto thought back to the conversation they had at the lake. Do you trust me? Yeah. I do. Then trust me when I say I'll get Yoda to safety. I promise. Naruto made his decision. He looked up at the Hokage and spoke in a resolute tone. If you're going to expel Daichi, then you might as well expel me too. Hiruzen looked surprised hearing that response. Are you sure about this, Naruto? You'll never be Hokage if you don't become a ninja. Yes. Naruto lightly glared at the old man as he responded. If Daichi's expelled, then I'm quitting too. Besides, the academy is way too much work anyway. Shikamaru said in a nonchalant tone. Ino and Sakura also agreed with the two. Well, if you guys aren't going, then I'm not going too. Ino said in a somewhat childish tone. My mom's not gonna be happy when she hears I quit the academy. Arf, arf. Yeah. Same here. Both Kiba and Choji shivered when they thought about their mother's reaction to the news. Looking at his classmates, Shikamaru couldn't help but chuckle. Guess Daichi was right. We really are a bunch of reckless fools. Hiruzen was surprised at their resolve. Even most Genins wouldn't have their stones. This ordeal has definitely brought them closer. And it seems Naruto has gained some truly wonderful friends. I'm glad. Time to end this charade. A wide, genuine smile appeared on the Hokage's face, and it surprised the students. You never turn on your friends or let one take the fall by himself. I'm impressed. Hearing the Hokage's words, cogs started turning in Shikamaru's head. Wait, that was a test? You really weren't going to expel him? Looking at their shocked faces, Hiruzen chuckled. No. I lied. It's something I said to see if you would truly stand by him. Relief flooded their faces as they heard the old leader's words. Who? You really had us going there for a minute, old man. Naruto said with a smile. Looking at the smiling faces of Naruto and his friends, Hiruzen spoke. True loyal teammates would never turn their back on their friends. It's one of the many lessons my sensei taught me. Usually you would learn this only by the time you become a Genin, but it seems you've all grasped that lesson a few years sooner. But what about the situation with Yoda and everything that's happened? Shikamaru couldn't help but ask. I'm aware of the boy, and after reading the reports, I have come to the conclusion that he is not a threat to the Leaf. But unfortunately at a time like this, he cannot be allowed back in the village. I'm sorry. Hiruzen didn't want to tell them that their friend had departed from this world, so he phrased it in such a manner. Hearing his words made the kids happy and sad at the same time. But they understood the situation. They knew this was the best outcome that could have happened considering everything. Now just because this isn't a serious matter doesn't mean you'll be scot-free. First you're going to clean up the mess you've made on the Hokage monument, and then you'll clean every classroom in the academy. I'll inform the teachers to give the cleaning staff the day off." Hiruzen chuckled, looking at the dumbfounded faces of the students. "But—" Naruto was about to protest, but Sakura gave a sharp elbow to his ribs, shutting him up. "We understand, Lord Hokage," Sakura said, bowing her head. "Good. Now go on. I believe you have a lot of work ahead of you." "Oh! And tell Daichi to come in. I need to speak with him." Hiruzen dismissed the students. "Daichi's here?" Naruto was excited. He ran outside the room and the others followed. Naruto found his friend leaning on a wall waiting for his summons. "Daichi, you're back." At Naruto's shout, Daichi looked up. "Hey Naruto." Daichi walked to him. He saw Shikamaru and the others coming as well. "Yoda! Is he gone?" Naruto couldn't help but ask. "Yeah. He's free." Daichi nodded. Hearing the answer brought sad smiles to everyone. "Hey, you better go in. The Hokage wants to talk to you," Shikamaru said to him. "And we have a giant phase and an academy to clean up." The young Nara gave a long sigh. "Could have been worse, I suppose." Daichi nodded and went inside to meet the leader of the village. He walked in and stood in front of the Hokage. Chapter 44, Kinsei and Hiruzen. "You've certainly had an interesting day." Hiruzen started the conversation. "Yeah. That's one way to put it." Daichi gave a subdued answer. Noticing his lack of energy or emotions, Hiruzen recalled what Daichi just went through. To see your friend die and be helpless to do anything about it, these emotions. It would drive someone down the wrong path if not properly dealt with. Just as the Hokage was about to ask how he was feeling, Daichi spoke up. "I've learned some things about Yoda that I think you should know." "Oh, and what is it?" Hiruzen asked, playing dumb. "Is he really going to tell me?" Yoda is someone who died not too long ago. He was brought back by a reanimation jutsu by the missing Nin Orochimaru. Daichi said to the Hokage. "I see. Go on. What else did you learn?" Yoda said Orochimaru was conducting an experiment with the jutsu that brought him back. And there was someone else with him. Even before entering the room, Daichi decided to give all the information he learned from Yoda to the Hokage. He wasn't going to keep quiet when there was a chance the Hokage knew about everything. "Did the boy tell you who it was?" Hiruzen asked as if he wanted to know. "He didn't know who it was. But he gave me a description. Male, with gray hair and has round glasses. And he wears a purple shirt." He said the same thing Yoda said. He couldn't make any mistakes and give more information even though a small part of him wanted to. Hiruzen nodded to Daichi's words. "Thank you for telling me, Daichi." The boy nodded. The Hokage noticed his hesitation and clenched fists. Time to see how these events have affected him. "How are you feeling, Daichi?" Hiruzen asked him. Daichi stayed silent for a couple seconds before he answered with a question. "Can I have permission to speak freely?" "Go ahead." The Hokage nodded. "I'm angry." Daichi then stayed silent for a couple seconds. Hiruzen motioned for him to continue. "I'm angry at Orochimaru for using Yoda like that. I'm angry at the Umbu ninjas for interrogating him like a criminal. I'm angry at the village for not letting him stay. And I'm angry at myself because I couldn't save him." Daichi stopped. Anger is a powerful emotion. If used correctly, it can become the key to achieving your goal, but if it consumes you, it will destroy you and everything around you. The Hokage said to the boy. He continued after a few seconds of silence. "Do you think under the current circumstances, the village was wrong in not letting the boy stay?" He asked Daichi. Daichi was silent for a minute before he answered. "Yes." "Why?" "Because he was just an innocent kid who didn't mean anyone any harm." "Yes. But as you've said, he was Orochimaru's experiment. The jutsu that brought him back is known as the reanimation jutsu. It's a forbidden jutsu capable of controlling those it binds. If Yoda had attacked the village under Orochimaru's orders, what do you think would have happened? Hiruzen asked him in a neutral tone. Daichi didn't have an answer to that. Truthfully, he didn't want to answer it. With Yoda's capabilities, he would have caused a lot of damage before being stopped. And since he was a reanimation, it would have been difficult to take him down. I see you understand. It might seem unkind and extreme, but the methods and measures the ninjas take are to ensure the safety of the village and all of its citizens. The Hokage wanted Daichi to understand and let go of his anger towards the village. He was examining the boy's chakra throughout his conversation. He could feel the slight agitation and fluctuations of his energy. Is this all we are? Does being a shinobi mean I'll have to take actions like these in the future? As Daichi was having these thoughts, the scene of Sasuke talking with the first Hokage in the Naka Shrine came to his mind. Daichi remembered the words Hashirama Senju said to Sasuke. Shinobi are those who endure for a purpose. But depending on their purpose, a shinobi can change. It seems Kinsei was right after all. Daichi calmed down and looked at the Hokage. I understand, Lord Hokage. Sensing no lies, the Hokage nodded and dismissed Daichi. Daichi left the Hokage office and slowly walked down the hall. He had several thoughts running through his mind. The ripple effects of saving Yoda. What could those be? One of them is definitely the Hokage learning about the reanimation jutsu and Kabuto, but what else? Nothing else comes to mind. I'm sure I'll figure it out someday. As he recalled everything that's happened, his mind stopped at the failure part of the quest. Why was the failure part of the quest being forced to join the route and Kinsei's death? How does Danzo fit into all this? Daichi pondered on this question for a while before he reached a conclusion. If I had failed and they had recaptured Yoda, then they would have definitely found out he was a reanimated person. And they would have used more intense interrogation methods and Orochimaru's name would have come out. And then since I tried to rescue him, I would have definitely become a suspect. They would think that I was a spy. But then wouldn't Shikamaru and the others be in trouble too? Daichi thought about it for a while and came to a conclusion. Everyone present in the group has strong backing except me and Sakura. Naruto has the Hokage's backing and Shikamaru and the others are heirs of the clan heads. And between Sakura and me, Danzo would pick me because of my talent and he probably wouldn't see any value in Sakura. So he would leave her alone. If this quest had gone sideways, then all of them would have been safe except for me. Danzo keeps an eye on Umbu forces and this incident would have been brought to his attention. And knowing him and his hard-on for talented children, he definitely would have forced me into route. Kinsei would have been opposed to this, and since the failure showed possible death of Kinsei, then that means Danzo would have had him killed. It all fits. Daichi shuddered at the implications. He was glad everything turned out all right in the end, but he vowed himself to be more careful in the future. Until I graduate, I have to keep a low profile. Once the boy left, Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, took his pipe and smoked. He looked like he came to terms with what happened, but I'll have to keep an eye on him. Maybe it's time I go see Kinsei. The Hokage sat in his chair pondering on what to do next. Before I do anything, I need to figure out who it was that was with Orochimaru. If he was showing this man how to use the reanimation jutsu, then he must be someone close to Orochimaru. This man most probably could be a spy inside the village. But figuring out his identity would be like finding a needle in a haystack. Hiruzen taught Orochimaru almost everything about being a ninja. So the old Hokage had an idea as to how his student would think. He tried to put himself in his former student's shoes. Orochimaru would never keep someone incompetent close. And definitely not a civilian. This person must have skills to defend himself, so he's probably a shinobi. But a ninja posing as a civilian would be a waste of resources, so he's definitely integrated himself within my forces. But he could be of any rank and there are so many ninjas in different departments. Still, I have his description, so that's something. This will have to be done discreetly. When I find him and his identity is exposed, Orochimaru would use another one in his place and I'll lose my leverage. A much better strategy is to use him to feed false intel and see if he has connections to any other spies here. Alright. One problem at a time. First things first. Identifying the spy. Bear! The Hokage called out. An Umbu wearing a mask with brown stripes resembling a bear appeared out of the shadows kneeling. As you've just heard, we have a mole in our midst. We need to identify him as quickly as we can. Start with the Genin and Chunin forces. There's a probability that he could be one of them. Yes, Lord Hokage. Should I capture and detain him once I find him or? Umbu asked. No. For the moment, let him be. This is an opportunity to find out more about Orochimaru's operations and if possible, we can use the spy to plant false intelligence. Right now your priority is uncovering his identity. Hiruzen made his decision. Understood, sir. And Bear. Keep this between us. Not even the council elders must know. And make sure this investigation is carried out discreetly. No mistakes. Yes, sir. The kneeling Umbu vanished into the shadows as quietly as he came. Hiruzen stood from his chair and walked to the window. As he looked down he saw Daichi leaving the building and walking home. He sighed thinking about the young boy. It seems I can't delay it any longer. I'll have to speak with Kinsei. I'm going out for a while. You three stay here. Hiruzen said to his guards hidden in the room. He left the tower and walked to a certain training ground. His mind was on the former Umbu captain and once close friend. He had an idea as to where Kinsei would be today and that was where he was headed. After some time he reached a specific training ground in the village. It was a large area with several stumps and targets lined up. There were craters on the ground indicating the use of destructive jutsus. A wide river ran at the far end of the training ground. Hiruzen stood there for a few moments taking in the view. Kinsei smiled as he listened. He knew about Daichi's progress better than anyone save the boy himself. That he is. Can I ask you something? Kinsei nodded to the Hokage. Why did you adopt him? Does it have anything to do with Hataru? Kinsei thought about a certain memory as he heard the question. The memory of a promise made to his savior. After a few moments of silence he answered. Why did I adopt him? I consider it my second chance. To make the right choices, and yes, he reminded me so much of Hataru. His looks, his talent, the way he acts. Hiruzen nodded as he listened. He could understand the comparison. He had met Hataru Asagi at a young age and watched his growth throughout the years. You've been training him, haven't you? Yes. The old man Kinsei nodded. But why push him so hard so early? Hiruzen wanted to know Kinsei's motives. I don't want him to have regrets. I know that's impossible, but... Kinsei didn't finish his sentence. He looked towards Hiruzen. Why are you so interested in him, Hiruzen? Daichi's talents remind me of Minato and Orochimaru. One of them died for the village and the other has become its enemy. I don't want Daichi to leave this world before his time or go down the wrong path. Daichi is no Orochimaru. I can promise you that. And I have a feeling he'll be like a cat with 9 lives when it comes to surviving. Kinsei's words made it clear to Hiruzen that he knew Daichi's path. But the Hokage doubted Kinsei would share it with him. There was an incident a few hours ago. Nothing major. When you get home you should talk to Daichi about it. The Hokage told him. Kinsei nodded in agreement. Both of them stayed there till the sun went down discussing various topics and traveling down memory lane. Once the sun had disappeared, each left for home with their own thoughts. Chapter 45, Ren Uchiha and Training for Second Dungeon. The next day. It was Sunday morning. Daichi woke up and just stayed in bed thinking about everything that's happened. Looks like I need to change my plans a bit. I'll save the dungeon fight for March. I need to train more. And I've built up enough chakra for the shadow clone jutsu. I need to increase the speed of my training. Daichi got up and went downstairs. He greeted his grandfather, who was reading a book, and went to the kitchen to get a bite to eat. Once he had his breakfast, he went near Kinsei and sat down. "So how was yesterday's adventure?" Kinsei asked nonchalantly. "You heard that, huh?" Daichi wasn't surprised his grandfather had heard about it. "Yeah. Not many academy students can stand up to Umbu's intent." Hiruzen spoke about the entire incident with Kinsei, and the old man was impressed with Daichi's strong will. "How are you feeling with everything that's happened?" he asked in a slightly gentle tone. "I'm not happy with the way things ended, but I understand. Every experience, no matter good or bad, is a teacher to us. It shapes how we think and how we act. The smart ones are those who learn and try not to repeat their past mistakes." Kinsei shared his thoughts with Daichi. "Yeah. I learned quite a bit, and the whole thing was fruitful. Helped me a lot in many ways." Daichi thought back to the special stat and item he got as a reward. His desire to become stronger had also increased. "As long as you don't lose yourself along the way, you're fine." Daichi nodded to Kinsei's wise words. "Hey Gramps. What is it? Can you teach me the shadow clone jutsu?" When Daichi asked this, Kinsei looked at him. Kinsei assessed his chakra and deemed him capable of creating a few clones. Kinsei took Daichi to his library and took out a couple of scrolls. He handed them to Daichi. "These are the scrolls for the shadow clone jutsu and the body flicker technique. Figured it might come in handy for you." Hearing Kinsei's words made Daichi excited. He wanted to start training right away. Daichi wanted to see if he could take the body flicker technique to the same level or even beyond Shursui Uchiha's perfection. Days passed with Daichi maintaining the top spot at the academy. The incident also changed Naruto's life as well. Daichi noticed that he was more happy with Shikamaru and the gang playing around with him. They would also stand up for Naruto when others picked on him. His pranks, although lessened, haven't stopped. And sometimes Kiba, Choji and Shikamaru would join him in skipping class. Daichi would play and hang around with them, but it was only on a few occasions. His focus was on training. One of the major changes Daichi noticed was about Ino. Whenever he looked at her, she would blush and look away. Daichi wasn't sure why at first, but knowing the cliches of an anime world, he had an idea. And he decided he wasn't going to touch that topic with a 10-foot pole. Daichi's home. It was a weekend and Daichi was currently in the middle of training with Kinsei supervising it. Daichi had two of his shadow clones throw shuriken and kunai at him while he tried to dodge the incoming projectiles. His goal was to improve his sense stat and thus his senses. The next dungeon Daichi was going to open was a key dungeon as well. But it would have enemy ninjas instead of wild beasts. He wanted to be at his absolute best and prepare for the battles that's going to come his way. As Daichi dodged or deflected the metals aimed at him, his instincts improved. +1 sense. Over 3 hours had passed since he started this training. Come on. Just a bit more. I need to improve my stamina as well. I doubt I'd be able to rest and recover in enemy territory. Just as he dodged a hail of shuriken and deflected a kunai with one of his own, the special stat stamina had an increase as well. +1 stamina. Finally! Time to put an end to this. Daichi increased his speed with the body flicker technique and got behind a shadow clone. A hard punch to its spine and it vanished into smoke. Wow! That feels so weird. It seems I'm still getting used to that sensation. Daichi's senses immediately alerted him to the weapons coming from the second clone. He deflected all of them with his kunai and rushed the clone. Both Daichi and his clone started attacking each other at a fast pace. His clone used body flicker to dodge some of the punches aimed at him and block the rest. Daichi swiftly switched tactics and restrained the clone with chakra threads, and before his clone could retaliate, Daichi dispatched it with several shuriken. Looks like my reaction time has improved. Not bad. Just as he was relishing in his victory, Daichi heard the whistle of shurikens flying. He immediately jumped high, barely dodging the metal stars, and watched them bury deep into the trunk of the tree behind him. Daichi looked towards the culprit. What the hell, old man? That could have seriously hurt if it had hit me. But it didn't. And you're not hurt, Kinsei said in a nonchalant manner. Daichi looked at his grandpa incredulously. Kinsei chuckled but then, in a somewhat serious tone, spoke. On a battlefield, you should never let your guard down, even when you think you're victorious. That's the moment a cunning enemy strikes his foe. As Daichi heard these words, he calmed down. At that moment, the scene of Tobirama Senju striking down Izuna Uchiha came to his mind. He's right. I need to be absolutely careful when I'm fighting someone. I can't let my strength get to my head. I understand, Gramps. Kinsei nodded. Both of them ended the training and simply enjoyed the rest of the day. Months passed and soon it was February 12th. Daichi just finished his training with Ren and was about to leave, but the Uchiha stopped him. Hey, Daichi. Come on. There's someone I want you to meet at home, Ren said with a smile. Oh, so I finally get to meet your daughter, huh? Yeah. Come on. One day you'll be Uncle Daichi to her. Ha ha ha. Ren laughed, walking ahead. Daichi was glad he had the gamer's mind turned on. Otherwise he would have grimaced and freaked out as he thought about their fates, and Ren would have picked up on that. If I recall, the Uchiha are currently under surveillance. If I go to their clan, will the Umbu become a headache for me? But I can't decline his invitation without it sounding strange. Daichi lightly sighed and decided to go through with this. They reached the gates of the Uchiha compound. Ren's home was near the border of the walls surrounding the compound. It didn't take them long to reach his home. On the way, Daichi noticed several Uchiha looking at both of them with contempt. Daichi expected such a look for him, but he was surprised that they were also aimed at Ren. His friend walked home as if he didn't see anything wrong, so Daichi decided he wouldn't ask about the situation. I'm home, and I brought a friend, Ren called out. He guided Daichi inside his home. Daichi went into the living room behind Ren and found a woman feeding a bottle of milk to a baby. Daichi! Meet my wife Kimiko Uchiha. Kimiko. This is the young prodigy I told you about. Ren introduced them. Hello. Daichi waved. Hi. Ren told me he was teaching a talented academy student. I'm happy to finally meet you. Daichi politely nodded and used observe on them. Level 50, Kimiko Uchiha. Age, 27. HP, 3020, Chakra points, 2900. Kimiko Uchiha is a member of the Uchiha clan. She is a Chunin ninja of average talent who awakened a one-tomo Sharingan, but retired a few years ago due to injuries she received during the Third World War. A year ago she married her childhood friend Ren Uchiha. She is a kind person who loves her family above all else. She gave birth to a baby girl named Ryo Uchiha 2 weeks ago. But the pregnancy had put a strain on her body and she is now in a weakened state. Level 1, Ryo Uchiha. Age, 1. HP, 58, Chakra points, 20. Ryo Uchiha is a member of the Uchiha clan. Born on January 29th to Ren Uchiha and Kimiko Uchiha. It seems the pregnancy has weakened her body. Her breathing pattern is a bit weaker than the normal person, but not by much. If she rests for some time, there's a possibility she could recover. But in a few months, it won't matter. It was only thanks to the gamer's mind that Daichi kept a calm face. So, I hear you're the kid who beat Sasuke? Kimiko asked in a teasing manner. Does everyone know about that? Daichi was surprised that many people in the Uchiha clan would pay attention to him. Of course. Everyone was expecting Sasuke to be just as good as Itachi and follow in his footsteps. So him taking second place came as a big surprise. Kimiko said, smiling. Once the bottle was empty, the baby quickly fell asleep in Kimiko's arms. She's cute, Daichi said, looking at the sleeping baby. Yeah. She takes after her mother. Thank God for that. Her name is Ryo Uchiha. Ren was smiling as he looked at his family. He took his daughter into his arms and after a few seconds turned to Daichi. Do you want to hold her? What? Daichi was startled at the question. Are you sure? Yeah. Come on. Ren held out his arms. Daichi slowly and cautiously took the baby into his arms. As he held her, baby Rio opened her eyes. She looked at Daichi and giggled and then slightly wiggled in his arms and soon fell asleep again. Daichi was surprised at that reaction. He looked at the cute baby sleeping in his arms that smiled at him and he couldn't help but feel happy and protective of her. In that moment, even though he didn't realize it, Daichi formed a powerful bond with little girl Ren Uchiha. Aw. That's so cute. Kimiko laughed looking at the two children. Daichi slightly blushed at that. I think that's the first time I've seen you smile like that, Daichi. Ren added his voice as well. Daichi and the two Uchiha spoke for a while before they noticed it was getting dark. Daichi left Ren's home soon after, with the letter accompanying him till the clan gates. Daichi left the Uchiha compound and was walking home. His mind was on the tragedy about to take place not too long from now. Damn it! What should I do? I can't just leave them to their fates. But I don't even know the details of the massacre. And it's been so long I'm slowly forgetting some things from my past life. I remember the key events but the smaller details are becoming foggy. My future knowledge is my advantage. I can't lose that. Daichi reached home. He had a plan in mind to rectify his memory problem. Daichi went to his room after having dinner. He locked the door and sat on the floor. He opened his status page. Status. Name, Daichi Hekima, the gamer. Class, student. Age, 7. Title, capable child, explorer, prodigy, beast slayer, apprentice dungeon warrior. Level, 28, 12,725 or 23250. HP, 3,435. Chakra points, 4,103.5. Stamina points, 3255. MP, 1,300. Primary stats. Strength, 74. Vitality, 72. Dexterity, 62. Agility, 74. Intelligence, 69. Chakra, 85. Wisdom, 49. Special stats. Sense, 65. Stamina, 86. Indomitable, 1. Charisma, 31. Persistence, 3. Dignity, locked. Luck, locked. Stat points, 465. Rio, 252,000. Looks like my level progression has slowed down considerably, but my stats are steadily improving. It seems I was slightly wrong. I have a ton of points right now, and if I don't use them, it wouldn't do me any good. Daichi looked at his stats. After thinking about it for a while, he came to a decision as to his next move. Chapter 46, 100 Intelligence and Second Dungeon. I can't stay like this. I need to up my stats fast. Daichi looked at the accumulated stat points and made his choice. He started adding some points to his stats. Primary stats. Strength 74 to 75. Vitality 72 to 75. Dexterity 62 to 70. Agility 74 to 75. Intelligence 69 to 100. Chakra 85 to 100. Wisdom 49 to 50. He used a total of 60 points to increase his primary stats. Several notifications popped up. Intelligence stat has reached 100. You have gained the passive skill Absolute Recall. Absolute Recall passive, level max, a passive skill given to the player when intelligence stat has reached 100. This skill gives the player the ability to recall all past memories with great details and accuracy. Absolute Recall is a skill that's obtained and maxed. Note, this skill has positive and negative side effects. While this skill helps the player in memorizing all details and recalling even the vaguest memories, it will also not allow the player to forget any unhappy or traumatic experiences. The skill Lesser Mana Affinity has evolved to Mana Affinity. This increases the mana points and power of the mana skills of the player. Chakra stat has reached 100. The skill Lesser Chakra Affinity has evolved to Chakra Affinity. The skill Lesser Chakra Regeneration has evolved to Chakra Regeneration. This increases the chakra points and chakra regeneration speed of the player. Daichi smiled as he read the blue system boxes. Looks like stats increase to 100 gives passive skills or evolves already obtained skills. Should I just increase the other stats to 100 right now? Daichi pondered on this question for a while before deciding against it. I'm about to enter a dungeon. I'll definitely be able to increase my stats during the fighting. I'll save the rest of the stat points for later. Daichi looked at his health, chakra, stamina, and intelligence points. All of them have increased considerably. Especially his chakra points. HP 3,575. Chakra points 6,010.2. Stamina points 3,365. Mana points 2,270. As Daichi read the details of the Absolute Recall skill, a frown formed on his face. It's indeed a great skill to have, but the negative side effect. 2. Not forget anything bad that's happened. That's going to be rough. Just then the image of young Yoda came to his mind, along with memories that he couldn't remember before. Daichi's eyes widened as the memories came flooding in. Oh my god! I've seen Yoda, even before I met him in that forest. He was a filler character during the war episodes. Daichi started recalling the past memories. He only saw the filler episodes a couple times before moving on. But now with this skill he could remember every single detail. Now I know why Yoda was so important. And why that quest triggered a warning. In the story, Naruto and the others rescue Yoda, and once they reach the river and try to cross it, they get swept away. Yoda saves them and erases their memories of him and their time together. But now, because of my interference with the plot, they remember everything. Naruto has friends, and the third Hokage knows about Orochimaru and his experimentation with the reanimation jutsu, and possibly about Kabuto too. So that's why the system warned me, huh? Daichi sighed thinking about the incident. No point in thinking about it now. Daichi became sad as he remembered Yoda and what had happened to him. But within a couple of seconds the gamer's mind activated and the sadness he felt vanished. Daichi slightly shook his head as if to forget the memories and move on. He thought about the next dungeon he was going to enter. He found this particular dungeon on the day he met Ren. It was a red key when he found it, but now since he leveled up to 28 it has turned to yellow. Daichi remembered the different types of keys and what they represent. Black keys lead to dungeons having opponents 30 levels above mine and will definitely end in my certain death. The red keys signify 15 to 30 level opponents stronger than me and are marked as extremely difficult. Yellow keys open a difficult level dungeon with opponents from 5 to 15 levels above mine. And then white keys classified as normal and green as easy. Since this key turned from red to yellow when I reached 28, that means the highest opponent in this dungeon would be of level 43. I'll have to improve my stats as much as I can and level up too. The experience points needed for my next level up is over 10,000. And I'm pretty sure to reach level 30 I need at least 30,000 EXP. Soon. The first week of March arrived quickly. The students were given a week leave to prepare for the exams in the second week, and then they would be given a 2 weeks holiday before the start of the next academic year in April. Daichi was planning on using the first week of March to complete the second dungeon. Coincidentally, it was the same week Kinsei had to leave for Tanzaku Town. I'll be gone for about 10 days. Be careful and don't burn the house down. Oh, come on. Don't you have faith in me, Gramps? I'll be good, Daichi said, grinning like a Cheshire cat. Kinsei had a blank expression on his face as he looked at Daichi. The boy's smile reminded him of a mischievous cat about to get up to no good the moment the owner leaves. You're up to something, aren't you? The old man has known Daichi long enough to know the boy was planning something. Maybe. Daichi gave a cheeky reply with the same grin. Kinsei sighed, I don't want to know. He bid his grandson farewell and soon left. Daichi waved him goodbye and went to his room. During the last 3 years, Kinsei had taught Daichi the hand seals that would allow him to connect to the barrier surrounding the house. It was a simple but efficient one capable of alerting the people connected to it of intruders or other problems. Daichi connected to the barrier and sensing that he was alone, he sat on his bed and took out the yellow dungeon key. Time to go to work. The moment he activated the key, he was teleported and Daichi experienced the sensation of falling from a great height. He was prepared for it this time. A couple seconds later his feet touched the ground. Daichi landed safely and looked around. He was in a hallway similar to the first one, but this had several differences. Unlike the first dungeon hallway, which was covered in moss and vines, this one was clean. The hallway seems to be made from red bricks and black stones arranged in some sort of a pattern. And at the end of the narrow hallway stood a white arched door. I'm guessing this is going to be a theme. Daichi walked to the white door and inserted the dungeon key. You have reached the entrance to the dungeon Aokigahara Battlegrounds. Would you like to enter? Yes or no? Yes. The key started rotating clockwise and within seconds the door opened. Daichi slowly took his steps and entered the dungeon grounds. As Daichi looked around, all he could see were forest and rocks. A vast area just waiting to be explored and filled with danger. Observe. Dungeon Aokigahara Battlegrounds. This dungeon is created based on the former Chunin exam ground Aokigahara, but there are several differences. This dungeon is much more vast and the traps are more lethal. The strength of the enemy ninjas created for this dungeon are based on some of the genins who survived Aokigahara, and these enemies are a bit stronger. There are other dangers in the dungeon as well. So I was right. Based on my memories, Aokigahara was only shown in a special episode. But it seems fillers are real in this world. In the episode Naruto fought against enemy puppets and had to avoid traps, I'll have to be careful when moving around. And it seems this dungeon has ninjas as well. Just then a new quest was created. Quest created: destroy all enemies. Avoid the traps, kill the enemy ninjas and defeat the dungeon boss and his army. Time limit: none. Rewards: new skill. New title: Rio 375,000. 10,000 EXP. Failure: death. Accept, yes or no. So the boss of this dungeon has his own army, huh? Wonder what they would be like. Daichi accepted the quest. Just then the title Apprentice Dungeon Warrior activated. Title Apprentice Dungeon Warrior is now active. All your stats are increased by 10% while inside the dungeon. Daichi immediately felt the effects of the title. He smiled as he felt his strength increase. Despite the fact that it was a difficult dungeon, Daichi was confident in himself. Just as he was about to take his first step forward, he paused. He suddenly thought of something. Wait a minute. My persistent stat opened when I fought a boss with my health below a third or fourth of its total. And my indomitable stat opened when I switched off the gamer's mind and stood up to a higher level enemy's killing intent. And special stats can only be increased through training or level up and not with stat points. If I want to make the most of this dungeon, then I need to turn off the gamer's mind to increase indomitable stat and keep fighting till my health points are at their lowest. Turning off the gamer's mind won't be much of a problem because now I have unyielding spirit to protect my mind. Still, it's a dangerous and risky move. But it looks like I have no choice. Daichi opened the Options tab and looked at the gamer's mind on or off button. Gathering his resolve, he turned off the gamer's mind. Daichi was much calmer this time when he shut it off. He felt his emotions at a higher degree but was calm and in control. Daichi slowly walked forward into the jungle. He tried to be as careful as possible, but unfortunately for him, he accidentally tripped a wire. Whoosh! Several kunais came flying at a fast rate towards the boy. Oh shit! Daichi jumped to a nearby tree to avoid the weapons, but the moment he landed on the branch, a paper bomb activated. Daichi, hearing the familiar sound of the paper explosive, instantly flooded his body with chakra and used body flicker to escape the blast. He landed on the ground nearby, but the next instant the area he landed on crumbled and a wide deep dark hole appeared beneath Daichi. He fell, and as he looked down, he saw numerous metal spikes at the bottom of the pit waiting to impale him. There were small metal prongs and sharp razor wires covering the inside wall of the pit as well. I can't swing to the wall and use chakra to stick my feet unless I want to get shredded. He suddenly had an idea. He took 2 kunais with long wires attached to them from the inventory and quickly threw them with force in opposite directions. They struck the wall and were buried all the way to the hilt, and the wires stretched taut as Daichi held their ends. It stopped Daichi in his fall just several inches above the sharp spikes. The metal wires dug into Daichi's palm and he slightly bled, but he didn't care or even notice it. Daichi hung in the air and then looked down. He saw the spikes a couple inches away from skewering him. Daichi was breathing hard and sweat rolled down his face. Not even 5 minutes into this fucking dungeon and I almost just died. Something tells me I'm really not gonna like this place. As if fate was playing a cruel joke, it was at that exact moment that everything around Daichi started to shake and crumble. The rocks surrounding him started to break and fall. The ground shook harder by the second and the pit was starting to collapse in on itself. It was as if the dungeon intended to bury Daichi inside it. Daichi's eyes widened as he looked at the crumbling walls. Oh! Come on! Chapter 47, Shadow, Illusion, and Tank. Without wasting a single moment, Daichi went into action. He leaned backwards and stretched the ninja wire as much as he could. He could feel the metal spikes poking his back. The next instant he used as much force as possible and swung himself upwards. As he flew, he quickly weaved signs. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Immediately 2 shadow clones were created near the flying Daichi. One clone immediately went through several hand seals and shot a blast of water at the raining debris, clearing Daichi's path. The other grabbed hold of Daichi and tossed him up with enough force to exit the pit. In a few seconds Daichi was out and above the ground. He used his chakra strings and attached them to a tree and swung himself to safety. That was close. Far too close. Even though he didn't exert much energy, he was breathing hard. Due to the gamer's mind being turned off, Daichi was feeling the shock of almost dying to a much greater degree. He felt his heart pounding away in his chest and the adrenaline pumping in his veins. His entire body was slightly quaking. After a few minutes he steadied himself and began to resume his exploration of the dungeon. Daichi was much more careful this time. Time went by as he slowly went deeper into the jungle. It's now been over 3 hours and I haven't seen any enemy ninjas or puppets. But my progress has been slow due to the traps. Daichi, although successful in avoiding most traps, still triggered a few, hidden carefully within the jungle. Luckily he escaped without much problems. Daichi had his eye on the mini-map as well as using chakra sense at certain intervals. He had no intention of being taken by surprise. As he traveled a bit further, red dots started appearing on his holographic map. Looks like it's finally beginning. According to the map, there were 2 red dots coming from the front. Daichi took out his tanto from the inventory and got ready. As he slowly and cautiously walked forward, the red dots reached him and were on top of him. They're hidden up in the trees and want to ambush me. If I didn't have the mini-map, they might have succeeded. Daichi, not allowing them to make the first move, swiftly threw several shuriken and kunai at his enemies. The enemy ninjas escaped before they got hit and landed in front of Daichi. Both the ninjas looked to be around 13 or 14 years of age. They wore ordinary Jinin clothes and had weapon pouches strapped to their legs. Their bodies were gray and Daichi could see purple veins pulsing underneath their skin. They had dark purple sclerae and white eyes. Daichi slightly grimaced as he looked at them. These guys remind me of reanimation zombies. Let's see how strong they are. Observe. Level 34, Shadow Nin. HP 4160, Chakra points 3230. A ninja created based on a genin of the Nara clan who survived the Akagahara exam grounds. This ninja is proficient in using shadow jutsus to bind and trap his enemies. Although his plan was to catch his enemy unaware, he has no trouble adjusting to a change in tactics. Prefer to attack in a team. This enemy intends to kill you. Just as Daichi finished reading the description of the first enemy Nin, he attacked. Shadows from his feet quickly extended and tried to connect to Daichi's, but he evaded. Just then several fireballs a little bigger than his head were flying at him. It struck Daichi and burned him, but the next instant the burning Daichi turned into a burning log. He substituted before the attack struck and was high above, hidden behind some thick tree leaves. He looked at the second ninja. Observe. Level 33, Illusion Nin. HP 3702, Chakra points 3050. A ninja created based on a genin of the Kurama clan who survived the Akagahara exam grounds. This ninja is proficient in using jinjutsu to attack and kill enemies. This ninja prefers to fight in a group or with another as his physical strength is weak. This enemy intends to kill you. Even though my observed skill has reached level 40, I still can't see their physical stats. Looks like I'll have to somehow increase it in the next few months. So they're based on ninjas from the Nara and Kurama clan, huh? Then that means the fireballs might have been jinjutsu. Or jinjutsu powerful enough to become a physical attack and injure the enemy. Their plan most probably is for the shadow user to trap me and for the jinjutsu user to finish me off. But something seems strange. Based on their fighting style and appearance, they don't look like they could handle extreme hand-to-hand combat. There should be a third member. Someone with a strong physique to fight while these two hang back. Daichi's eyes widened and looked at the map. The mini-map showed that the dungeon was roughly 3.5 kilometers long in diameter. A smaller dungeon than Training Ground 43. It was then that Daichi noticed a dot slowly moving and coming closer. Roughly 50 meters away from him. He couldn't see any other enemies near him. That must be their third member. So these things are intelligent enough to form a plan and attack, huh? This dungeon is entirely different from the one before. I need to be extremely careful. Just then Daichi felt a small headache and it was followed by several notifications popping up. Mental intrusion detected. Unyielding spirit has neutralized the foreign attack. Right as he finished reading the message, several fireballs struck near him. Daichi used body flicker and evaded. He landed on the ground and faced the two ninjas. He ran towards the illusion Nin and created several normal illusion clones and made them look like they were going to attack him. The illusion Nin created fireballs and attacked Daichi and his clones. Daichi evaded, but clones were destroyed. Daichi threw several shuriken towards the Kurama clan copycat and jumped before a shadow tendril could connect to him. The illusion ninja dodged the shurikens with ease, but that was also what Daichi was waiting for. He used chakra strings to guide the shuriken to pierce the Nin from the back. The shuriken had ninja wire attached to it and Daichi quickly used the shuriken to surround and immobilize him. It was at that moment Daichi's chakra sense alerted him to the third enemy ninja's attack. It seems if one of them is about to be taken out then the backup attacks, huh? Daichi evaded the punch aimed at the back of his head. He turned around and retaliated with a punch of his own. It struck and sent the enemy a few meters away. At that moment Daichi noticed the shadow Nin cutting the wires and freeing the illusion ninja. Now surrounded by three ninjas, Daichi felt a small fear but also excitement. This was going to be his first real ninja battle. His body realized the precarious situation he was in and sharpened his senses and instincts. Observe. Level 36, Tank Nin. HP 4807, Chakra points 4721. A ninja created based on a genin of the Akimichi clan who survived the Akagahara exam grounds. This ninja possesses great physical strength and is capable of executing clan techniques at a much greater speed than those his age. This enemy was looking to finish you quickly from your blind spot but now has made the decision to fight you head-on. This enemy intends to kill you. I need to take out Nara first. He's the brains of this team, and if let him be, he'll find some convoluted way to trap me. I haven't yet grown strong enough to the point where I can just ignore whatever trap someone with brains comes up with. You have sense killing intent. Skill danger senses level has risen by 1. Daichi felt their killing intent. While his eyes were mainly on the illusion and tank ninja, his main focus was on the shadow user. Daichi wanted to take the shadow nin by surprise. That's why he didn't target or even look at him yet. But that changed in an instant. Daichi weaved signs for the shadow clones and created 2. Each one sprinted to the illusion and tank nins. The goal was to keep them busy and not let them interfere. The real Daichi's target was the shadow user. In mere moments, chakra flowed through Daichi's limbs, and he used sprint skill, which uses stamina in conjunction with chakra enhancement to increase his speed and strength multiple folds. In an instant, Daichi was behind the shadow user and he started cutting him up from head to toe. In just a little over 10 seconds, Daichi landed dozens of strikes on his enemy. Skill Vital Strikes level has risen by 1. Skill Sword Mastery's level has risen by 1. By the time the other 2 ninjas looked to their wounded teammate, Daichi had already attacked all major vital spots and cut off a limb. The enemy health points were falling rapidly, and Daichi finished it with a fast slash to the neck. Skill Death Blow's level has risen by 1. The skill Death Blow, now level 15, adds an additional 150% attack damage to the enemy, while increasing the attack speed and criticals by 26%. The Vital Strike and Sword Mastery skills also increase attack speed and deal additional damage to the enemy. So with the help of these buffs, Daichi finished his opponent in just over 10 seconds. The Shadow Nin exploded into smoke and disappeared. Enemy killed. Plus 1200 EXP. Plus 180 EXP. Enemies killed, 1 out of 168. A new skill is created with a specific action. You have linked several attacks in quick succession and killed an enemy in a single chain combo. Through continuously attacking and not allowing the enemy to escape or retaliate, the skill link Kill Strikes has been created. Daichi didn't have time to read the information on the skill, as the 2 other ninjas dispatched his clones and were now after him. Mental intrusion detected. Unyielding Spirit has neutralized the foreign attack. It seems he's trying to use Jinjutsu on me. Too bad for you. Watching the bigger ninja heading towards him, Daichi switched his Tanto with a knuckle duster. The tank nin rushed at Daichi while the other stayed back. Daichi and the tank ninja began their battle. Daichi deflected and struck the enemy's joints. Daichi coated his hands with chakra and boosted his strength. The tank nin suddenly increased the size of his right hand and punched Daichi, sending him skidding a few feet away. At that moment, several lightning bolts came at him in an instant. Daichi quickly substituted with a nearby rock and escaped the attacks. Alright. I can't hold back if I want to beat these 2. Daichi created 2 shadow clones and had them attack the Kurama clan ninja. Daichi's focus was now on the ninja with the Akimichi clan abilities. Daichi quickly went through 3 hand seals. Lightning Style Overdrive. Lightning coated his arms and legs and sparked over his whole body. Still not proficient with this. So I have to end this fight fast. A shadow clone created an earth wall behind the tank nin to prevent him from escaping. Daichi appeared in front of the tank in the blink of an eye. He started raining heavy blows in quick succession all over his enemy. The tank nin expanded his body and tried to attack Daichi, but he backed away and took out his dagger. You might be big, but your speed has been considerably reduced. Daichi evaded the incoming punches with ease and got behind him. He stabbed the big ninja through his neck and then buried his dagger deep into his head and left it there. The overdrive jutsu is almost at its limit. Without wasting time, Daichi rained punches on his back and watched the HP of his enemy fall. And in half a minute the battle was over. Due to the extreme physical training, you have obtained plus 1 AGI. Enemy killed. Plus 1400 EXP. Plus 210 EXP. Enemies killed, 2 out of 168. At that moment he got the memories of his dispelled clones and new notifications popped up. Daichi smiled as he revised the memories. Minutes earlier, Daichi's clones. Both clones evaded the fireballs and lightning strikes coming at them. They threw shuriken and kunai at their opponent to gauge his reaction time. They noticed something about their enemy's fighting style. There's a 2-second interval before each attack. And he can only use one type of attack at a time. Furthermore, he needs to use 3 hand seals for fire and 4 for lightning. So there's a 1-second delay there. This is going to be easier than I thought. A smirk came on the clone's face. It looked at its counterpart and nodded. It seems both of them came up with the same strategy. The moment they dodged another attack, the first clone used chakra threads to immobilize the illusion ninja's hands and feet. At that moment several kunai came from the second clone and pierced the joints, making it more difficult for the illusion nin to move its limbs. But it didn't matter as 2 giant fireballs were blasted in his face the next second. Enemy killed. Plus 1050 EXP. Plus 157.5 EXP. Enemies killed, 3 out of 168. Seeing as their target is destroyed, both clones dispel themselves. Chapter 48, Battles in the Second Dungeon 1. With the 3 enemies killed, Daichi resumed his journey into the jungle. Since there are ninjas made from the Nara clan and Kurama clan, then it stands to reason that I'll encounter ninjas from other clans as well. This might be a good opportunity for me to learn how they fight firsthand. Watching something from a story and experiencing it are 2 different things after all. He then looked at the new skill he acquired. Linked Kill Strikes active, level 1. This skill activates once 10 fast consecutive strikes are landed on the enemy. After the 10th strike, each attack deals additional damage to the enemy. This skill also increases the speed of the user. Note, delay in between each strike cannot be more than 1 second. Effects, plus 1% increase to agility. Plus 2% increase in damage when using swords, daggers, or other sharp weapons. Plus 1% increase to damage dealt for each additional strike. And represents the last consecutive attack landed on the enemy. Wow! This is one awesome sweet skill. It slightly increases my agility. But the last effect of this skill. And plus 1% increase in damage, so unless I'm not mistaken, then once the skill activates, the first strike lands 2% additional damage and the second strike lands 3% and third deals 4% damage and so on. So theoretically, if I land about 20 strikes, then this skill would deal an additional damage of 21%. And this is only the first level. If I increase the level of this skill, it would be even more powerful. Excellent. Daichi became happy with the results of his first fight. He set his sights on the trees ahead and slowly moved. Daichi carefully walked through the woods. Hours slowly passed and it was starting to get dark. It was then that Daichi noticed 2 red dots moving slowly towards him on his map. Daichi slowed down and prepared himself. Suddenly Daichi heard the sound of trees getting crushed and looked ahead. Out of the darkness, a black spiraling body came directly at him at high speeds. Before the attacker could drill through him, Daichi sidestepped and got out of the way. But he didn't escape unscathed. Ah! Minus 132 HP. His shirt got torn and there were several bleeding lines on his chest. Luckily, they were nothing serious. Before Daichi could take a look at his enemy, he disappeared. He quickly looked at the map and saw that his attacker had slowed down and was now moving from behind him to a new location. He's trying to ambush me again. Daichi got ready. And just as he predicted, the enemy attacked once more. The enemy ninja shot at Daichi, intending to drill through him. Daichi successfully escaped without injuries this time, and he noticed something. The enemy drilled through trees and rocks behind Daichi and disappeared into the darkness once more. This guy is moving in a straight line. His speed is impressive, but he can't maneuver or change his direction. I think I have an idea who my next opponent is and what technique he's using. Daichi kept an eye on his minimap. He noticed that the enemy ninja was getting ready for a third strike. Sweat trickled down Daichi's face as he got ready to make his move. He suddenly heard the winds howling as he saw the enemy coming at him fast. Daichi stepped out of the line of attack while going through several hand seals. Just as the enemy was about to reach where he stood a second ago, Daichi launched his attack. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. The giant burning ball of flame hit his enemy and exploded, sending the attacker flying. Daichi used body flicker and moved some distance away. He got near his opponent, who was on the ground burning and smoking. Observe. Level 36, Beast Nin. HP, 3641 Chakra Points, 3408. A ninja created based on a genin of the Inuzuka clan who survived the Akagahara exam grounds. This ninja possesses exceptional senses and instincts but is weak against Jinjutsu attacks. He is proficient in using his clan techniques and fights alongside his partner Shibori. He is faster than ordinary genin. This enemy intends to kill you. His partner. Daichi's eyes widened in realization, but he was a second too late to dodge an attack from behind from the second enemy. A powerful force slammed into Daichi's back, sending him flying. Minus 108 HP. Gah! Daichi flew in the air a few feet before roughly landing on the ground. He tumbled for a few meters before stopping himself. He got up and looked towards his enemy. So that's his dog partner Shibori. A black dog half the size of an adult human was standing in front of his Inuzuka partner, growling at Daichi. It had scars over its body and sharp red claws. The Inuzuka genin was getting up and both were now looking to battle. I took out 310 HP points with that point-blank fireball, but it's nowhere near enough. The Inuzuka clan ninjas prefer speed and combo attacks over everything else. And they have extraordinary senses. I need to separate these two and take them out individually. Forming the plan in mind, Daichi made his move. He created a shadow clone and rushed towards the genin while his clone targeted the ninja dog. The genin also rushed towards Daichi and both of them started fighting. Daichi dodged the swipe of a clawed hand to the face and retaliated with a strong punch to the chest. It reduced a few HP and sent the ninja a few feet back, but did nothing else. He's strong. The dungeon ninja rushed to Daichi and they began their second round of fighting. Daichi evaded the sharp claws and swipes and blocked the elbow shots aimed at his chest and head. During the fight, the ninja suddenly dropped a few smoke bombs and jumped out. Daichi, not wanting to fight the enemy blind, jumped out of the smoke as well. The moment he got out of the smoke, a powerful kick struck his back, sending him back into the purple smoke. Even before Daichi landed and could get his bearings, he felt several blows and cuts all over his body. The attacks came from all directions and within seconds of each other. Noticing his HP slowly dwindling, Daichi became agitated. He took his dagger from the inventory and tried to slice his opponent. But he failed in striking his enemy. This isn't working. Why can't I hit him? Daichi was extremely agitated. He was breathing hard as he endured the attacks. Calm down, Daichi. You can do this. Think this through. Just then several notifications popped up indicating the enemy ninja dog was defeated. He suddenly received the memories of his dispelled clone and smiled. It seems the Beast Slayer title was activated for my shadow clone when it forced the dog away from here. I'll have to look into how far the beasts have to be separated another time. That info might come in handy. Daichi looked at the ninja and his anxiety lessened. I can do this. Daichi calmed down and used his chakra sense and superior hearing. He started hearing the low sounds of winds moving and a strong chakra coming at him from behind. The boy evaded the strike aimed at his neck and slashed at the Nin. Minus 504 HP. Enemy negative status, wounded buff in effect. Daichi didn't waste time and took out his tanto. He stabbed the wounded ninja through the chest and started slashing at him with his dagger. The enemy's health began rapidly falling. Daichi made sure to connect each attack so that his new skill Link Kill Strikes activated. And before long he was victorious. Enemy killed. Plus 1400 EXP. Plus 210 EXP. Enemies killed, 4 out of 168. You have leveled up. Daichi looked at his stats. Level 29. Nice. My special stats went up by 1, but other than a 1 point in agility, none of my other primary stats has gone up. There is still time. I'll increase as much as I can in this dungeon, and then once I'm done I'll add points and raise them to a 100 when I leave. That way I can save some points, I think. Without wasting time, Daichi moved through the dungeon. It has now been several hours since he entered the dungeon. Daichi decided to get some rest and restore some of his stamina and health points. He looked at the map and, noting that there weren't any enemies near him, he went to a nearby rock and sat down. The mental exhaustion was getting to him as the events of the day went through his mind. Daichi slowly closed his eyes. After several minutes, Daichi jerked awake to the sound of a notification ring. You have sense killing intent. The moment Daichi opened his eyes, he saw a blade coming straight for his head. Daichi tilted his head and avoided a fatal blow, but the blade still managed to leave a cut on his cheek. The moment the blade lodged into the rock behind Daichi, he let his chakra flow into his arms. With the chakra enhancement technique increasing his strength and speed, Daichi quickly grabbed hold of the sword-wielding arm and locked it in place while he sent a powerful punch at his attacker's face. The ninja reeled back from the force of the blow, but Daichi didn't let up. Instantly taking out his dagger from his inventory, he sliced off the arm that had the sword. Minus 669 HP. Enemy negative status, crippled buff in effect. The ninja jumped back several feet and tried to get away, but Daichi threw several shuriken, forcing him to abandon his retreat plan. I made sure there weren't any enemies near me with the map. So how did this guy get so close to me? Daichi was angry that he let his guard down and almost got killed for it. He looked at his would-be killer and took in every detail. The ninja was covered in a black and green camouflage clothes from head to toe. Even the face was mostly covered in a black mask, and all Daichi could see were the eyes staring back at him. He wanted to know how this nin evaded his map and got to him undetected. Observe. Level 35, Stealth Nin. HP, 3300, Chakra Points, 3165. A ninja created based on a genin who survived the Akagahara exam grounds. This ninja is weak in taijutsu but has exceptional stealth abilities and shuriken jutsu. He is able to mask his chakra and hide his presence, thus making him an ideal assassin. This ninja is capable of detecting traps and ambushing ninjas even stronger than him. This enemy prefers to move alone, making it easier to ambush his targets. He intends to kill you. Mask his chakra and hide his presence? So that means... Daichi quickly looked at his map from the corner of his eyes. The map didn't show any red dots near him. So there are ninjas who can hide from the mini-map, huh? I should have known. Daichi quickly threw several shuriken at his target. The stealth nin deflected them with his own shurikens. He threw a kunai at Daichi with a paper bomb attached to it. He's trying to escape. Can't let that happen. Daichi went through the hand seals and used body flicker. The stealth nin was already on a tree branch and was planning on escaping when Daichi appeared before him. Wind style wind bullet jutsu. Daichi expelled several fast wind bullets targeting the ninja's torso and legs. His goal was to take his opponent's balance. Several bullets struck the enemy nin and the tree branch he was standing on, and it broke, sending him falling to the ground. The stealth nin flipped in mid-air and landed on his feet. He took a kunai and stopped the dagger Daichi aimed at his head, both of them trying to inflict a fatal injury to the other. Due to being weak in taijutsu and only one arm, the stealth ninja was at a disadvantage. It wasn't long before the outcome of the fight was decided. Daichi blocked a thrust from his enemy and used chakra strings to tie his limbs up. Successfully incapacitating his foe, Daichi launched a barrage of strikes with his dagger, and in a few seconds the stealth nin dispersed into smoke. Enemy killed. Plus 1050 EXP. Plus 157.5 EXP. Enemies killed, 5 out of 168. Once Daichi came down from his battle high, he realized that he only survived through pure luck. If the system hadn't warned me, I'd be dead right now. It seems I've become too reliant on the map. And it isn't perfect either. I suppose it's a good thing I found this out so early. I can't believe I didn't notice something like this in the other dungeon. Then again, Dungeon 43 was full of mindless beasts. They didn't have the ability or know-how to mask chakra. It was then that a certain memory rushed to the forefront of his mind. Wait a minute. There was one incident. When I went to the lake for the first time. I checked my map and didn't find any enemies, but almost got ambushed by a crocodile. I didn't think about it much then. Daichi made the decision to not rely on the map and use his chakra sense and superior sense skills to find his enemies throughout the dungeon. This is perfect training for tracking my opponents through unknown terrains. Chapter 49, Battles in the Second Dungeon 2. Days pass with Daichi fighting enemies from several clans. His strength, speed, and skills have all improved. Both his primary and special stats gained several points through the many fights he encountered. He gained another 2 levels, and after fighting members of different clans, he had an understanding of how they would attack and gain knowledge on their fighting style. Currently, Daichi was engaged in hand-to-hand combat against an ordinary ninja. One not made based on any clan's genins. Level 35, Ordinary Nin. HP, 3905, Chakra Points, 3000. A ninja created based on a genin who survived the Akagahara exam grounds. Although this enemy only knows the 3 basic ninjutsu, clone, substitution, and transformation, he is proficient in shurikenjutsu and taijutsu. He prefers to attack his enemies head-on instead of ambushing them. This enemy intends to kill you. Daichi blocked an incoming kick with his leg and sent a fast jab to the enemy ninja's throat. The ninja leaned back and grabbed Daichi's outstretched hand. Daichi realized that the genin was intending to break his arm. He quickly reinforced his hands and legs with chakra and swiftly sent a knee to the genin's chest. The strength of the attack forced the dungeon ninja to loosen his grip on Daichi's arm. The moment the hold on his hand loosened, Daichi pulled his arm out of his enemy's grasp. With his hand now free, Daichi jumped back and threw several shuriken towards his opponent. His enemy deflected all of them and aimed several of his own at Daichi. Daichi jumped right and evaded the projectiles. He failed to notice that one of the kunai cut a string on the tree behind him. Daichi heard the sound of several weapons being launched and immediately used substitution jutsu. He was trying to lure me into a trap. His taijutsu skills and shuriken jutsu are incredible. I haven't been able to seriously damage him even after fighting for 10 minutes. One of the reasons is my height. Since I'm only about 8 years old, he has an advantage over me physically. He has longer limbs and thus a greater reach. Something I can only rectify with time. I need a way to take him down. This guy is like another version of Lee. The only reason I could withstand the blows was because of the damage reduction skills. But even that has its limitations. As Daichi was thinking of a plan to take his opponent down, the ninja made his move. Creating 4 ordinary clones, the ninja rushed at Daichi trying to confuse him. Daichi slightly smirked at the weak tactic. That's not going to work on me. He enhanced his nose and ears with chakra and found the real one amongst the afterimage clones. They resumed their fight. Daichi concentrated on the real ninja and wasn't distracted by the illusions. He ducked under a punch and tried to sweep his enemy's legs. The ninja jumped back, escaping the leg sweep. Daichi quickly went through hand seals. Lightning-style overdrive. Daichi was getting used to this jutsu as he kept using it often during this dungeon raid. He bolted towards the genin and threw a strong fist which got through the enemy's guard. Minus 98 HP enemy hit. The genin skidded back while Daichi ran after him. The genin took several shuriken and threw them at the small boy. Daichi veered through the ninja stars and reached his target. Both of them resumed their battle with neither giving the other an edge. Even though my enemies had higher levels, I managed to win against all of them. But now I see that it was due to my speed. I was able to use speed and get through their defenses and take them down. But in a pure taijutsu battle, against a fighter with the same speed as me, I'm only able to defend myself and barely keep him from landing any fatal injuries. Skill Physical Endurance's level has risen by 1. Skill Leaf Academy Taijutsu's level has risen by 1. Well, at least for now anyway. Daichi weaved through the strikes aimed at his head and landed several blows on the enemy's body. Due to Daichi's speed, he was able to land most of his attacks. The Genin sent a fast kick which Daichi blocked. He then grabbed hold of the outstretched leg and used all his strength to pull the ninja off the ground. The dungeon ninja tried to attack Daichi with the other leg while he was in the air, but he was unable to land a hit. Daichi used both hands and smashed the ninja into the ground, hard. And before the enemy could get his bearings, Daichi pulled him up using his leg and smashed him into the ground again. He repeated it a couple more times before he was forced to let go. I've always wanted to go all Hulk like that. Daichi chuckled to himself. Both Daichi and the Nin had a little over half their HP, it would come down to the last one standing. I could use the daggers and it would activate the dual-wielding mastery skill. That would be the smart choice as it will increase my attack speed and damage dealt, but this guy is perfect for improving my taijutsu skill level. Deciding to fight without using his weapon, Daichi sprinted towards the ninja. Both of them dodged and landed powerful strikes on their foe. Daichi tilted his head and escaped a hit to the face and retaliated with a blow to the torso. The ninja struck Daichi's leg, locking him in place, and landed several jabs on his small body. Daichi blocked and parried the attacks. Skill Leaf Academy Taijutsu's level has risen by 1. Both of them continued to fight with their health slowly falling. It wasn't long before the winner was decided. Skill Leaf Academy Taijutsu's level has risen by 1. With the increase in his taijutsu skill several times over the fight, Daichi slowly gained the upper hand. His movements became refined and his speed increased. It wasn't long before he finished the ninja. Enemy killed. Plus 1300 EXP. Plus 195 EXP. You have leveled up. Enemies killed, 65 out of 168. To think this guy was strong enough to reduce my health points to less than 500. Daichi sighed. It was getting late. Daichi went to a nearby cave he found during his exploration of the dungeon. He started using it as his base. He laid several booby traps and alarms to make sure he would know if anyone came close. Once Daichi made sure to cover the entrance, he took the small bed from his inventory and sat on it. He ate some food and quickly went to sleep. Daichi was currently unleashing several small fireball jutsus to reduce a Kakachu swarm that had surrounded him. Before the insects could entrap him, Daichi used body flicker and gained some distance. I can't believe I got ambushed again. Let's see what these guys are made of. Observe. Level 35, Spirit Nin. HP, 3603, Chakra points, 3222. A ninja created based on a genin of the Yamanaka clan who survived the Akagahara exam grounds. This enemy can utilize secret clan jutsus and is exceptional in genjutsu and medical ninjutsu. Designated as the healer of the team and is a skilled sensor capable of finding enemies from a great distance. This ninja's physical strength is weak. Prefers to work in a team. This enemy intends to kill you. It seems she's the one who found me. And the genjutsu trying to trap me must be her work. Too bad I'm immune to that. It's a good thing my body dispels foreign chakras before it can affect anything. Level 37, Insect Nin. HP, 4008, Chakra points, 3650. A ninja created based on a genin of the Aburame clan who survived the Akagahara exam grounds. This ninja houses the Kakachu beetles in his body. These beetles are capable of consuming chakra at a fast rate. This ninja is immune to genjutsu due to the Kakachu living inside him. Fire attacks with intense heat can damage or kill the beetles. This enemy prefers to work in a small team for maximum efficiency. He intends to kill you. Looks like an ordinary Aburame genin. But I should be careful. I need to keep track of any bugs on me as well. They can track me like that. Daichi used Observe on the last ninja. Level 38, Hunter Nin. HP, 4230, Chakra points, 3701. A ninja created based on a genin who survived the Akagahara exam grounds. This ninja is talented in detecting traps and setting them up to capture enemies. He is capable in hand-to-hand combat and skilled in using a sword. Prefers to work in a team. This enemy intends to kill you. That Hunter Nin is the one with the highest level and the one who engages me in taijutsu fighting. All the while the other two provide support or try to distract me. Mental intrusion detected. Unyielding spirit has neutralized the foreign attack. If I try to go after the Yamanaka ninja, then the other two will intervene. And I can't hide and ambush them because her sensory skills would tell them where I am at all times. Daichi stared down his enemies as he thought of a viable plan. The Yamanaka isn't a problem. But if I want to defeat the Hunter Nin, then I can't get caught in any surprise attacks from the Aburame. His chakra-draining insects would be a huge pain if I leave him be. So he's the one I need to deal with first. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Daichi created 3 solid clones and had them keep the Hunter Nin busy. Daichi quickly engaged the insect ninja in hand-to-hand combat. The Aburame released a large amount of bugs to swarm and drain Daichi's chakra, but a large fireball killed most of them. Daichi released chakra strings from his left hand and tried to immobilize his opponent. But the Kakachu bugs quickly came out of the insect ninja's body and began to feed on the chakra strings. Shit! These things can feed on raw chakra. Daichi quickly cancelled his chakra threads. He took out 2 daggers from his inventory and blitzed his enemy. Daichi has been focused on his speed and the body flicker jutsu ever since he learned it. It gave him a great advantage over his foes and also allowed him to deal maximum damages quickly. As Daichi cut apart the insect ninja, it quickly burst into a swarm of Kakachu beetles. He substituted himself with a bug clone. Daichi quickly spotted the Aburame rip-off behind a tree being healed by the spirit Nin. Daichi watched as the health points of the insect ninjas slowly increased. Damn it! Can't let him heal. Daichi swiftly reached them and slashed down. The insect ninja dodged, but the spirit ninja was slow to evade. Daichi pierced her body with both daggers and pinned her to a nearby tree. At that moment, one of the shadow clones engaging the Hunter Nin was dispelled. Shit! They won't be able to hold him for much longer. Mental intrusion detected. Unyielding spirit has neutralized the foreign attack. Genjutsu won't work on me. As Daichi was about to attack the spirit Nin, he sensed slight movement from beneath the earth. Trusting his instincts, he jumped back and just in the nick of time. Several large black spears appeared out of the ground as if to impale Daichi. Taking a closer look at the spears, Daichi noticed something. They're Kakachu insects. This guy can use his insects to burrow underground and attack from below. Daichi dodged the several shuriken coming his way and threw a few of his own with ninja wire attached. He used his chakra threads to control the path of the flying shuriken and used it to tangle the insect ninja with the wires, and he was partially successful. He immediately took several paper bombs. Activating them with a 3-second countdown, Daichi threw the bombs at the insect ninja. The Kakachu bugs quickly turned around and rushed to protect its host, but that was what Daichi wanted. I'm gonna reduce those insects faster than you can make them. But first I'm gonna finish the healer of your group. Boom! 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 Explosions surrounded the Aburame Nin as Daichi resumed his assault on the spirit Nin. His hands were like a blur as they slashed and hacked the pinned dungeon ninja. Within several seconds, the spirit Nin was defeated and Daichi gained enough experience points to reach the next level. Enemy killed. Plus 1100 EXP. Plus 165 EXP. Enemies killed, 87 out of 168. You have leveled up. He didn't get the chance to even check his stats as he received memories of his 2 dispelled clones. Daichi's eyes widened as he felt a fast-moving chakra approaching him from behind. Oh crap baskets! Before he could escape, a powerful blow struck his back, sending him flying into the air. Minus 154 HP. Gah! Daichi spit out a wad of blood as he flew up. His concentration slipped and he couldn't keep up his chakra sense. Daichi lost track of the enemy. The next instant a punch landed on his face, rocketing him back into the ground. Minus 200 HP. Boom. Minus 77 HP. The ground cracked as Daichi slammed into the dirt and stone, hard. He bounced up a few feet in the air due to the force of the impact, and the next second the hunter Nin was right beside Daichi. He landed a hard kick to Daichi's side. Minus 94 HP. Daichi skidded and tumbled across the ground for several meters and came to a stop as his back slammed into a tree. Minus 60 HP. Aw! Tears came out of Daichi's eyes due to the pain and force of the impacts. He coughed a few times and his vision felt blurry for a couple seconds. Daichi slightly shook his head and tried to get up but unfortunately stumbled and fell to his knees. What Daichi saw when he looked ahead frightened him. The hunter Nin looked at Daichi with the same cold, emotionless dead eyes as before. None of the ninjas Daichi faced in the dungeon expressed emotions. But the look this ninja gave him scared Daichi. Monster. His hands trembled and his heart beat loudly as he looked at the dead-eyed Nin. Daichi watched in horror as the enemy ninjas swiftly took a few paper bombs and hurled them at him. Daichi quickly molded his chakra and went through 3 hand seals. Earth-style rock shelter jutsu. The paper bombs reached the defense dome just as it formed around the small boy. It hit the earth structure and violently exploded. Chapter 50, Battles in the Second Dungeon 3. Boom! The explosion rocked the forest, sending nearby trees and rocks flying. Dust filled the air and it took a minute for everything to become visible. The hunter Nin kicked Daichi away from the restrained insect ninja before he threw the paper bombs. And he leapt back and created some distance as soon as he launched the attack on Daichi. So neither of the dungeon ninjas were affected by the blast other than the dust and winds blowing in their faces. Once the dust cleared, they got to work. While the insect Nin was trying to free himself from the ninja wire, the hunter Nin got close to where Daichi was. The earth dome Daichi created was completely destroyed and there was a large crater where the explosion took place. The hunter Nin looked around and didn't see a shred of his opponent's body. As he looked around the rubble for any signs of his enemy, he suddenly heard the sound of blades piercing a body. He turned around and saw 2 daggers coming out of the insect ninja's chest. Stabbed all the way from behind by a panting Daichi. The hunter Nin looked at Daichi with indifference. At that moment his instincts warned him and he jumped backwards. 2 hands burst out of the ground just as he jumped, trying to trap him, or at least that's what it looked like. Just as he landed on the ground, several fireballs erupted out of the earth and struck him. Minus 268 HP enemy hit. A second shadow clone of Daichi's came out of the ground and together with the first one started fighting the hunter ninja. Meanwhile the real Daichi kicked the Abure ninja into the ground and went through several hand seals quickly. He was going to use the new fire jutsu he recently learned from Kensei's library. His mind recalled the information on the jutsu as he weaved the 5 seals. Fire style Dragon Fire Jutsu active, level 3. The user needs chakra and converts it to fire and expels it as a continuous stream of flames. The user can also breathe fire along a cord or ninja wire and use it to attack the enemy. The released flames, if strong enough, will engulf and vaporize the target and leave a smoldering crater on the ground's surface. Rank C. Type Ninjutsu. Hand seals Snake, Dragon, Rabbit, Boar, Tiger. Chakra points cost 285 per shot. Note: the range, power, and duration of the attack can be altered by controlling the chakra needed into the attack. Overusing this jutsu without experience can cause burns inside the throat and mouth. Fire style Dragon Fire Jutsu. Despite its name, when Daichi breathed fire it didn't have a dragon head. But it was fast and reached the insect ninja in a second. The flames covered his entire body and the Kakachu bugs tried to shield its host. Daichi increased the chakra and thus the power of the flames. But he was careful not to overdo it. The HP of the burning ninja was falling fast. Daichi kept up the attack without showing any mercy. As he breathed fire onto his enemy, he thought back to a few minutes ago. Flashback a few minutes ago. Daichi looked on as the hunter Nin took the paper bombs from his holster and tied them to the kunais. At that moment his brain worked faster than ever before. His neurons, firing at lightning speed. To Daichi it was as if the world had slowed down. His shuriken jutsu is perfect. It'll definitely hit me. And even if I somehow jump and escape the blast radius, he would just capitalize on my weakened state and attack me. And the moment that Abure Ninja gets free, it's game over for me. Daichi saw the Nin tying the last paper bomb and finished attaching them to the kunais. He was getting ready to throw them. I have to escape. And then take them by surprise. That's the only way I'll survive. Daichi had a plan in mind and made his choice. He molded his chakra as fast as he could and used the defense jutsu. Not just to try and shield him from the blast, but also to block him from their view. Earth-style rock shelter jutsu. Daichi saw the ninja launch the kunais at him. Everything was happening at slow motion for him. Daichi calculated the time it would take for the weapons to reach him in an instant. Oh no! They are going to reach here before I can escape. Have to slow them down. Daichi used telekinesis on the 3 kunais and slowed them down by 3 seconds. His telekinetic powers weren't strong enough to shift their path completely or stop them, but was only strong enough to slow them down by a small margin. As the rock dome formed around him, Daichi quickly went through another series of hand seals. He remembered the words his grandfather said to him. Kensei handed Daichi a scroll and told him about the technique. This jutsu will come in handy when you want to make a quick escape without most people noticing. Now, it has its weaknesses. People from the Hyuga clan, a good earth specialist Nin or a sensor Nin will be able to find you. But if you train this enough, you'll be able to use it to your advantage even against people like them. Earth-style Earth Burrow Jutsu. Daichi slammed his hands down and softened the terrain below him. Earth-style Earth Burrow Jutsu active. Level 2. This jutsu allows the user to travel through the earth undetected by most ninja. The chakra needed in the body is spread into the ground and softens the earth around the jutsu caster. The user sinks and disappears underground while the earth hardens on the surface. This jutsu allows the user to create a small tunnel by compressing and softening the earth around the person and helps the user move underground in any direction. Once the chakra dissipates, the tunnel collapses on itself. Rank C. Type Ninjutsu. Hand seals, snake, boar, bird, ram. Chakra points cost 175 per use. Note: the movement speed of the user and creation speed of the tunnel will depend on the chakra supplied and the proficiency in earth nature of the user. Daichi sank deep into the ground and disappeared just as the explosion took place. Don't have much time. I have to take a decisive course of action now. Daichi quickly thought of his next move and an idea formed in his mind. I'll use shadow clones and distract the hunter Nin while I take down the Aburame. Then I'll deal with that troublesome fucker one-on-one. Daichi used his chakra sense and approximated their location and created 2 shadow clones. He swiftly went to where the insect ninja was and quietly rose out of the ground. He kept an eye on the hunter Nin as well. Seeing that the two were distracted, Daichi struck. Taking 2 daggers from his inventory, he rushed and stabbed the insect Nin through the back. He buried his weapons all the way to the hilt. Due to the mounting exhaustion, Daichi was breathing hard. But he still kept going. Taking the blades out and putting them back into his inventory, he quickly kicked and slammed the insect Nin into the ground. He waved signs and started his vicious fire attack. Flashback end. Daichi watched with a satisfactory smirk as the last health point of the insect ninja disappeared. Enemy killed. Plus 1350 EXP. Plus 202.5 EXP. Enemies killed, 88 out of 168. His shadow clones were keeping the hunter Nin busy and were trying hard not to get themselves dispelled. They had to buy some time for Daichi to kill the insect Nin and recover some strength. Daichi sat down a small distance away from the fight and tried to rest. He had to recover at least some stamina and strength if he was going to engage the strongest nin he found so far in the dungeon. I need a passive skill that recovers my stamina and chakra quicker. Hope I get something like that soon. Or else I'll have to start putting points into the stats. Daichi didn't close his eyes, but he tried to calm himself and enter a meditative state. But it was unsuccessful. It seems the stress of the battle not too far from here is taking up my focus. It was a long shot anyways. A minute was all Daichi received as the first clone was dispersed. As he recalled the memories of the dispelled clone, he smiled. Skill Leaf Academy Taijutsu's level has risen by 1. Skill Chakra Threads level has risen by 1. Skill Chakra Enhancements level has risen by 1. Skill Lightning Affinities level has risen by 1. Looks like the skill level rises even if it's my clones who experience it. But I'm guessing it's mostly for taijutsu, ninjutsu, and jinjutsu techniques. To level up physical body skill, I need to personally fight her. Daichi took several foods and bottles of water and quickly finished them. They restored his HP and chakra points to more than a third of his total. Then I suppose it's my turn. Just then his second clone was also dispelled and he received the memories. Skill Fire Affinities level has risen by 1. Skill Earth Affinities level has risen by 1. Daichi slowly walked forward. He could sense the ninja coming for him. Fighting stronger and stronger opponents is the only way to quickly gain strength and field experience. Despite the near-death experience and fear he felt a few minutes ago, Daichi was fired up. The ninja roused the fighting spirit within Daichi. The hunter ninja quickly appeared in front of him. Daichi was not scared this time. A wide crazed smile appeared on his face. Bloodlust, chakra, and killing intent burst forth from him. The hunter nin also responded in kind. Both of them, looking to tear into each other. The ground slightly cracked and they disappeared. The next instant they met in the middle of the field and clashed. Forearms met fists and palms blocking knees. Their speed was much greater than what an ordinary genin would be capable of. Daichi attacked with all his might. Every punch contained his full force and his intent to kill. The hunter was fighting the same. He met Daichi punches head-on or directly blocked them. Both the ninjas had no intention of saving their stamina or holding back. Daichi's senses sharpened several-fold. The mad grin on his face never left as he battled the ninja. Daichi tilted his head and avoided what would have been a devastating blow to the face. He locked the outstretched arm of his enemy and quickly headbutted the nin and immediately followed it up with a strong hit to the gut. The enemy ninja quickly recovered and tried to snap Daichi's knee with his leg. Daichi avoided the blow but had to let go of the trapped hand. The nin swiftly roundhouse kicked Daichi, but the boy quickly raised his hands and blocked the kick with his arms. The force of the kick sent him skidding backwards several feet. As Daichi slid back, he saw several shurikens speeding his way with his enemy taking more from a storage paper on his wrist. Daichi smirked at the tactic. You want to compare shuriken jutsu with me? Fine. Have it your way. He stopped himself and took his weapons from the inventory and started his counter-attack. Daichi aimed his shurikens to deflect and even counter-attack back at the ninja. Sparks flew in the air as black steel clashed. The force with which each of them threw their shuriken was so great that it destroyed both fighters' weapons when it came into contact. Destroyed shuriken flew everywhere as they threw dozens and dozens. This clash only lasted for about 40 seconds, but they both used over 100 shurikens and not one landed on each other's bodies. Skill Shuriken Jutsu's level has risen by 1. Whoever this guy is based off of, it has to be someone powerful. His Shuriken Jutsu is on the same level as mine. Notifications were popping up as Daichi fought the nin, but he ignored it all. I can't afford to get distracted even for an instant. The hunter nin decided to switch tactics again and took out a sword. A standard katana used by swordsmen. Seeing this, Daichi smirked and took out his tanto as well. It was not as long as the katana, but Daichi didn't mind it. Both of them held their swords and waited for the right movement. They both knew that if they were careless it would be the end for them. The ground around them was littered with broken shuriken. And on top of that, if they weren't careful, they would fall victim to the traps in and around the jungle. This was a test of not only their sword skill and power, but also of situational awareness. Daichi had his eyes firmly fixed on his enemy, but he was aware of his predicament. We would have to battle at high speeds while maintaining absolute awareness of our surroundings. The first one to make even the slightest mistake would die. A situation like this would definitely push someone's mental fortitude to their absolute limits. Daichi gripped his tanto as he looked at the ninja. Sweat rolled down his face as both ninjas sized each other up. Just then a tree branch snapped and fell. The sound was like an unspoken signal for them. In an instant they rushed towards each other and began their final bout. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in part 3. Peace.